All right, thank you. All right, welcome to the May 12th, 2020 regular city council meeting. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
The record will reflect that all members of council are present.
All right, we're going to have the invocation by Pastor Paul Hagel and then the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilmember Duffield. Is Pastor Hagel here? All right, you know what? I'll be the stand-in. Please rise. Lord, we thank you for this gathering. We thank you for the ability to meet and discuss and make decisions in a free society. We ask that you watch over all of the decision makers at the national, at the state, at the county, the local levels. Please give them patience, wisdom, and guidance. We ask that you watch over our first responders. Please keep them safe. We ask that you watch over the men and women who have been sickened by this virus. We ask that you get them better. We ask that you watch over all those people who have not, and please keep them healthy. We ask that you watch over all the families who are home. Please watch over the little children who are out of their routines. And these things we ask in thy name. Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to our great flag. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Madam Clerk.
The City Council of Newport Beach welcomes and encourages community participation. Public comments are generally limited to 3 minutes per person to allow everyone to speak. Written comments are encouraged as well. The City Council has a discretion to extend or shorten the time limit on agenda or non-agenda items.
All right. Now's the time for City Council announcements and oral reports from City Council on committee activities. We'll start with Mr. Herdman.
I have nothing.
All right, Ms. Dixon.
Yes. Forward. I think I and a number of my colleagues on the council, and I'll let the mayor speak more, were honored to stand at attention while the procession to honor our detective officer, John Jarima, who passed away last weekend, and on his way up to Pacific View Park. I stood adjacent to the police headquarters, and it just was a thrilling experience to see law enforcement officers from many, many cities in Orange County and Los Angeles County and San Bernardino County. So it's a tribute to our outstanding public safety officers and the true dedication and commitment by Officer Jarima and his family, and we grieve for his family and his 2 very young children. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Muldoon.
Well, thank you. A couple briefly. The mayor, Councilwoman Dixon, and myself have been working on the ad hoc committee to reopen businesses, and the mayor's doing a great job leading the charge. And Diane and I are equally excited to find the way to allow as much freedom as the governor and statutes will allow for businesses to reopen, specifically restaurants and service business. Heather Cannon and I also joined in watching the procession of our local hero. And it was, of course, moving and a worthy tribute for a man who knew that this was a calling for him to be a detective and sworn peace officer for the city of Newport Beach. And our hearts and prayers go with his family. And I think what I was most taken back by is the solidarity shown by joining police departments. I think I saw a police officer, marked car, that was from, I think, Mammoth. Which is pretty telling of how strongly law enforcement looks out for each other and what a special calling it is. And I just want to again offer my condolences on behalf of my family to Officer Jimenez's family. And on a less somber but still tough report, I wanted to show a video that was done on a local segment based on what people at the American Legion are doing. I thought it was a feel-good story, and this is a very tough time for all of us, and it's good to see hope. And it's also good to be reminded that now is a good time, especially if you have the means, to hop in your car and get a takeout order. I've been trying to eat out much more frequently with my wife and my son, and this is a good story about what's being done locally. If you could roll it.
As physical distancing continues, the American Legion Post 291 in Newport Beach is offering members and customers new options. They've turned their food service operation into a drive-through restaurant. ABC 7 salutes the 291 family for helping vets, their families, and the community.
Here you go.
All right.
You're very welcome. You enjoy.
This is marvelous. I tell everybody I know.
Salad and the shrimp taco.
We have an establishment to come to that we support of all these veterans that fought for our freedom.
So it makes you feel patriotic.
We're learning a lot of new things here because we've not done this before.
Carnitas plate. Here you go, sir. Thank you. You're very welcome.
We're here at Newport Harbor, Post 291 of the American Legion, and we're providing takeout food service for our members, the military veterans and their families, as well as for the entire community of Newport Beach and outlying communities.
When we closed down on March 17th, the leadership here at the Post gave us permission to put a community drive-through. American Legion in Newport Beach is the largest one in the country. Last week, about 1,500 veterans members here that are using us to feed their families.
We have had people that actually come and they don't have enough money for a meal, and we still feed them.
Our first and foremost priority are the military veterans.
Well, it means everything. I've been a member for over 30 years. I'm a Vietnam vet. It's just, it's like a home away from home, and I appreciate everything the American Legion is doing.
The people of Newport Beach are the best.
Every day I see more and more people coming in.
Well, if you're patriotic at all, why not?
And the food is phenomenal, especially for the price.
The feeling that I'm giving back to the community and helping out in some way, which is just great, especially the vets. I mean, they're all wonderful. God bless them all.
Thanks a lot.
Take care. Thank you.
Well done. And Post 291 offers pickup from noon till 6 every day.
Yeah, the Dennis Fitzpatrick, who was shown as the main chef, and he's a long family.
Lake County beaches will reopen on Wednesday for active use only, but many areas are.
I have contention with this one. Dennis Fitzpatrick was shown, of course, name like Fitzpatrick. He's a family friend of mine. Who would have figured? And close with my late stepfather, friends, and a great organization. Just wanted to bring attention to it, but also want to encourage those who are comfortable to continue to go and eat out. And if you have the means, maybe leave a little bit bigger tip than you normally would, and order a little bit more food than you normally would. Now I think it's just a great time for us to focus on what we can control, because there's so little that we can control. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Duffield.
Well, that was such a great presentation. I'm going to pass and say thank you.
All right, Ms. Brenner.
I just wanted to report that we did have a meeting of our homeless ad hoc committee talking about what's happening during this time of the virus, and Carol and Natalie from our staff reported on what we're doing at the city. It was also very helpful. Helen Cameron is very in touch with who does what in the county, and she put us in touch with someone who is working on facilitating the hotels for homeless right now. And the thing that Helen mentioned that I thought was really important was that this is an opportunity for us to get homeless into these hotel rooms, and there are 3 programs that are funding this, and that to get them in and get them services so that hopefully we have a head start on solving this problem after this crisis is over. So, and in addition, it was Helen Cameron, Gene Wagoner, David Snow, Terry Moore, John Heffernan, and Gene Wagoner also is the executive director for SPIN, Serving People in Need. They have done an incredible amount of business since this started, helping homeless families and families that are near homeless. And they've also been collecting some really good donations where people want to help. And that's one of the things that we're seeing, is that there are a lot of people in our community who do want to help and are making contributions. And Oasis is another place where people are helping, and we're getting some nice contributions there too that we can talk about later. But there's some really wonderful things going on in our community with people that want to be productive and help in this crisis.
Thank you. Mr. Avery.
I forgot to mention last month I attended the Operations Committee meeting of the Orange County Sanitation District, and Of course, the entire board of the district is still meeting through some form of Zoom, and that's 25 council members from different cities throughout Orange County and some others from special districts. And so the important work of that organization is going on. And then my office is on Coast Highway right next to the Balboa Bay Club on the west side. And I knew when John Jerema's procession was going to be happening, and I could hear it coming, and I stood at the window there, and it was really something. And what a great honor, and I've never seen something like that in this town, so it was a good thing. And then going by and seeing all the different agencies, through their markings on their cars was impressive as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We will be adjourning our meeting tonight in memory of Detective Jerema. And then I've got one council announcement for special event and community program grants. I believe we have a slide for that as well. While we're pulling it up, special event and community program grants are now open. The city provides qualifying organizations with financial grants to offset special event costs or enhance services and programs. Local and regional groups offering programs or special events to Newport Beach residents are encouraged to visit the recreation section of the city website and click the Grants tab for more information or to apply. The deadline is May 27th. So please do apply if you are seeking a grant. All right, we'll go to our next item. Madam Clerk.
This is the time in which council members may pull items from the consent calendar for discussion. Those are items 1 through 16. Public comments are also invited on consent calendar items. Speakers must limit comments to 3 minutes. Before speaking, please state your name for the record. If any item is removed from the consent calendar by a council member, members of the public are invited to speak on each of the items for up to 3 minutes per item. All matters listed under consent calendar are considered to be routine, will all be enacted by one motion in the form listed below. Council members have received detailed staff reports on each of the items recommending an action. There will be no separate discussion of these items prior to the time the City Council votes on the motion unless members of the City Council request specific items to be discussed and are removed from the consent calendar for separate action.
All right. Actually, I'm sorry. I need to go back just one thing real quick. Councilmember Muldoon had reminded me on the business reopening. The governor today announced new guidelines dealing with issues like restaurants and whatnot, specifically referencing outdoor patios. So once our staff has wrapped their heads around what that would entail, we may need to bring it back, perhaps even at the next council meeting, to try to resolve or remove some conflicts here and there for our local restaurants. So I forgot to mention that. Okay, so coming back around to public comments on the consent calendar item itself. Mr. Herdman, do you have anything to pull? Okay, none. Ms. Dixon?
Now it's on. I just want to make a comment on item number 10. I do not need to pull it, just making a comment. This is the utility assessment district that first began when I first started serving on the council, so in 2015. This is in Corona Del Mar, and this is local democracy, grassroots democracy at work, and I just want to do a shout out to the residents of Assessment District 117 in Corona Del Mar, a portion of Corona Del Mar, and Patty Gorsica, who led this neighborhood effort and has been working with Public Works and organizing her neighbors all these years, and now it is completed, so hats off to Public Works and to the local residents who have paid for this personally, the funding of their underground utilities, and it does work. It requires patience and forbearance, and just hats off to all the residents and Public Works to make this happen. It's the first of about 4 or 5 that are coming forward, but took 6 years. So happy to see it. Thank
Fantastic. You. Okay. I'll come back to Mr. Muldoon. Do you have anything to pull?
I want to say that on that last item, item 10, I had a conflicts, I'd excuse myself for business interests related to telecommunications, and this is regarding undergrounding. So I also want to lodge that same conflict for the sake of the consent calendar motion on item 10. And then I would like to make a few other statements. On item 11, if more people are interested, I'd like to either continue it, otherwise I'll just vote no on it. I don't know the staff presentation is necessary, unless other people have also questions about the $2.26 million item being important right now. So for now, I'll just vote no unless I hear other people wanting to continue or discuss it. On item 12, I'm going to vote no on that item. Also similar reasons, just not necessary. And that is all. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Duffield.
Thank you. Mr. Harp, you recommended I might have a conflict, and could you help me with that one? Sorry to put you on the spot.
It's related to the capital improvement program, so it's not part of the consent calendar.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, anything else?
No.
Okay, all right, Ms. Brenner? Okay, Mr. Avery?
None.
I have none as well. Do we have a motion, Mr. Avery?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I move the balance to calendar item 1. Comment from Councilmember Dixon on that.
And he's got no vote. Councilmember Muldoon has lodged no votes on items 11 and 12. 11 and 12.
And there's also amendments to the minutes on item 1.
I'll second that motion.
All right. Any discussion? All right, we'll go out to public comment. Do we have public comment? Mr. Mosier.
Thank you, Mayor O'Neill, members of the council. My name is Jim Mosier. Since one would not guess it from the printed agenda, I wanted to call attention to item number 7, in which you will be voting to ask voters in November to amend our city charter to add language regarding the Harbor Commission. Considering that language has not been reviewed even by our current Harbor Commission, I'm surprised it's being placed on the ballot with no discussion or consideration by you. And regarding that text, I would like to ask a question. The very first part of it says the Harbor Commission will have the power and the duty to advise the City Council on all matters relating to proposed harbor improvements and the use of the harbor. So I am asking, and you're asking voters to put this in the city charter. Do you understand that to mean that when a matter related to the harbor comes up, you cannot vote on it without a recommendation or advice from this newly chartered Harbor Commission? Or does that mean to you that they will advise you only when you ask them for advice? And if you're not sure which it means, why are we not using language that makes it clear? Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, seeing no further public comment in the community room, we have one phone call. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, hi. My name is Chris Vitale, and I was just wondering about short-term rentals.
So
I have a place on Balboa Island, and
sorry, I'm going to jump in real quick. The short-term rentals, we will be discussing that after consent calendar. So right now we're only talking about consent calendar.
Oh, okay.
So no problem. Just call back in when we get to that item.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. I don't think we have any other. Okay. No more calls. So we'll bring it back up. All right. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right. Seeing none, let's vote.
Prior to reading the vote, I'll read the ordinance title. Started. For item 3, ordinance number 2020-13, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach amending section 6.04 4.170 of Chapter 6.04 of Title 6 of the Newport Beach Municipal Code pertaining to the commercial use of public solid waste, recyclable material, or divertible material containers or bins. The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Okay, thank you very much. So with that, give me just one moment. We'll go into current business. Current business, item number 17, emergency ordinance numbers 2020-003 and 2020-004, review and consider extending the prohibition on short-term lodging activity. Given the discussion on this, I'm not sure that we have the need for a staff report. Does anyone, you can certainly ask questions, but does anyone need a staff report on this item? No, okay. All right, so let's see. Do me a favor, just press request to speak so I can see if it works.
Does that work?
Yeah, just let me, okay, it works. Okay, all right, go ahead, Ms. Dixon.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion, please, on this agenda item to move staff's recommendation under subpart A and D with a minimum 3-night stay for all short-term lodgings throughout the city except for Newport Island, where all short-term lodgings would continue to be banned under the same terms as set forth in the emergency ordinance 2020-001 while this ordinance is in effect. I would propose June 16, 2020 as the expiration date for this ordinance or the end of the emergency.
I'd second that.
Just a moment, let me make sure I got the motion correct. When you say end of emergency, is that the later of the two or the earlier of the two?
Earlier of the two.
Okay. Any further discussion on that?
I'll explain. Do you want me to explain? May I explain the purpose?
Yeah, I think that, give me just 1 second so I can explain. So for members of the public, when they're trying to understand what the procedure is right now. So while we are looking at so for anyone who's not a regular, this is how it'll work. So we have discussion up at the dais, we have questions and whatnot. We'll go out to public comment, and then we'll vote on whatever motion is on the floor at that moment. So I just want to make sure that people understand that we wouldn't have a motion on the table, vote on it before we were able to go to public comment. So just wanted everyone to understand that. So anyway, yes, Ms. Dixon, go ahead if you wouldn't mind explaining that.
Yes, thank you. There certainly is widespread support and opposition to reinstating, or I should say ending the ban, make it simple that way. However, Newport Island, I believe, is a unique situation, and I think the residents of the homes, single-family residents on Newport Island, have experienced significant distress as well as impacts on their quality of life and on their property values due to the high propensity of short-term rentals that have appeared in the last 18 months on Newport Island. And so particularly during the pandemic period where there is a lot of coming and going with one-night visits that's immediately adjacent in this high-density neighborhood of single-family homes. I want to support their efforts to remain safe and healthy. So that's the purpose of my motion to exempt. And it doesn't apply, it would exempt from this ending of the ban. So the rest of the city would be, presumably, if the council agrees, to reinstate the short-term rental opportunity.
Okay. Mr. Avery.
Well, I'm certainly in favor of the 3-day length of stay as opposed to the overnight. But I am concerned about sort of picking one particular area out for this change. I'm sure there's other neighborhoods in the city, in Corona Mar, certain specific little areas that have high impact because of the grouping of those short-term rentals around them. So I'm just wondering, specifically how tight it is. Some numbers would be interesting to see for doing something like this is almost like it's really something to pull it out and not have it anywhere else in the city. So, and otherwise, I'd support it if there was really, a serious concentration. I just don't know what that concentration is.
May I comment, or do you want Simone to comment?
I don't know if anybody has that information, but that's my concern.
Yeah, I'll jump a little bit and say I think I share the same concern. I think the challenge. I'd like to hear public comment on the 3-night stay. That seems to be something that we've received a lot of public comment on, at least in writing. That seems to be in line with a lot of the discussion that people have said would be acceptable. But I would like to hear from people on that. I suppose my concern is similar to Mr. Avery's. We certainly hear from our residents on Newport Island, and I suspect a minimum night stay would be very helpful for the folks who live there. The density is not much more than what we see on the island. It's not much more than I think we see in pockets of CDM, and I think it's not much more than we see in areas of the peninsula. And so I guess I am concerned about pulling a particular area out as well. I also think it would be really difficult to justify to the Coastal Commission as a matter of waiver. All right, I'll go to Mr. Duffield, then we'll go to Ms. Dixon to respond to the concerns, and then I'll probably bring it back to Ms. Brenner first. She hasn't had a chance, and I'll go to Mr. Avery.
Thank you, Mayor. So the difference, I think, primarily is the virtual zero parking. I lived on the island in my early 20s for a couple of years, and I know that island virtually has the most inappropriate parking places imaginable, and it's not like anywhere else in the city. That's the difference, and it just the homeowners there in the last 18 months virtually had no Airbnb, and then all of a sudden this happened, and the parking and the mayhem that went on is excruciating. It's not like anywhere else. No, not at all. If you were to go there, Mayor, you would see it. There's on Lido Island, on everywhere else, there's places you can park eventually. But on Newport Island, there's virtually no place to park. If you have a house with 4 or 5 cars from an Airbnb, the impact is atrocious to those. It's just awful. And I want to make a point out of we got to do something for that, because that just does not work.
All right. I think my point wasn't the parking impact. It was the fact that we're doing it on an emergency basis based on health issues. But I understand the point. Ms. Dixon?
Yeah, let me clarify a couple of things in addition to Mr. Duffield's comments. Parking is certainly it. Just to follow on that, what I hear from the residents due to the one-night rentals and multiple cars coming in, when they call for parking control, it's not dealt with. In fact, one resident would like to have a tow-away sign put there because cars are never, I don't know, I say never, are rarely ticketed. But let me just address a more fundamental issue that is unique compared to the rest of the city. As we all know from our many discussions on short-term rentals, the single-family residence permit was grandfathered in by prior councils. I think Mr. Simone Georges can help me here, in 2004 or 4. So there are no more short-term rental permits granted to single-family residents. They are grandfathered in. So in the last few months, we've become, we on the council have become aware of the sudden invasion, if you will, of short-term rentals on Newport Island. And I asked the question, well, how could this be? Newport Island is 100% single-family residences. Well, there's an anomaly, if you will, that during the zoning change, reform, revisions of 2010, the property on Newport Island was zoned R1/R2, which means they're all single-family homes, but some enterprising short-term rental firms identified a loophole because this was not envisioned or anticipated. It's an unintended consequence of the zoning change of 2010 because short-term rentals on this online platform obviously did not exist then. So it's created this deluge, this plethora of short-term rentals in a residential, high-density residential, single-family home entirely community, which wasn't prepared to deal with this. Now, it's different than Balboa Island and some parts of Corona del Mar, which are zoned and have been zoned for years with R1 or R2. So this was a single-family residence community that is now experiencing short-term rentals because of the R2 zoning. So out of deference to them, and while we're looking in the longer term on some potential modifications to our short-term rental codes, we'll maybe considering this more on a permanent basis as well, but just to continue the protection from the COVID issue, the pandemic, the emergency order basis, is that there are numerous cars, numerous visitors that are coming to, if you imagine 18 homes times 4 or 5 or 6 residents or more, as I understand it, and code enforcement cannot get into the homes because they cannot literally count noses, so there's an overpopulation within these homes. It is a problem. I respect the fact that the residents have really banded together and rarely have made, in my 6 years, have rarely made a strident effort for some kind of consideration, and this is what they are asking for, is that we protect them, particularly during this virus period, and we will deal with this also in our potential proposed reforms to short-term rentals. So that's a unique situation that none of the homeowners bargained for when they live in a single-family residence. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go Ms. Brenner and then Mr. Avery.
I'd just like to add that as with almost every issue, it's complex. And we do have people that really are good operators, that do a good job, that do not impose any hardship on their neighbors. They're good members of the community. And then we have others that are the problem ones that create this issue for all of us. And Newport Island, unfortunately, has had a preponderance of complaints about the issues there. So I would be in favor of us especially enacting the 3-night minimum and of exempting Newport Island at this point in time until we get a chance to get a handle on what's really going on there. And just to speak to the 3-night minimum, I spoke with an operator today who they themselves have taken extreme measures to make sure that they are enacting greater cleaning efforts, and they're not doing a turnover during one day, which is what a lot of them have done in the past, where they would move someone out in the morning and then do a quick cleaning and then move someone in the afternoon, and they are not doing that any longer. So if we had the 3-night minimum, that would give them a chance to rent over one weekend, thoroughly clean the unit, and then rent to another party for the following weekend. So there's some extenuating circumstances here.
Okay, Mr. Avery.
Yeah, I don't think I made it clear earlier. I'm very sympathetic to this issue, not only in Newport Island, but in other places where people happen to live next door to badly managed short-term rentals. But I do think most of them are well managed, but it can be excruciating to be next door, because I have firsthand experience, to a place that's disruptive, and people aren't courteous, and then I understand people's concerns about the time we're in, but I'm also concerned, and the reason I just don't want to create sort of, if you will, faulty policy in making an exception like this. It's sort of like spot zoning, if you will, and so I'm prepared to, I don't know what we can do here, but I just am not, I'm prepared to look at it further, maybe hold off for a little while, but we just need a darn good reason, and I think that reason should be based on numbers. I'd like to see a plot of the island and where the short-term rentals are, I should have done a little more research, obviously. But that's just because I can see other neighborhoods, specific areas lining up saying, hey, we'd like to have these areas switched also. So that's the thing. And we're sort of I'm on the verge, I think, of making a policy that's going to make it difficult for us in the future. Thank you.
You know, actually, maybe Simone, would you mind coming up, maybe talking to the concern that Mr. Avery has listed? Because I'm struggling with the same thing. Because I do understand the issue of parking. I do understand the issue that the island is unique in some of the challenges that they're facing. And my concern, and I think this is probably similar to what Mr. Avery's talking about right here, is when we're doing it on an emergency basis, eventually you'll have to submit this as a waiver request to the Coastal Commission if passed. And so what Mr. Avery, I think, is trying to, what Mr. Avery's saying, and I'm trying to understand, I need to reverse that, is, if we're looking specifically at the standards that the Coastal Commission has set and the fact that we'd be doing this on an emergency basis based on the declared emergency that on the health issues, how would we be able to justify carving out Newport Island versus anywhere else that's in the coastal zone?
Thank you, Mayor O'Neill. I think it's a good point. I think it's going to be a challenge for staff to request that waiver of the Coastal Commission just specifically for Newport Island. So from a staff standpoint, we recognize that the parking is very, very limited on Newport Island. We do know also there's been a lot of short-term lodging permit turnover on Newport Island. For last year, Monique was letting me know that 15 permits were turned over last year alone. So new permits were issued last year. So some permits would get closed out, new permits get issued. So it had a lot of turnover. So there's a lot of activity on Newport Island. I think one of the arguments that from a staff standpoint that we could make is that with the limited parking, you slow down that response time with our fire life safety services. And again, it's a COVID environment. I think it's all new ground for us, and we're kind of struggling also with trying to justify and carve out Newport Island. But I think those are probably the three key points that I've brought up. It's limited parking. It may limit fire services or restrict the response times, and that we've had kind of a little bit more activity on Newport Island. So those are the three areas we would focus on. Whether they would accept it or not, whether the Coastal Commission would accept those arguments for requesting the waiver, that's a different story.
You mind if I ask one other? So, and I'll get over to Mr. Herdman. Have we actually seen, they've had short-term lodging for a while, which we've seen, obviously, the complaints coming from our residents. Has the fire department ever complained about access issues on Newport Island in the past?
They have not, no.
Okay, Mr. Herdman?
Seems to me that a fourth issue, Simone, to present to the Coastal Commission would be the unusual circumstances we're under right now, which is a state of emergency and a national pandemic and a high concentration of short-term rentals in a very small area of our city. It could be justified that way in terms of people coming in and out, in and
Sure.
out, in and out. So I don't think that should be left off the list.
Understood.
Okay, any other questions? All right, any other comments before we go to public comment on this? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go to public comment. I'm going to start first with our community room. So if you are in the community room and would like to speak, go ahead and queue up, of course, keeping at least 6 feet away.
Mayor O'Neill, members of the council, this is Jim Mosier. First of all, I do not believe Newport Island is entirely single-family homes. It has, according to the city's mapping, at least 20 duplexes on it, and I believe at least some of those predate the 2010 zoning code changes. Regarding the ordinances that you may be adopting, First, as I tried to explain in writing, I believe in the absence of any other council action, our local emergency is expiring on Sunday, so you may need to do something to clean up your language about when this ends. And then secondly, the question about the 3-night minimum stay. I did think about that a little, and I think the language you're using is not, if that's the direction you want it to go in, and I have no strong opinion about this, I don't think that's the correct language. It would be very difficult and not actually in the city's interest to force people to stay for 3 days if they wanted to stay for a shorter time. And what I would suggest is 2 alternatives to that. One, either you have a minimum time between the start of one booking and the beginning of the next one, or you have a minimum no occupancy interval between stays, which would make more sense from a public health standpoint, since it would give the time to make sure that the unit is unoccupied for a small interval, and the virus that was there would have time to dissipate. But in any event, I don't think a 3-night stay is something you could enforce or want to enforce, but what you want is an interval between bookings. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. My name is Connie Adnoff. I am co-founder of Beachview Realty. Our family has managed and run vacation rentals for over 25 years. We have never allowed anything less than a 3-night minimum in our operations, simply because the cost factor isn't very economical for folks coming for anything less than that, probably due to the cleaning fees and linen fees and things like that. Plus, a 1-night or a 2-night booking usually means party time. And that's something that we have gone to great lengths to avoid and to prevent. And so we've found over the years, for 25 years, that that's the best way, one of the ways besides screening, to keep folks that will not be invested in our city when they only come for a short amount of time, like going to our restaurants, going to the grocery store, planning excursions, that sort of thing. So, Mr. Mayor, when you asked what the public sentiment might be for requiring a 3-night stay, all for it. It's happening already. I don't know of any other agencies necessarily in town that do rent for 1 or 2 nights. One other thought is that I've noticed within this last year the language that's been used pertaining to short-term lodging permits is that it is not a property owner's right to have one, but it is a privilege. If it's a privilege, then I don't understand why it's not possible then to regulate and to be able to pull a property's short-term lodging permit if they are not following city ordinances or becoming a nuisance, a chronic nuisance in a particular part of the community, whether it's Newport Island, Corona del Mar, anywhere, especially in high-density areas. And I think that's it for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mayor and Council, thank you. Chris Nilsson. We own short-term rentals here in Newport and have enjoyed being part of the community. I just want to commend you on your work thus far. I know it's not easy. I don't envy the position that you've been in. I do support opening up and moving forward, and today just want to express my appreciation for what you've done, but also my hope that we will give some clear guidance out of this meeting today to be able to move forward. We have a lot of people that are wanting to come and to socially distance and be good residents of Newport on a temporary basis. They have been for years and years and years. A lot of the families that have rented from us have done this. We have some families prior to us owning it but have been in the same property for 42 years. And when they come up to me and say, "That's my grandfather's unit," I say, "Yes, it is." And hopefully it is for the next 20 years on that week. And they love Newport, and they're responsible families. I have no opinion on Newport Island. I wish I could could lend something there. I don't, but on the 3-night rental, we don't rent less than 3 nights, but I do want to express that a couple of our vendors have told us that they do depend on that income, some of them on the 1, 2, and 3. So I'll leave that to you, but I want to have that input on their behalf, that's an important thing for them. I do believe in managing these rather than legislating them. And I, for one, as a property owner would be, and management company would be into helping the city with this in the future. I think something that comes out of COVID that could be really good about this, our families tried to focus on the good things that come out of COVID-19. One of them is a real wake-up call for us as managers, not to just rely on you as the government officials, but to do what we can as private property owners to make sure that our industry is doing what we should do so this doesn't fall on your lap. So I'm volunteering my time and energy and effort of our company to help participate with you and not just say, hey, solve this for us, but to say, let's work on this together. These are businesses we need to save and make work well and do it hand in hand. I was here a couple of years ago on the bed tax. You know, we collect, we're licensed, we expect to maintain and manage these units and to pay that occupancy tax. And when I get on the other side is I'm with the R1 owner that has a pop-up next to them that's not a licensed unit or a mismanaged unit. I'm in line with those R1 owners that are in that area. Our units happen to be in residential multifamily, but those grandfathered units that are in and the ones that are in the RMF should be allowed, and we have plans in place to manage these and manage them safely, and really appreciate your time and effort on this, and look forward to being able to give our clients some definitive answers here to come in and enjoy safely their time here in Newport Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Chuck Courtwright, resident of Corona Del Mar for the last 33 years, founder, owner of Spa Gregory's here in Newport Beach. The only input I have is over half of our short-term rentals are in the spring and summer especially are a week, at least 7 days. So 3 days is going to hurt. And kind of jumping on what Joy said earlier, you can clean a place really, really good in several hours. You don't need an extra day or two. And I have a lot of people, when I do have people that are shorter than a week, it's like 2 or 3 days, and many times the same day they check out, later that day I have someone checking in. So I would appreciate if you could rethink and reconsider the 3-day and make it a little bit longer. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the community room like to speak?
Yeah.
Oh.
One more thing. I'm asking that the minimum be increased, right? No? I don't want 3 days.
Do you want less?
I want more. No, over half of my guests for the last 5 years stay for a week, 7 days.
Okay, so you wouldn't, just to be clear, I just want to be clear about this. You wouldn't be affected by that. If most of the people are staying a week, then you can rent to someone for anything longer than 3 nights if that were the adaptive.
Sorry, I'm glad that.
No worries.
Thanks.
I wanted to clarify. Okay, anyone else in the community?
Thanks for all the hard work.
Well, thank you. All right, anyone else? Mr. Batley.
Hello, I'm in favor of the motion, but I heard a date in the motion. I didn't hear it read back by the clerk. I think I maybe need a clarification on the date in the motion.
It was the earlier of June 16th, 2020, or the end of the emergency, whichever happens earlier.
So what you're saying is if the short-term ban is going to be lifted on June 20?
16th.
16th, okay.
I'm sorry, Craig, let me clarify. We'll give you your time back. So to be clear, the short-term ban that is in place currently would go through May 20th. The motion that is on the table is to extend the ban on short-term lodging that would be less than 3 nights through at least June 16th, through June 16th or the end of the emergency order, whichever occurs earlier.
So you're extending the ban?
The ban would only be extended as to short-term lodging that is less than 3 nights, if that motion passed.
Okay, so the ban is lifted except for 3 nights or less.
Okay, go ahead. I'll give you your time back now.
All right, thank you. You know, the impact of short-term lodging on the peninsula, of course, compared to the overall visitors on the peninsula, with the millions of people that come down the beaches, are very, very insignificant. You get right down to it. And so I appreciate the council considering lifting the ban. And I'm in favor of that. And the other thing that's a little bit awkward, though, for a lot of operators who have reservations in place, when you make retroactively changes, you have to go back to the reservation and maybe change the dates or modify all this stuff. So I can live with the 3-day, but any other restrictions would be very, very awkward. As far as the carve out on Newport Island, I don't really have an objection to that, if that can be done. I understand why. So I'm not sure how that would work, but if it detracts from the lifting of the ban, I would suggest that the council bifurcate that motion and approve the lifting of the ban and then discuss the carve out separately. So as I understand it, the bans will be lifted on June 16th, and except for 3-day rentals.
Once you're done, I'll clarify that.
Thank you.
Okay. So to clarify what we're talking about here, the current emergency ordinance has a ban on short-term lodging throughout the city that runs through May 20th, 2020. The motion, if passed, would extend the ban on short-term lodging as to 1 or 2 night stays only throughout the city through June 16th, 2020, or the end of the emergency declaration, whichever occurs earlier. And then it would, am I misstating that a bit?
No, I think you stated it correctly, but now that I think about it, I think it should be driven by the emergency instead of our self-imposed expiration.
Okay, so you would, when it gets brought back, you would remove the June 16th and instead just the emergency declaration? Okay. Okay.
All right, so just to be clear, if I have a week's big reservation on June 1st, that's allowed?
Assuming that motion that has been put forward passes, then you would be allowed to rent short-term lodging starting May 21st, as long as it is at least 3 nights in duration, at least.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Okay. All right, any other public comment from the community room?
Good afternoon, Council. Shannon Horan with Abrams Coastal Properties. I am in favor of lifting the ban, and we are great and understand that 3 nights minimum is. I'd love the ban to be lifted immediately rather than waiting till May 20th, but I understand what needs to happen. So I just wanted to state that we are in favor of your motion, and hopefully we can move forward on that.
Okay, any other public comments from the community room? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the calls. Okay, go ahead. All right, if you can hear me, go ahead with public comment. I think we're having a bad connection.
Can you hear me?
Now I can. Go ahead.
Newport, and I've been a resident since 1989. And I've written most of you regarding this, and I appreciate that the mayor and one or two others got back to me. First, I just want to echo what others have said. You know, everything sounds good on that. I also don't have a problem with the 3-day ban. I'm sorry I'm breaking up because everything I'm saying is being repeated back to me for some reason on my phone. But there were points I wanted to make that I wrote in my letter. I work as a surf volunteer for Newport Beach, and in fact, did 3 COVID-related shifts this last weekend, and I took oil and Matt Bisbee, and I picked a thing about this and getting that thing for reasons.
Sorry, you're still breaking up. If you can find a place in your house that's better for reception, that would be helpful.
Okay, I'll try to go. I was able to talk to the fire chief and Matt Bisbee, who's in charge of CERT, and talk to them about this and pick their brain, as well as hundreds of residents that were wanting to cross the Goldenrod walking bridge. And everybody seemed to think everything was all right now, as long as they were given proper safety instructions and things like that. So trying to remember the talking points I had now that I'm outside. I did look into the hospitals, and a lot of those are actually below full. So I think we've got past the overwhelm stage. And the other thing I wanted to bring up is the cleaning. We do extra cleaning. Before this ordinance even happened, we were practicing all the rules of social distancing. And I actually wrote, because I had 2 nurses in mine and professional management that communicates all the safety rules, not just during this crisis, but even before. We don't want to have parties. We don't want to have stuff that breaks rules and causes undue attention, negative attention to the city. So I think if we communicate all the safety rules and follow up during the screening, that will be fine. The only other thing I wanted to mention is I'd like it also listed today, because the summer is our lion's share of what we make on this, and I got furloughed from my job. I mean, I know that's and my wife had to leave her job to take care of her mom back east, who just passed away. And so we actually really do rely on this to get by.
If you could just finish up, that'd be great.
Okay, all right. I just basically wanted to let you know that we obey the rules. We do have a professional property manager company take care of ours, and we'll continue to do that. And I'd just like the consideration. 3 days isn't a problem, but lifting it sooner rather than even waiting till the 20th.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll go to the next caller.
Thank you.
You bet. Okay, go ahead.
How's it going? My name is Rick. I've been a permanent resident on the peninsula for over 22 years. First off, the basic facts are that there's nothing that's changed with this virus from the time that we enacted, the ordinance to protect the families. Gavin Newsom hasn't changed anything. He actually delayed his order today to open up stuff. And Ms. Dixon, how can you pick and choose who are you going to protect? Whose families are more important? Why is Newport Island's families more important than my family on the peninsula? It just doesn't make any sense, like picking and choosing who you go. And then I ask all of you council members that are sitting right there to look to your left and look to your right. You see that spacing that you guys have against, apart from you guys? What you're proposing is that we have people flying in from LAX 2 times in 1 week, and coming in right next to my home. I mean, if you wouldn't take your family and go, take them to LAX with no mask, no anything, and just stand there for 10 flights of airplanes coming through, that's what you guys are doing. Is these people fly in from all over the U.S. and you're putting them less than 6 feet away from my home because our houses are less than 6 feet apart. I mean, essential services are one thing, but people's vacations are not essential services. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to the next call, please. Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. This is Kate Overman. For orientation, I am a resident on the ocean front. I sent some written comments in. I'm just going to summarize. One is I think that council is trying to do too much here, and staff is proposing a murky set of menus here. The first, and I would propose, as Mr. Valley suggested, the idea of bifurcation for clarity and to be able to manage this issue. So the number one has to do with the emergency ordinance. The council enacted an emergency ordinance which banned all sorts of uses and established a temporal period which extends through May 20. So I would propose that is one item, it's one ordinance, that there's decisions around that ordinance alone. Extend it, defer decisions, leave it as expanded. That's it. The second issue is an issue that is a lot larger, particularly zoning issues with these various modifications that have been proposed relative to our current short-term laws. So they may all proposed modifications may be legitimate or they may not. I don't have an on Newport Island. I do tend to agree with the mayor and other members of the public that one neighborhood should not be singled out without some rigorous system. There may be other neighborhoods that have the same type of problems that should be considered in that type of modification to our housing ordinance. As to the 3 days or more, I personally believe it should be more. But again, these are comments that relate not to the ordinance, but which relate to the city short-term lodging ordinance photos. So I would propose, and then there was another comment about emergency professionals or other first responders. There's no way to administer that. So I asked the council to do 2 things. One is consider clearly item 1, separate item, what are we going to do with the emergency ordinance creating temporal prohibition of short-term lodging? Number 2, if we wish to consider a set of items to potentially modify the ongoing short-term lodging, let's do that in a thoughtful manner. Let's do it and COVID may be one consideration, but it's certainly not the sole one. So let's do that separately, a thoughtful and orderly manner, a subsequent council meeting. So that's my request of council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And she nailed it, right on the dot there. All right, we'll go to the next speaker.
Next speaker.
There we go. All right. Okay, go ahead.
Hello, Council. My name is Donald Abrams. I own a business in Balboa Island, coastal properties. I want to thank you for making this an item of priority before you. I know you've got lots of business. We appreciate your attention. I support Diane Dixon's motion to reopen short-term lodgings. We are good with a 3-day minimum. We have that. We've had that for years. We take no reservations less than 3 days. We're not interested in bringing party groups or one or two nights stays. So we're good with that. This past month was the fourth rental month I've had in 22 years. It's probably no different than many other owners of the beach and around the country. But not only not good for me, it wasn't good for all the owners of properties that we manage. So if the ban can be lifted, this will certainly help everyone. May 20th is a reopen. Be sooner, that would be better. For example, I had a call today from a good friend who lives in Newport who's looking for a place for 3 weeks for his adult daughter and grandchild who need a place for 3 weeks. And I told him we couldn't do anything with regard to that until after the council meeting today when I heard what the new rules might be. So May 20th is good, sooner would be better. I agree with one thing Craig Patley said about possibly bifurcating the Newport Island segment of Ms. Dixon's motion so that if that was challenged, it would affect the rest. So we're done as two separate motions. I think that would be an advantageous way to handle it, in my opinion, but I think Craig had a good idea there. And I want to thank you for moving so expeditiously on this hearing. Now this, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right, next caller, please. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, this is Cindy McCauley. I am a longtime visitor of beautiful Newport Beach. And I just have a couple questions. I know you guys have to do what's best for your city. There's a lot of us that have paid in full for our rentals coming up in the next couple months. And a lot of the realty places are saying, if you do continue the ban, we would not get a refund. We would actually have to reschedule our trip, which is really not possible in all scenarios. Have you guys considered how that looks for those people wanting to travel into the city or to the beach? And from what I understand, and I guess need clarification, is beginning May 20th, what you're saying is as long as you have 3 days or longer as far as your rental goes, we could still come. Anything shorter than 3 days would not be. And that's just, all I have.
Okay, it's three nights. Just wanted to clarify that.
3 nights, yes, sorry.
Yep, no problem. All right, we'll go to the next caller then.
Thank you.
You bet, thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Scott Carpenter with iTrip Vacations. And I just wanted to say thank you to both the staff and the City Council for all of the work that they've done on this effort. As no surprise, we're very supportive of moving to a 3-day ban or a 3-night minimum. I would just urge the council to not to consider time in between rentals. Several organizations, including the CDC, have basically said that extended time not increase or decrease the ability to clean a property and to make it safe for all of the folks. And then the last thing I just remind the council is a majority of the folks who are probably coming to Newport Beach to use a vacation rental or a short-term rental are those who have been separated from family that live here. The majority of who have contacted me about a short-term rental are simply looking to come and visit. Grandparents come to visit grandkids. So it's a great opportunity for us to allow families to start to reunite as we start to exit this crisis. Again, thanks to everybody for all of the efforts, and we really appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Next caller, please. Okay, all right, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Alex Batley. Are we still talking about vacation rental?
We are, go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to speak on the 3-night minimum, 2 nights and 3-night minimums. I actually own an agency that does do 2-night minimum stays, and we've had nothing but success with those stays and no problems, no police calls, no DACs based on the 2-night stays or anything more than any other length of stay. The argument for a 2-night stay versus, let's say, a 1-night stay would be that a 2-night stay is really a 3-day vacation, so that's still a full weekend. A 3-night minimum stay would be a 4-day vacation, which would require people to take most likely 2 days off of work. So you're essentially eliminating anyone coming for a weekend by eliminating 2-night stays. And 2-night stays fill voids and gaps between, different length bookings like 5 nights, 6 nights, things like that. With the advent of Airbnb and VRBO into the industry of vacation rentals, more and more people have had access to book vacation rentals and essentially treat them like their hotel bookings. And so you get a lot more people coming for business trips, and things like that are taking advantage of staying closer to the water or having their own space versus a hotel, and enjoying the city in that way. And it also provides a little more income to the owners. And frankly, we're seeing a lot more of that, shorter stays in general than what used to be historically 7-night minimum bookings. People came for the week. That was kind of traditionally the vacation rental industry if you went back 20 years ago, maybe even 10 years ago. But it's changed more and more towards the shorter stays. And we booked our company, which is a small company. We only manage about 40 plus vacation rentals. We booked about 200 plus stays of 2- and 3-night stays last year. And again, like I said, we had no problems. You can look up the properties we manage for police calls and things like that. And, to take that revenue away from the owners and us, it's going to hurt. And you're going to not be able to fill some of those voids. So I think if it's done responsibly with a viable operator, which I'd say is the majority of the people, a lot of the homeowners that do it themselves, they take pride in what they're doing and, want the guests to have a good experience. I think most of the operators, the larger companies, try and do the same. And so really we're fighting against the few people.
Wrap up.
Okay, we're fighting against the few people that are bad operators that, slam people in there just for income purposes and, maybe sell the property later after a couple of years. And so to punish everyone for that, I don't think, it should happen. So.
All right, thank you very much. We'll go to the next caller.
Okay, I'm up.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Chris. I'm a property owner on the Newport Beach Peninsula, and I'm in favor of removing the short-term lodging ban. I feel that if the council was really concerned about public safety, we would have had all the hotels shut down. And a majority of our renters come from within an hour drive. I'd say about 70% of my renters have come within within an hour drive of Newport Beach. So if the council, please consider removing the short-term lodging ban today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll go to the next caller. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Carmen Rosa. I support the motion put forward by Councilwoman Dixon, and I support the 3 nights minimum. I understand some residents are concerned about people coming here to stay in the short-term rentals. However, they are not different than the people that visit every day. If you live in the Balboa Peninsula, if you live in the ocean front, you can see it not during the day, but during the night. We have thousands of people coming here and congregating at the end of the street. So they are guests come to the short-term lodging units. They are not a higher risk than the people that visit our beaches and our town, our city every day. And I hope that you vote yes, lifting the ban. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next caller, please.
Can you hear?
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, hi, this is Jeff Lawson with Seabreeze Vacation Rentals. I want for the council to take a minute and consider the purpose of the emergency ordinance was obviously to make sure that we don't overwhelm the medical facilities, which we're not in danger of doing anymore. And so I do support Ms. Dixon's ordinance. I support the 3-night minimum, as we always do at Seabreeze Vacation Rentals. I just wonder if she'd be willing to start the 3-night minimum immediately rather than on May 20th, and then extend the 1 and 2 nights to June 12th. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to the next caller, please. We have any more calls? Okay. All right, go ahead.
Larry Fine. My comment would be that I have a property down near the beach, and I use Airbnb as well. And I actually think we should wait at least only do a minimum of 7 to 10 days, just for one more month, just to make sure we're looking okay on this thing. I think 3 days is just too short. You know, we have these people coming into the community to stay for a couple days from LA or wherever, and look at what LA did today. I think we should just wait for one more month and keep it a minimum of, say, 10 days or the 30 days that you have now. That's my only comment. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you. All right, that was the last one. So we'll bring it back to the dais. Ms. Dixon.
Well, these were good comments. I want to amend my motion. I think Craig Batley had a good suggestion to bifurcate it to, so let me just restate it, to remove the ban with the exception of Newport Island, where the ban would continue. And then secondly, or is it a second motion or a second item, is to establish a 3-day minimum stay. I have appreciated some of the comments in the last callers, specifically to be cognizant. Los Angeles, he's right, Los Angeles just today announced that they're going to be continuing to extend their controls. So I'm open to my colleagues' suggestions of when this should take effect. May 20th, I was thinking almost to do it sooner, but I think I'd leave it at May 20th. But I'm open to other suggestions regarding that. So anyway, to separate the two, please. Thank you. Mr. Harp
Yes.
might want to clarify what I just said.
So I think the point, if I'm understanding it correctly, is if the submission was made to the Coastal Commission and Coastal Commission said yes to the 3-day but no to Newport Island, we have a severance clause in our resolution that would allow for the 3-day to still continue.
Yes, there is a severance clause in the ordinance.
So just to be clear, if Coastal said no to one and yes to the other, the yes would still move forward? Or should we have two separate ordinances?
I think it probably makes sense just to vote on, because if Coastal said no to the waiver, you just have to go get a coastal development permit.
Well, that's not a small item to get. It would take some time, a lot of time to get. So
you probably best to, I'm sorry to interrupt. It'd probably best to include language that said that if Coastal doesn't grant the waiver as to Newport Island, then that portion of the ordinance is no longer effective. That might be a way to address the issue.
That's not the severance clause wouldn't take care of that issue?
No, because it'd still be valid. You just have to go get a coastal development permit. It wouldn't invalidate the ordinance.
Oh, I see. So we would still, let me back up for a second. I understand what you're saying. So if we put an ordinance in place and we allowed for, and we had these two items, we have the 3-day minimum or 3-night minimum, we have Newport Island. If we submitted to the Coastal and Coastal said yes on the 3-day, but no on the Newport Island issue, the 3-day ordinance would still be in place because we could get a waiver on that, but the ordinance wouldn't be in place for the other. We'd have to go through to coastal development permit, or do you think we'd actually have a situation where the whole ordinance would have to go to coastal development permit, which would mean that as of May 21st, there'd be no minimum night stay?
Well, I think you're raising some very complex issues. I mean, I think there's arguments that you don't even need coastal's approval during an emergency. So I wouldn't say that the ordinance would be invalid as to either, but they would probably take the position that you need a coastal development permit if they didn't grant the waiver.
Okay.
Can I just add an additional comment? And that doesn't change the motion or the direction that we're just outlining. I just want to add for the public record a comment regarding the circumstances on Newport Island that have contributed to the current anxiety and concern by the residents on Newport Island. And that is another issue that just surfaced recently, that one of the operators, none of the operators that spoke here today, who has the preponderance of permits, has acquired the long-term permits, long-term rental permits of the homeowners, and in turn has converted them into subletting short-term rentals. So this is a phenomena that I don't think we've encountered. Mr. Georges can confirm that we've encountered this before. So I'm just bringing this up for the public record. In 2 weeks when we talk about short-term rentals, I want to know and explore this further about the subletting of long-term agreements and converting those into short-term rentals. I think that is a potential issue for broader concern in the community. So thank you.
Okay. All right, Ms. Brenner. We can come back.
One thing I wanted to add on that is that I've had some people who've been doing some research about short-term rentals, and a lot of cities ban subletting for short-term rentals. So that's something that we will be considering in greater detail. And it sounds to me like with this back and forth, like would we be safer having two ordinances here rather than trying to figure out what Coastal's going to say? And it sounds like it might just be simpler to have the two ordinances.
Thoughts, Mr. Harp?
That's one option. You could break them apart into two separate ordinances if that's something you would like.
Okay. It's probably the safer way. All right, Mr. Herdman. I'm sorry. No?
Just as a point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yep, go ahead, Mr. Muldoon.
Does Mr. Duffield accept the amendment to the motion?
Oh, I was going to come back and have to restate it anyway, but...
Okay, great. Yes, I was going to ask secondly, could you please restate the...
Yeah,
Thank you.
no problem. Yep. All right. So the motion that's on the table right now is a 3-day minimum. You know, actually, we're going to have to modify the motion anyway to break it up into two different. So we probably need to take two different votes. If I'm understanding this correctly, Mr. Harp?
That'd be correct. So it'd be to adopt an ordinance. Actually, you probably could, it'd be adopt an ordinance that just had a ban on Newport Island, and then is it for the duration of the emergency? Councilmember Dixon?
Yes.
For the duration of the emergency, so there'd be no end date for reconsideration of it, and that'd become effective May 20th.
So that would be one motion. And then the other motion would be staff recommendation A and D, with D being a minimum requirement of 3 nights.
Yes, and that'd also be effective May 20th, 2020, or did you guys want to alter that to have it effective sooner?
Okay, it would remain at May 20th. That's the motion. Why don't we take the easier of the two first? I suspect the easier of the two is going to be the minimum night stay. Yeah, I think it's minimum night stay. So why don't we take that one first? So the motion on the table that we would be voting on is recommendation A and D, D being a minimum night stay of 3 nights. Do we have in that and that would extend through? It would be effective May 20th, and it would be extend through the duration of the emergency declaration. Is that acceptable as a second, Mr. Duffield? And that has properly stated your motion, Ms. Dixon. Okay, before we vote, just real quick, one of the issues brought up was whether we need to continue the emergency declaration. My understanding, Mr. Harp, is that the original executive order specifically spoke to that and withdrew the 60-day requirement, but I want to defer to you for just a moment on that.
Yes, that's correct. The proclamation of statewide emergency included a provision that eliminated the requirement that you review it within 60 days and renew it. So that's not a requirement for local entities to do. The emergency will remain in effect until the local governing body terminates its respective local emergency.
Okay. All right. Any discussion on this specific motion? Okay. Seeing none, let's vote.
Prior to reading the vote, I'll read the ordinance title for emergency ordinance number 2020-004, an emergency ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach extending the restrictions set forth in emergency ordinance number 2020-001, prohibiting the issuance of any new short-term lodging permit pursuant to Newport Beach Municipal Code, Chapter 5.95, and requiring a minimum 3-night stay for all short-term lodging rentals. With Councilmember Muldoon voting no, the motion carries 6-1.
Okay.
Thank you. And just for the record, Mr. Mayor, I support the lifting of it, not the restriction of 3 days. Thank you.
Okay. All right. And then the next motion that's on the table is an emergency ordinance to extend the ban on short-term lodging on Newport Island specifically. That has been, that actually hasn't technically been made. Is that your motion, Ms. Dixon? Okay.
I move that, yes.
And the duration would be through the end of the
emergency.
Emergency, okay. And then since you had originally seconded it?
I'll second it.
Okay. All right, Mr. Avery.
I've been thinking about this. In these neighborhood things, my votes, I always consider the right for people to peacefully enjoy their homes. I think that's an incredibly important thing. And given the emergency and the relatively limited time this will go on, I'm going to support Ms. Dixon's motion, and with the caveat that I will not support it generally going forward after the emergency. But I think during this time, I'm going to make an exception to my sort of overall view of not sort of choosing things out of the community to get special attention. But I do understand the pressure they're under, and I'm going to just make the assumption that it's serious enough to warrant this during this time. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Brenner.
I'd just like to add that I think if we vote to approve this, it doesn't dismiss the concerns of other parts of our community that are also suffering because of this. And the frustration expressed by at least one or more of the peninsula residents, especially down near the Wedge, is that those people are suffering exorbitant kinds of misery during this whole time. And it doesn't, just by exempting Newport Island, we're not saying that we're not recognizing that they are really being unduly pressured by this whole thing. So I do support this, but I wish we could support it even more broadly for the ones that really need the help.
Okay. Well, I think I can count, so I think I'm going to take the vote now. So we'll go ahead and take the vote.
And just real quickly, I hate to interrupt, but I think you can adopt emergency ordinance number 2020-003 to cover this issue, but it would just be specific to Newport Island.
If you believe that would be the case, then that's what we'll do. Okay, go ahead and vote.
Okay, then I'll read ordinance title for emergency ordinance number 2020-003, an emergency ordinance of the City of Newport Beach extending the restrictions set forth in emergency ordinance number 2020-1 for Newport Island only, prohibiting 1, the issuance of any new short-term lodging permit pursuant to Newport Code Municipal Code, Chapter 5.95, and or 2, the rental of any lodging unit for a period of 30 consecutive days or less to any person other than a medical professional or emergency responder coming to the City of Newport Beach to aid with the COVID-19 outbreak. With council members Muldoon and Mayor O'Neill voting no, the motion carries 5-2.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you to everyone who came and spoke and wrote in on this issue. Thank you to the council members for good discussion on this. Thank you. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I think this is abundantly clear that we're all trying very hard to figure our way through this one. So I appreciate the efforts here. Okay, so we're going to move into item number 18, which is the review of the CIP. This is not an action item, but it is we will need to provide direction to our city manager for discussion about the CIP. This is, I want to talk real quick because there are a number of conflicts that will arise in our discussion today. So I just want to talk you through how I'd like to handle that. So as Mr. Webb goes through the discussion, what we will do is if you have so we're going to go through the slides here. When we get in, the discussions are going to be divided into 3 areas: the completed or proposed scope reduction projects, which is a return of unused funds to the balance, the projects in progress and proposed to keep moving. If you have specific questions about any of those first 2, which I think that we will probably only need to discuss one of them, and that's probably the trolley, and we'll get back to that in a moment. But if you have any discussion about the first 2, I need you to let me know which specific one you'd like to talk about, so that we can note any conflicts and discuss that specific one. When we get into item number 3, or the third one, which is the recommendations on deferral, there are a number of conflicts that have been highlighted, and so what we will do is we'll need to the recommendation from staff on this third category is to defer all of the third category, and if you're looking at your packet, it's 18-13 and 18-14. That the recommendation is to defer all of those. If there is a specific one when we get to those slides that you would like to talk about, please, we will note first. I'll ask all of you to let me know if you'd like to speak to any of them. If you'd like to speak to any of them, and this is for both slide 13 and slide 14. I'm sorry, the slides that are found on packet 18-13 and 18-14. If you'd like to talk to any of those specifically, I need you to let me know, which I will stop when we get to those slides, ask you to tell me which ones you'd like to talk about. I'll mark it down, and then we will go through each one of those, because there will be people who will need to declare conflicts. So I hope that's clear. Okay, great. Sorry, there's a bunch of, the conflicts on this are a little bit onerous, so I want to just make sure I was clear with everyone before we started going. All right, Mr. Webb, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Tonight we are going to be talking about our capital improvement program, and a little different format tonight. We're going to be doing a little slideshow first. I'm going to make sure it's working. Not working. you can just trip that next slide for me. We're going to be talking about both the current program. Council asked specifically to bring back the current adopted program. So a couple documents we're going to be looking at for those in the audience. This is our current program. We'll be referencing our 1920 capital improvement program first. The mayor made reference to a series of projects. In your packet, you had a handout which has all those specific projects, including the 3 categories. So if you want to talk to any of those, as the mayor referred to, we can go to that. And then after we talk with the current program, we'll be moving over to the proposed program. We pulled this forward specifically because normally we talk about this in 2 weeks, but being here tonight, we thought it'd just be appropriate. And you've already seen this document, and you've also had an early look at it, so it should be familiar with you. So moving on that, we're going to start with the current program. Again, reminder, it's 102 projects, and it's about $93 million we adopted. As the mayor referenced, the city manager and the finance folks and public works took a look at this program in detail just recently, and we put together the attachment B, and in there was a series of projects in 3 categories. The first category is projects that are basically done or we reduce the scopes. The second category was projects we felt we need to keep in progress and keep moving on. And there's another group of projects that had a lot more discretionary funds and decisions, and we'd like to talk to you a little bit about that more specifically. So in that first category, just for your reference, and you took an action item on this last meeting, April 28th, we basically found $2.2 million in unused funds. We've now removed that out of the budget, put that back in the base funds. Of that, there was about $1.2 million worth of general fund related. In there, I'll note there were 3 projects that we reduced the scopes. They're on the screen for you. One was the abandoned watercraft. We have a grant, if you recall, $175,000. So the amount we kept in there was the grant plus the match. That seems to be adequate for the coming year. We also reduced our beach and sand management program down to $200,000, and our harbor bulkheads and seawalls down to $200,000. Also in that was this next group of programs. This is projects in progress, and we thought we want to keep them moving. There's about 54 of them, again, on attachment B. That totaled $33 million, and of that, there's about $13.4 million in general fund related projects. One of the big ones in there I noted on the slide up above, and I put this on there, there's about $1.9 million in our FMMP program, our facility maintenance program. And there's a summary down below of the projects that are coming to you with the award dates coming on it. The couple of them they haven't been awarded yet. The 2 April ones are going to be coming in your June meetings. And that kind of shows what we're working on, including police facility remodels in there. So we wanted to keep that rolling. There's only a couple $100,000 left in that, and we'll reprogram that. And then the last program in this, we actually took a little more in depth. We needed a little more guidance on this. In the ones that are currently moving now is our Peninsula Trolley program. And as we started looking at it, we're normally warming this program up in this May month. And we started realizing we're going to have some issues with this program. So staff looked at it a little further, had a couple of thoughts on this. We thought originally about postponing it. We gave a couple dates on that. With further discussion, we reached out to OCTA and started inquiring, could we take this and roll it another year? Could we just postpone it this year? Because we are concerned with the current governor's orders and where things are. We just really can't figure out how we're going to run this system if we have to social distance and you've got a trolley with 24 seats on it and you're only going to handle 8 people, and how long that's going to be going for. So actually with this, staff's going to recommend that we cancel the program this year and move the program over to the year into the following year. We're in year 4. This is year 4 out of a 7-year program, so we'd just run 4 more years. But we would like council's concurrence on that. What we need to do with your concurrence is we'll formulate a letter from the city manager, send it to OCTA, then they'll just put it in the file and they'll roll that money over 1 more year. So that needs some action tonight by you folks. And I don't know if you want to do that now, Mary, you want to take that?
Yeah, no, I'd like to do it now as we move through this. I mean, I tend to agree. Does anyone disagree with that? I have a hard time. Yeah, I don't know who would use it.
I don't know how many people would get on it.
Yeah.
I support that to extend it over to a year, postpone it for 1 year.
Okay.
We apologize for that. It's probably the best move right now.
That's the right decision.
You should apologize.
Sorry. We love that.
You do not need to apologize for what we're going through. Dave, it's okay. All right, understood. Go ahead.
So we have direction on it. Thank you very much. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to our city manager. She's going to give some background reference on some funding, and then we'll get back into the CIP.
Yeah, and this will be just real quick. In setting up now and talking about that third category of those projects that we're recommending to defer out for a year, and I'll just very briefly, this slide the next two slides were gone over by the finance director at our last meeting that talked about the budget status. So I just want to set the framework for why we got to the dollar amount that we did and how it's integrating with how we're looking at stopping up the gap that we are estimating for the 2021 budget. So as you see, as it's illustrated here, is that there are, from the general fund, several transfers that are done for capital project funding purposes. And the kind of arrows and the middle piece tells you what we had planned to do to fully fund our program before the COVID-19 pandemic hit. But as you can see, what we're looking at is to reduce that down so that what we end up with is almost 17 million that we would adjust and not have that transfer out, and that helps us in terms of funding that gap for us in the revenue declines that we have. So that's how the setup is in terms of how we framed up the projects that we have are looking in this next section, because the projects that are funded in this current year will then have a direct impact on the transfers that we need to fully fund our projects plan, which goes on for a multi-year phase. So we straddle years here, so it's the current year funding along with proposed funding in the next budget that will go towards helping, we talked about a tiered approach to looking at closing up that gap, and the capital funding side is a priority piece of this. It's the second tier of looking at those reductions. So I just wanted to set that framework up for you as you look at these projects.
So before we do that, our city clerk has reminded me that I needed to have taken a straw poll on the trolley issue. So if you're in favor of Mr. Webb's recommendation, please raise your hand. Okay,
that was unanimous, 7-0.
All right. Okay, so as we get into this discussion, I'm going to trust that everyone has actually taken the time to review the items that were in the staff report on this particular point. The reason I'm going to do that is because I would need everyone to declare conflicts immediately if we wanted to go through and speak to each of these items. But instead, what I'll suggest is this page and then the next one. So we're going to look at this one first. The recommendation from staff is to defer these projects. If there is a particular project that you'd like to speak to that would essentially save it from being deferred, then I'd like you to let me know. I will say that there are two that I'd like to, there are 4 on this page that I'd like to speak to. I'd like to speak to the central, or the lecture hall, the junior guards building, Grant Howell, and Lido Fire Station. Ms. Dixon, is there something else?
Could you just clarify deferred?
Yep. So not canceled.
Okay.
Yep, not canceled. It would be a recommendation for a deferral. The reason, and this is important, so I'll just clarify this for just a moment. The slide that the last 2 slides that our city manager was showing shows that if we want to move forward with a lot of the projects in our CIP, what we have to do is we need to be able to, of course, make sure the funding is there. And so the way we've directed our funding for capital improvement projects in the past, could you go back a slide, please, is we've set up buckets. These buckets of funds have been where the sources of the funding comes from. So the facilities financing plan is essentially where we do most of our bigger projects. That's where money comes in from both the general fund and also from from developer fees. The general fund CIPs, that's essentially just straight from the general fund into the CIP projects. Neighborhood enhancement fund, that is what we do. That's money we set aside in the general fund when we have a surplus. Half of the money will go into the neighborhood enhancement fund, typically. The other half toward long-term liabilities. Facilities maintenance plan, that is exactly what it sounds like. And then Harbor and Beaches master plan, that is also exactly what it sounds like. It's just non-FFP that is harbor-related CIP. So what we need to be able to do is we need to be able to not transfer at least $16.9 million in order to reach what our anticipated shortfall will be. You may recall in our last meeting, we were talking about tiers. So this is the 3rd tier of 16.9. And it's at least 16.9 because if we choose to defer more than 16.9, then that's money that we don't have to take out of our general fund contingency reserve, which is the tier 4. So it's not that we need to find 16.9 exactly, it's that we need to find at least 16.9, if not more, and that's when we come to the next slide. So we'll go to the next slide here. On the next slide, and then the slide after this, but stay on this for a moment. Yeah, that's okay, I messed you up. So so on this slide, and then we'll talk about the next one. It is helpful to take a look at this, remembering that the Neighborhood Enhancement Facilities Financing Plan and General Fund, CIP, those are all monies that would be coming out of the general fund. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to just stay on this particular slide first. If you would like to talk to any of these items on this one, let me know, and then we'll go to the next slide afterward, and then you let me know on the same thing. Then what we can do is we can go item by item, discuss, and if you have a conflict, we can have you step out as a conflict matter. So I want to talk lecture hall, Junior Guard building, Lido Fire Station, and Grant Howell. All right, Ms. Dixon, anything else on this slide that you would want to speak to?
I think I asked the question about the deferral.
Got it.
And just to further clarify on the deferred items, so how will they come back into being in terms of activating them if the economic situation were to improve? Do we authorize the city manager to bring them back forward, or how will that work?
Well, there are multiple ways. Tell me if I'm misstating what I think it is. The answer is, as opposed to past years where we essentially look at the budget, we approve the budget, and the finance committee just ensures that the revenue is coming in properly. We review about mid-year just to check in on things, and then we review again at fiscal year end. The anticipation is that given that we just can't predict exactly what next year will look like, we'll be reviewing our budget probably at least quarterly to find out. If we find the revenue is coming in better than we anticipate, then yes, we would be re-reviewing our expenditures, including CIPs. If we're finding that it's not, then we would probably review this in a year as part of our annual budget review, CIP review again.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. Brenner.
I had a question about our lecture hall and the junior lifeguard building. Because they are raising money for these projects?
Sorry, we'll come to those. Right now, I just need to know if you want to pull any of these off for discussion.
And do you want to know recusals at this time?
Not yet.
Not yet,
No,
okay.
not yet. Mr. Muldoon?
I have recusals because 2 of my items are ones you brought up, but I can hold them.
Yeah, just hold them for now. Yeah, so I just want to know if there are any that you want to pull off for discussion about potential non-deferral. That's it.
So essentially, the default is that these items on this list will be deferred.
Yes.
Unless we want to contend.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, let's go to the next page then.
Could I just make 2 points, Mr. Mayor, before we go on? There are a couple that we're actually going to ask to remove out of the budget. And if you go down, I didn't point those out, I was just looking. I have a note here, but if you go down to the 5th one, it says Balboa Village Facade Improvement Program. We've had no activity, so we thought at the end of this year, we would just pull that money out and go back to fund balance. 2 more projects down, Dover Shores Traffic Study. We've been out in the neighborhood for a long time. There's been no activity since fall of 19. I don't know if we're going to get any, so we're going to take that out. Should that community come back and sign the petition and bring it to council, we could talk about reinstating the fund, but we'd recommend you remove that. And just one more note, we are designing the fire station, and that's set to bid this fall, so we might want some guidance on that.
I'm pulled that one out. Yeah. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay. I have none that I want to pull out from this item.
And if I could give 2 more comments on this
Go
slide.
ahead. As long as it's not Ocean Boardwalk or streetlight rehab.
Okay.
If you want to talk to either of those, then you just need to wait until we declare conflicts.
I will leave Ocean Boardwalk out. Just some good news on the third to the bottom, the vessel pump outs. We did apply for a state grant. We just were told we awarded that grant to replace those pump outs. So we'll only need about $32,000 of that 125. That would be the match to the state money, but we'd swap that out and ask that we keep that so we could replace those stations in the future.
Okay. Ms. Dixon.
Newport Pier, so where are we on that?
Yeah, we'll pull that one out.
Okay.
For discussion, no problem. Okay, any other discussions? All right, let's go back to the slide before. Yeah, so I wanted to actually take both those together that Ms. Brenner was just referencing, the Junior Guards building and the library lecture hall. Here's my suggestion, which is why I wanted to pull this out and just discuss. we do need to defer the capital costs at least a year. There's no way either is going to get built in the next year. And I think that I can't really anticipate a situation where anyone would think otherwise. I do think we ought to at least include some of the design costs in our capital expenditures.
If I could interject on that too, just to lay out of the columns here, that first column you see that's shaded is expenses to date, and in that particular project, the council's already awarded the design contract, and those costs are shown in that column, so they're not shown as the amount that you want to defer, i.e. the design would keep going, we defer the construction.
I didn't understand it that way.
Yeah, so
okay, well then.
Several of the designs are already underway. I made a little notes here, it's currently under design, so that means you've awarded a contract. For instance, Newport Balboa Meetings, the first one is under design, but the construction money is still not programmed. After that last column too, we added on here next year's funding, actually this year's budget, that we're going to talk about next. So if you defer the project, you're also deferring money in this budget, which is already programmed in here.
Yeah, I mean, okay. All right, in light of that, then I would suggest that it's a simple deferral. I didn't realize that the design money was already programmed in on the expenses. Oh, well then that's the only reason I pulled them to talk about.
We can keep moving and get to a conclusion, but the construction is then deferred out.
Yeah, and to Ms. Brenner's point, we haven't even gotten to a draft yet of the, so the subcommittees that I'm on both of them, we actually haven't gotten to a draft yet of the money that would be coming in. We were about to start putting pen to paper on that, and then COVID happened. So they're not exactly, there's not a mad rush at the moment for that. But go ahead.
What I was going to ask and suggest was that we allow them to move forward with fundraising. And so whatever we needed to do to facilitate that and make that possible, that they could be using this time to really get a head start on that.
Yeah, we can do that. It is a bit of a challenge on our end to do that, only because in both cases, what they'll want is a commitment from the city to fund it by a certain date, probably. And so I'd have to bring that back to council. Yeah, I know, this is the challenge. So I will tell you, the lecture hall committee has not met with the folks who would be representing the lecture hall. The lecture hall subcommittee for council members has not met with the folks on the other side of the table, which would essentially be Larry Tucker and others. And the reason we haven't is because this happened. So he, and I've talked to Larry, he does understand. He understands the deferral issue. So, and they're not pushing back on it at the moment. So we can certainly start working through. I think the challenge is going to be the city's commitment. And so I would need a lot of, I'd need, which we haven't scheduled for today, but I would need to have advice from council probably before we would do that. So we can do some kind of draft, but I would need, we wouldn't be able to negotiate too far with them until I got better go ahead. And that's true for junior guards too, I think.
I guess, they could, these organizations can certainly, what's publicly known now is that it's being deferred, it's not being canceled. So on that basis, there's a slight amount of risk, but it's up to them, I guess.
Yeah, we can work with them. It would just be, it's more of a challenge now than it was before. Yeah. All right, I'm sorry, are you done, Ms. Brenner? Okay, Mr. Muldoon.
Thank you. So I don't know, first for the audience at home, we would be deferring for the library lecture hall, 7.34 million. For lifeguard junior building, 3.05 for the planned budget of 2021. And is that correct, Mr. Mayor? Is that a correct synopsis, Dave?
I need clarification on deferral because we're just about at the end of this fiscal year. So what I'm hearing a deferral means not into next year, but into the following year. We're pushing it out a whole year plus a month.
Yep.
And then council can always pull it forward, but we'll program it a year and a month from now.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's how I understand it. So those at home know that that's 10 million right there that we basically put off until we know what's going to happen. And I don't know if you want me to put in that form of motion or just straw vote.
Well, it's okay. I'll take a straw vote. But I do want to defer over to our city manager because Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'll just note that it's 10 million budgeted, but the funding source for that was supposed to, how we put in the budget was 50-50 with the contributions coming in. So
Thank you.
in terms of the
So it's
$5
million.
yeah, 5 million
Excellent. Thanks for
would be
pointing that
that.
out.
And then also, I think there is that direction then, because we have let out design contracts for both of these. And so that's what we would continue on the design pieces for that.
So that would be the 600,000 for the lecture hall and the 420 that's already in the far left column.
That includes the design right now.
Yeah, so that's going
Already
to
encumbered.
continue to do what you've been doing. Contracts have been entered, that's fine. Okay, I think it's pretty clear.
And if I could just make, I actually need a staff clarification on the junior lifeguards. We have 130,000 under FFP. Is that needed for design, or is that not needed? So that could be deferred.
Right now, it's not needed. We encumbered the money for design, and that was what's left in the budget that has not been encumbered.
That
So,
would actually go into the construction side then? when
it
needed
would move
later.
over to construction.
Okay, so, yeah.
Very good.
Okay. All right. So on those two, the deferral of a year, I need a straw vote. So all in favor, just raise your hand. Okay, that's unanimous, Ms. Brown. So at this point, I know that the other two that I'm going to call up will have conflicts. So we'll start with Grant Howland Park.
Yeah, so this time, Mr. Mayor, I have a conflict on both items, Grant Howland Park and Lido Fire Station, due to installation of telecom devices or hardware, and I have business interest from former employer in telecom business. Thank you.
All right, and then Ms. Brenner, we'll start with Grant Howland first. Sorry, you need to declare the conflict. Yep.
I have a conflict on Grant Howland Park because of real property interest.
Okay, great, thanks. Okay, so I actually recommend that this go forward. And the reason I recommend this go forward is this is a unique project. It's been in the works for a really long time. It's not what I would call a true general fund project because of the amount of money that's being used for park and lieu funds. That's the Quimby funds. It's a project that we've had long planned, and like I said, it doesn't exist in a vacuum the way that a true general fund project would normally be considered. So this was something we've talked a lot about. This is ready to go out for bid pretty quickly, and this is one of those times where you see a lot of neighborhood enhancement aspect of it. So I recognize, and this goes back to a couple of the items that were in our consent calendar, where they were fairly large items, but they come from restricted funds. They come from areas where you really need to be paying attention to where they're coming from. So that's essentially what I think we've seen on Grant Howland Park. So do we have any discussion up here? But this is the one I would like to pull off and actually move forward with.
In addition to the funding source, I think we need to be careful about pulling anything that has safety issues as well. And there are certainly safety issues in this measure, sidewalks and that type of thing, important safety issues that need to be rectified at this park and in this project.
That's true too. All right, Mr. Avery.
Yeah, just given the little difference in the funding, but also just how long this has taken, how much we've invested in it, I just can't see it sitting and nothing happening. It really needs to go forward.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then why don't we just take a straw vote on this, moving forward on this one? Raise your hand. All right. Unanimous among the five of us. All right. We'll bring back Ms. Brenner for the discussion about Lido Fire Station. Okay. I'm going to say something that I didn't really think I'd ever say up at the dais, but let's talk about financing something. So the Lido Fire Station right now is a $9.1 million project. Sorry, is that right? So 4.5 is already being expended, 9.1 in the facilities financing plan.
Yeah, the 4.5, remember, there's right away in there. We bought the property.
That's right.
And there is a little added next year, about 450 to bring it up to what we think the estimate is.
Got it. Yeah, so it's kind of a quick reminder that one of the ways that we can also get above and beyond is by looking at this as a, so if you have a 10-year, I'm saying it. If we finance this over 10 years, what you can find very quickly is that you're keeping essentially under $1 million a year or so in financing for 10 years. You can absorb that pretty quickly in a budget like ours. And on top of all of that, this alone actually finds the 8.5 that we would need to move forward with, have the project move forward. You're also saving the 8.5 in the coming year from the general fund into the FFP. So essentially, if you do this, if we move forward with this project, but on a financing basis, we make that funding gap. We move forward without that funding gap very quickly, and also any amounts that we save on any of these other projects out of the general fund is money that we don't have to take out of the contingency reserve. And worst case, you end up taking that money out of the contingency reserve in future years to pay, but it's a much slower burn. So. Like I said, didn't really think I'd be saying that, but also didn't really anticipate being mayor during a year of a pandemic. So I think that we ought to move forward with this project, but on a financing basis over a 10-year period, maybe longer if the financing shows that it makes sense. But I think that we ought to be angling toward 10 years. Any discussion on this? No.
That's a good idea.
Okay. All right. Well, then, if you're in favor, just put your hand up. Okay. Unanimous. All right, we'll bring back Mr. Muldoon. We have one more project to discuss, which would be the Newport Pier building platform and piles. I think I'm guessing Ms. Dixon has the same question I have, which is, should we move forward with this? What are we doing here? It's sort of changed from time to time.
And thank you. I'll give you just a quick overrun. This particular project primarily is replacing all the old piles at the end of the Newport Pier. As you imagine, we've had a building out there for years and years, and those piles under them we can't get to. So our first thought was, when we were going to get rid of the building, let's take care of the pile work down below. So we do have a large project here. Understand the current need. There's also a building at the end we're not quite sure what to do with. Our recommendation, we were going to come to your next meeting with a design award for this. It's about $350,000. My guess, between getting the design done and getting through the coastal permit process, we're probably looking at 8 months to a year, way before we can even do the construction. So I know there's a goal to take the building down, but I would recommend at this point, I would at least start the design, and then you could hold off on the construction, but we do need to get going on something. I'm a little worried. If we get a big storm, you got some real old timbers at the end there, we should probably address them. It is Tideland's money, by the way, which is, I know, connected to general fund, but yeah, I think it's Tideland's capital primarily.
All right, Mr. Avery.
That building is the worst looking building in town out there. Just the only thing that people just don't notice it, but if you go by it in a boat or you walk out there, it's pretty dramatic, just sort of going to the seed. And the other thing is, I think Dave is absolutely correct about the winter storms. Those that have been around the water, they've definitely increased in terms of their velocity and their suddenness. And so it's much better to shore up the pier sooner than later instead of having to rebuild a large part of it because of a big storm. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Dixon.
Yes, I support this. We've been hoping we'd put a restaurant out there. We can't continue to wait for that to be consummated. Maybe it will be, but we still need to do, most importantly, we need to do the infrastructure repair for the pier. So I fully support that and keeping it on a go-forward basis. Thank you.
I just want to ask clarification on both of your comments first, if you don't mind, before I get to Mr. Herdman. There are two options available to us. The first one is move forward with the design, move the construction out into the following fiscal year. So not this coming fiscal year, but the one after, sorry.
But we could get the application into the coastal in the meantime, right?
We could get the design done and then put the application in and get that process started.
Yeah, so it does matter, though, in terms of the budgeting, because the capital is going to be more expensive than the design. So if we plan for the next fiscal year for design and submission only, and then we plan the following year for construction, that's a different budgeting process than if we were trying to plan for the full project in the next fiscal year. So I just want to make sure, well, because it'll matter for when I do a straw poll. Are you, which one are you recommending we do out of your comments? Mr. Avery?
Sooner than later on the shoring up of the pier.
Okay.
Well, this is taking it from Tidelands too. It's not general fund.
It could be. We do transfer some money into the harbor capital from general fund, but
I do think from the risk factor.
so it's a program, the whole thing into the next fiscal year. Okay.
I mean, it's a long time in need.
All right, Mr.
We would
Herdman.
rebudget this then in the next
Yeah,
year.
it would be a rebudget. Yeah, Mr. Herdman.
Dave, we could classify this as a safety issue as well.
I think you're going to get to that point at some point. Again, we got a derelict building out there. We at least need to address that. We've got fire issues and stuff, but I am concerned. I've talked to some of the old engineers that some of those piles they say are more than 70 years old. We just can't get to them, so we need to get out there.
Mr. Duffield.
Thank you. I just real fast would encourage our design staff to use composite pilings and not wood pilings. Thank you.
There you go.
I can talk to you later about that.
All right. Then what we'll do is I'll take a straw poll on moving forward with this in the next fiscal year as a whole project. So if you support that, it's the dollar amount on this is 1.9 out of Tidelands operations and Tidelands capital. So if you're sorry, I need to take it one more time. Okay.
That was 6-1 with Councilmember Muldoon.
Did you want to say anything? Sorry. Yeah. Go. Which one?
I wanted to ask Dave to clarify on the Marine Avenue rehabilitation portion that this is just trees, benches, and island drainage. This is not the
Sorry,
whole...
hang on. If you're going to ask about that, we do have a conflict.
Oh, okay, right.
That's okay. So Mr. Herdman will declare a conflict based on real property interests. So just a moment.
Yeah, I have a conflict based on real property interest.
Okay.
What...
hang on.
Okay, all right.
I know that we have to wait. All right, now you can ask. Go ahead.
Okay. That this is not where we're talking about taking the businesses down and really rehabilitating the street, because I would like to see that postponed for probably 5 years. Our Balboa Island businesses, I don't think, could handle anything that was really disrupting business. So this is just drainage and trees and benches, correct?
Actually, this was the project in our budget that was going to rehabilitate the street, not the buildings, just the street. So what we're recommending, again, deferral of this, because we currently have a lot of things going on the island between the trees and the benches we'll have to get back to after this event. We have drainage going on. I don't know if now's the time to design that street. We have a lot of decisive cross currents we have to work through, so it's going to take some community effort. But for now, we're recommending you just defer that, because that was the money for that project.
Okay. So you're not talking about doing any benches or...
Up above, there was money for benches too,
Okay,
but you're
okay.
recommending deferring that too,
Okay.
so we'll just let that sit for the year.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, that's good questions. We defer the pain for a little while. Yeah. Anyway, okay. So we'll bring it back. We have no further discussion. So let's
Can I make one more
when Mr. Herdman comes.
request before we?
Oh, I'm sorry. Hang on one second. What was
This has to do with the oceanfront bicycle safety improvement project, and I think you had a concern about oceanfront. Is that
This is Ocean Boulevard and parking lot improvement?
No, it's the one right below that, and I was going to speak to that if I could, just once Mr. Herdman comes back.
I'm sorry. Which one are we on?
It's 5 down, oceanfront bike safety improvement.
Right under boardwalk.
There's no conflict on that item.
Okay.
All
So
right, hang
staff
on.
was going to request.
I'm sorry, Mr. Webb. Hang on. We need to get Mr. Herdman back in. Okay, go ahead.
This project was originally put in with Councilmember Dixon working with the community, and since that time she's had some great community meetings, and the folks have moved more towards a study of the splitting of the trails, which is the project above it. So I don't think we need this, Diane. I don't think we need the $75,000 anymore. I'd recommend we pull that out and we focus on that 350 once you get done deferring it above. So this project I don't think is needed anymore. I just recommend we take that out, put it back to fund balance. It's
Okay.
$75,000 in general fund.
All right, sounds good. Sorry. Yeah, but no, go ahead, Ms. Brenner. Which one?
On the Ocean Boulevard concrete pavement, I'm fine with deferring that, but there are a couple of safety issues down there where we were talking about extending the sidewalk and where you come up the China Cove ramp, there is a safety issue with people turning there and people walking on that ramp. So if there's a way that we could maybe do some safety measures there sooner rather than later, that would be helpful. I'm not recused on this because I'm not that close to the ocean.
Yep, that's true. Okay. But don't worry, work really hard. Someday you will be. Anyway, okay, so we'll keep moving. All right. Proposed fiscal year 2020-21. All right, go ahead.
To that point, there was a planned sidewalk along right above Fernleaf on the drive down. That was one of the safety. If you wanted us to do the sidewalk work, I don't know what that would cost you. We could just do the design and include that and forget about all the pavement for now. If council so chooses, we take a little money. I have to work with the city manager how much we need. We wouldn't need all this. That's the entire project budget.
Right.
Okay.
So we'll work with Grace on that. So do we have final direction, sir, on all this?
Yes, you do.
Okay. Let's move on to the next budget then. I'm going to turn our attention to this coming up budget. And it has to do with this, by the way, I should introduce this budget. Per the city manager's guidance, we've produced a 6-year budget for you now. It's a little different. If you go through it, you're going to see a focus on next fiscal year and then 5 following years. We used to have kind of a look ahead, but now we've actually tried to program it. So that's why you're going to see some number differences. The current budget for 6 years has 127 projects in it. It's about $236 million, $237 million. And again, remember, it starts getting less detailed as you go further out. We brought our master plans into it. We looked at the FFP and other things, looked at the programming and started putting those projects in those out years. But then we really want to focus in on the 2021 year. And in that budget next year, we had 99 projects programmed, about $113 million. So on this next slide, you'll see this is the category breakdowns for the next fiscal year, not the entire 6 years. And you'll see how many projects are in each. You've had a chance to look at your budget, so I won't belabor unless you have questions on this. And then as we go to the next slide, what I did is I pulled out the significant new projects in here. And again, you'll see those projects. There's a couple conflicts if you want to talk about any one of these. And you'll see the funding of those projects. And I put the funding source on the side. Some of those are general funds, some are gas tax, et cetera. So I might stop here if there's any questions on any big significant projects.
Now, to be clear, you're not recommending, are you recommending deferring these? Because I thought the only ones that, no.
No,
Okay.
none of these on this list. There could be a couple in a slide coming up I'm going to talk about, but I just want to let you know there's some big projects in there. These are significant, so I want to make sure you were aware of that if you hadn't had a chance to go through this budget. You saw most of these on the early look back in March. So let's go to the next slide, and again, it just is a breakdown of the summary of funding. The 113, if you're looking for where the funding is coming from, this is by fund. You'll see the various funds in there. And then, again, the next one on the new funding we're putting in, $48 million of new funding. That's not the rebudget. You'll see, again, the breakdown by fund on that slide if you're looking for information. So this next slide then gets to the question, should you want to do anything with the coming up year? The projects on this list are all new projects with discretionary money in it. So I broke down the same table for you there, and you can see the general fund, et cetera, through it. And then it also has the out year on that, future plan budgets. These are projects that should you choose you need additional funds or you want to reserve money, we could look at reserving some of these. One of note, though, the alley project, the first construction kind of ties into the AD districts like 117. There's AD money that goes in here too, but there is $400,000 in general fund to do some of that work. Cliff Drive mobility, you've seen some traffic on that. That was per council discussion. We talked about doing some additional studies. That money was going to be programmed next year to look at Cliff Drive and maybe things there. Cliff Drive Clubhouse is in Cliff Drive Park, and it needs to be replaced. I hear it can last another year, but we were planning on putting it in next year as a new item. Collins Avenue Bridge is a design for the bridge going to Collins Island. It could also probably wait. It's the next bridge on our bridge list for replacements. Maybe some discussion on it. It does go to a private island, but it's a public bridge. The concrete replacement program on there, along with the slurry program, are our 7-year programs. I put these on here because there's significant general fund involved. You could defer that a year. We're on a 7-year program. If you felt you need the money, you could move that to 8 years. If not, it'd be good to keep that. There are maintenance functions. We keep that going. We also have some FMMP money we talked a little earlier about. Next year, we're going to only put $1 million in. Typically, council puts $1.5 million. The sheet after this can explain the programs that we have next year for the FMMP, if you want to look at that. And then Jamboree Road pavement is a design to get ahead on the design of that. I would note, too, that the thing I've seen from past crises, and I hate to make opportunities out of crises, but if we get some designs on the shelf and there's a stimulus package coming through and there's money available, we're oftentimes able to grab money. So it's good that you moved the designs already on the last series. In here, if we get some more ready, some pavement money comes, we could grab it, having something on the shelf. So we would encourage maybe doing that project. Storm drain repairs, we need a couple little things in there. There are a couple little projects that we had in mind up in Broadmoor up here, and there's one down towards the harbor. There is $200,000 in general fund there. Could be moved. And the next one on that is the design of the pavement for Lido Island Ring Road. We're doing the water lines this year. This would be the design of the repavement. And then you also asked us to add in the West Coast Highway Phase 4 medians by the mobile home park. There's $100,000 in this next budget for that too, and that could be deferred if you so choose. So these are all ones that you could defer depending on what kind of revenue you're trying to save.
All right, so we're going to handle the conflict situation the same way we just did, which is if there, let's assume for a moment that the recommendation is deferral of all of these. If you would like to speak to any of these, to save from deferral, and I'm just going to read, actually, unfortunately, I apologize in advance, there are half of them that I'd like to actually talk to, which include the concrete, hang on. Kevin, that's not how this one works. You can come back. All right, concrete replacement program. Jamboree Road pavement. Slurry seal. Storm drain replacement. I'm sorry, storm drain repair. And then the Via Lido outer ring. Are there any that I just, any other which that I did not reference that you would like to discuss?
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
So the Lido is really tied with the water pipe replacement, correct? The water main replacement?
The Lido is repaving the street after we get done with this year's water main.
They're linked?
They are linked in some ways, along with all the other construction that's been breaking up the streets out there.
Okay. Any other projects? Mr. Avery, did you have something? Okay.
I think there's some things here clearly that we can defer, and then the mayor's pointed out, listening to him, going for these pretty serious public works projects that, I guess my couple questions, obviously there's a ranking and ordering in your mind, I'm sure.
I apologize. Because there's a bunch of conflicts on this item, I just need to be able to pull out specific projects so we can have people declare conflicts, and then I'll call on you first.
Great, thanks.
Okay. Mr. Muldoon.
Thank you. Just traditionally, conflicts are declared before, so I just want to note for the record I left when the auctioneer was listing off all the items, Mr. Webb. Mr. Hart, would you like to declare any conflicts that I had when Mr. Hart was speaking that I may have missed?
So you have conflicts on the Bevel Island CDM microtransit feasibility study, as well as the undergrounding District 113, the traffic signal rehabilitation program. And that is all, and they're all related to business interests.
Okay, thank you. So when Mr. Webb was giving that presentation, I had to excuse myself for business conflict interest. Thank you.
Yeah, my apologies. I did not get the conflicts marked on these things.
Okay. Any others,
Well,
Ms.
I have a
Dixon?
conflict.
Well, yeah, I'll go line by line. No, okay. So let me just read them out, because if people don't, if we might be able to just handle them pretty quickly. Concrete replacement program. Anyone have a conflict on that one? Jamboree Road. I'll look at Mr. Harp. Jamboree Road.
So let me just announce the conflicts for this one and see if anyone disagrees of the ones that you highlighted. So I already announced Councilmember Muldoon's conflicts. The only other one would be Councilmember Dixon regarding the slurry seal program on Balboa Peninsula and West Newport. And so that would be the end of the conflicts.
Oh, okay. So, all right, I'll tell you what, we'll take concrete replacement program, Jamboree Road, and storm drain, and then we can handle the other two that would have Ms. Dixon's conflicts. The reason I pulled these, and I'll just talk to these three only, you know what, I'm sorry. I was about to step on, I was going to say, okay. The reason I pulled these is because out of these particular ones, oh, I'm sorry, hang on one second. Mr. Harp, the concrete replacement program also says Lido Isle. Does that affect Ms. Dixon as well?
She does not have a conflict on that one.
Okay. So the reason that I pull these out, these are the kinds of projects you defer, they get more expensive because you just have to do them. It's not a situation where we can't not do them. We eventually do have to do them, and the longer you allow it to go, the more expensive it becomes. So you're essentially putting additional costs on future budgets in a way that just is not a great, it's not a great approach. Anyway, Ms. Dixon.
Just to follow up on that comment, I was talking with Mr. Webb today on some of these programs, and given that we are in economic challenge, certainly nationally, there is an expectation, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that labor costs and material costs may be more competitive as we go forward because people will be looking for work.
We have seen that in prior downturns, that it gets a little more competitive. So I would expect to see in some cases, maybe our fire station or some of our bids start going down. I don't know where the asphalt is. Obviously, the oil prices have gone way down, so maybe we'll see some decreases in things
So
like that.
maybe these are like worst case cost scenarios, and if we keep them on the list, they may be more advantageous financially.
Yeah, when we put them out to bid, yeah. Mr. Avery.
Yeah, I think another factor would be there's only so much public works to go around. So as you defer things, other things are slipping back in the schedule. I'm sure if you look out, it's just a constant stream of projects. And so, yeah, I agree. We need to do these important ones to keep from a backlog. And I know what a great job Public Works does, and the pressure that you're under all the time to get to these things before they fall apart, before there's a real problem.
Right. So that's, so any other discussion on those three? All right, well, on straw poll in terms of moving those three forward. That's okay. The concrete replacement, Jamboree Road, and storm drain. Okay, we can go one by one. All right, on the concrete replacement program, if you support going forward on that.
That was unanimous.
Okay, the Jamboree Road pavement rehab, if you support that, go ahead.
6-1.
Okay, and then the storm drain system repair.
Unanimous.
Okay, so we're going to now discuss the slurry seal and the VO Lido. So Ms. Dixon, would you like to declare the conflict on that one?
Property related interest?
There you go. Okay, so we will, same discussion, exact same discussion. So any other discussion on these? No. All right, so for these two, we'll just go one by one. On the slurry seal, if you support moving forward on that, raise your hand. All right.
It's unanimous.
And then on the Via Lido Outer Ring roadway rehab, yeah, this is tied to the water. I mean, we have to do it anyway, right?
Yes, you could defer it, but it is tied. It's just because the streets are starting to show a lot of trench lines and age to it.
Yeah, okay. Well, if you support moving forward with this, raise your hand.
That was unanimous.
Okay. Okay.
So then this last slide, again, that's just the, for your reference, this has to do with the FMMP and the projects proposed for next year. Again, we're only programming $1 million next year, but we do have a backlog on that. And that concludes our presentation. We'll answer any other questions.
All right, before we go to public comment, any other questions or comments? Fantastic. All right, we'll go to public comments on this.
Mayor O'Neill, this is Jim Mosher. First, during his presentation, Director Webb twice held up a little spiral-bound book, which he said everybody on the council had seen. It appears to be a proposed 6-year CIP budget. I'm wondering if the public has seen that, because on the city website, I don't see any proposed budget documents posted yet. If it is there, could somebody tell us where the public can see that? Second comment, in your first exercise that you were doing about this year's CIP budget, if I understood correctly, from your preamble to that, the City Council was trying to find $16.9 million, not quite sure in which column that you were looking at. $16.9 million that would remain on the deferred list, and you pulled several items off of that, and it seemed like there was not a whole lot on the list to start with, so I'm curious if anybody kept a total and we know how much we ended up deferring. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We have no calls in on this item, so we'll bring it back up here. I think we'll get the running tally eventually. My suggestion, though, is we probably should answer the question of the draft document, the draft CIP that you have, whether it's available to the public.
Yes, Mayor. It was made available. There's a link shown in your staff report tonight, and it's on our website. So if they want to pull it off there, they'll have the same PDF file.
Okay, sounds good. All right, seeing no further discussion, we'll bring it back up here to the next item. So the next item is item number 19, the novel coronavirus COVID-19 update. We'll let Mr. Webb move off, and then we'll kick over to our city manager.
If it's all right, I'll present from here at this table.
Very much.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. This is our regular standing item we have right now through the course of this COVID-19 response. So I do have the both chiefs here, and also Dave Webb is available as well to talk a little bit more if there's detailed questions on our on the actions we've taken. So for today's update, I really wanted to focus on. Okay. I really wanted to focus on the reopening, the reopenings as a whole. I mean, that is where I think we're out now looking, as we're looking forward. That's where we're seeing the guidance from the federal and the state and the county coming forth is, and that's really our focus right now. You know, it's been very challenging going into the crisis when we had to go into the shutdown phases, and I'm finding, and I think we're all finding it's equally as hard, if not more difficult, to find that right pacing and that right level as we go into transitioning back into the reopening sides. We have a real focus here, I think, on the recreational space piece, both for the physical and mental wellness of our community, and also that has been the guidance and the direction from the governor's level. Of even while we had the shutdowns, that it was very important to have that outlet for people. So I think we've really had that focus. And I think we've really been looking at that focus in terms of what can we open in a safe manner, and as much as we can open to disperse the people that we have, both for our residents here, and then it's a fact of the matter that we have people who come here to enjoy our city. So finding that right balance through that. In addition to the reopenings of just our physical space, recreational spaces, we're really looking at the reopening of our facilities and our programming, and that's been a lot of work done through the county guidelines that we've seen. We are working through when we see guidelines coming from different types of industries and where we can push that open. We've been looking through that and are very actively in there. And then finally, and last but not least, of course, is our businesses and supporting them through that, and certainly with the work that the ad hoc committee is doing right now there. And really, I do want to emphasize, because this transition is really challenging to find that right balance. And we do work really hard. I know the council does, as well as on our staff side, all the way down to all our employees here, is that we want to do this in a way that has a priority for the safety and health of residents, for those who are using our facilities, and for our employees too, who are supporting all of these assets and facilities to ensure that they are open in that manner. We do focus on the education and outreach first. I know that's a challenge, but that has been the guidance and how it's been structured from the state level, in the fact that really the push has been to do the education and have that societal pressure through it, not really on the enforcement arm that's been emphasized throughout this whole COVID-19 response period, and we continue on that way. That doesn't mean we don't enforce on our city laws. And we are, while we're really pressing forward on all of our resources, we are very mindful of that we need to make sure that our laws that we have, such as our beach curfews, our no alcohol, open alcohol, those types of laws, and to ensure that we enforce them. Have we always done a perfect job on that as we're transitioning? No, but we're working on it. And every weekend we learn a little more. We do adjustments and adapt to that. We then focus in different areas, focus on different times. You know, we've noticed on our beach side, there are more people coming in late at night. We didn't have that before, but I think with the lack of entertainment and other venues for a nightlife, the beach has become an attraction point at night that we haven't had before. We need to adjust to that. So we're continuing to work. I will, without a doubt, say, there's always more we can do to get better on that, and we'll continue to work that way.
Do we know when the bioluminescence is going to stop? I mean, that seems to be the attraction at the moment.
I know once in a decade thing has to happen now for whatever reason. I do think I've been reading that it is fading now at this point. So for all those out there, I think it's pretty pretty low at this point. Maybe Jeff could, our Chief Boyles can talk to that a little bit more.
All right.
And then individual responsibilities are a key part of this, from the governor's side down to I think all of us, is our responsibility in how we manage ourselves. And I know there's a frustration there too of when you see people where you feel like you are doing your best job and others aren't. And we have to work through that. And I think that's the societal piece, that there's going to be some push and pull through that. But I think generally we're doing very well. We do have, and again, Chief Boyles can talk a little bit to our numbers too, that our cases have been low, and I think that directly speaks to the good behavior that has been done. But we have to keep pushing on that, and that's just a big challenge here. And then I do want to emphasize, I did bring up a little bit ago with the safety of our employees, we really have a lot of we have a whole new level of services we're providing here in managing a response to the COVID. While we still have a city that we are running, we still have, crime still does occur, we still have infrastructure we're maintaining, yet we are moving ourselves, putting our staff at a higher level with, we had several staff from Public Works on full-time over the weekends to manage our barriers and signage. We have both our police and fire, where we've doubled the number of officers we have out, lifeguards we have out to manage this. So we are working stretch where we are, but managing through that, and really need that focus on the on what the impact is to our staff resource side, and our directors, our chiefs can speak to that a little more. So just very briefly, the beaches, there's been so much on this, so I think most people know we have opened. We opened last week for an active use only. It's been challenging to manage that active recreation, but we are working through that. I think it'll help with additional areas being open, particularly with LA counties, beaches being open for active recreation this week. Yeah,
Yeah.
Wednesday, right, yeah, tomorrow. And then we have also opened up the wedge area of our beach area today. And we are continuing to evaluate other areas where, again, if we have more recreational space to disperse, but making sure we can manage through. So we are looking right now at our Peninsula Boardwalk, our parking lots, our beach-related parking lots, our Balboa Pier, and really looking towards by this weekend. And if there's input from council, I'd be happy to take that there. And we are very much closely coordinating with our neighboring cities, Huntington Beach in particular, of the actions they're taking there, as well as the state. And some other areas that we've also opened, our tennis courts namely, and we're also preparing our dog park as well. On our city facility side, we are looking at City Hall to begin a phased opening next week, and we really are focused right now on our permit counters, places where we have direct services to our businesses and our residents there. And again, as we've done with other things, is really to do a phased-in approach to that, adapt as we see how that goes. But we're starting that. I've distributed guidelines for our employees. And also, we've been working very hard to put the physical barriers and improvements we need to ensure a safe environment there. On our community centers and libraries, those are areas of generally more of a mass gathering type, so those we are waiting till we get more guidance through there. I also want to note on the services side, we are hearing more concerns on our street sweeping, because we had laid off on the enforcement side because of everybody being at home. But that does then conflict for us when we want to have good, effective street sweeping. So that's an area that we really are looking to begin on that with the enforcement to ensure that we could have clean streets there. And then another area that we've been working very hard and looking at this week is on our summer programming. We've been holding off as long as we can, and we will continue to do so until we get continuing guidance. And as long as we can hold off, we are. But we are coming to a head on making decisions about summer classes, 4th of July events. In particular, I know our very well-beloved junior guard program. But again, we have to look and be mindful of the safety of both the users and with our employees who manage and support these items. So this is coming forth shortly. And then I'll just note, and I think this might be for the ad hoc committee, there'll be more coming, I think, at the next meeting, but a lot being done on the business support side. There's more guidance, as Mayor O'Neill mentioned, on some of the restaurant and dining and some other areas that will continue to be explored, but all this is so fast moving. Those are some guidelines that just came out today that will push through and look at further. So I'll keep it at that. I wanted to keep it short to allow time for questions and allow, if you'd like, some updates from our chiefs or any of our directors on this. Thank you.
I've just got a couple things, and then I'll go to Councilmember Dixon. I guess first, thank you to everybody on staff, particularly our Public Works Department. The amount of work that's been going in to try to figure out how to maintain and stay in line with the state guidance on a lot of the public open space has been very difficult. And so I just want to say thank you to everybody on that. I know that our police and lifeguards in particular have been stretched on what their core mission is when it comes to this. So I just want to say thank you for moving through and kind of pushing through a lot of this. I do agree that we're seeing a lot of we've seen San Diego County reopen their beaches. We've seen Los Angeles County reopening tomorrow. Los Angeles County has also reopened a substantial number of their open space, their parks and trails again, which is probably going to be taking a lot of heat off of a lot of other areas around us. There are a couple of things. I think it'd be really helpful to ask that our county reopen their parking lots near their trailheads. I don't think there's any reason to keep them closed any. Are they not closed?
I believe what I heard is at today's Board of Supervisors meeting that they voted to open up their parking at their park.
That would be fantastic. Yes. If that's the case, great. If it's anything less than that, I think it'd just be nice to send a letter over asking. I think we'll see a lot fewer people traveling if they can just kind of go to a trailhead, for example. So it'd just be nice to do that. I think same thing, we may want to ask, I think we ought to re-ask the state to open up Crystal Cove State Beach's parking lot again. That would take a lot of heat off of our residential areas down in PCH CDM area. So that would, I think that would be really helpful to just make a request for that. I think at this point, I would suggest we probably reopen the boardwalk on the peninsula. I think that we've got a lot of people that have just decided that they're going to do it anyway. And I'd like to have our signs and other things stop getting beat up. And also, I think we know a lot more than we did 7 weeks ago, 8 weeks ago, when we started shutting down a lot of the open space. I think we've seen a lot of studies now coming out in the last couple of weeks showing that outdoor transmission is rare, and or it's less likely than keeping people indoors. And we're seeing a lot of that coming out of New York and China and Italy, and we're talking with our community. And so, but on that end, you had mentioned our positive counts in our city being low, except for a temporary spike. And I'll just stick to the public statement that the city had pointed out, which was one or multiple skilled nursing facilities. I do want to just point that out for our general community when they're looking at these numbers. I do recommend you take a look at the county website, because skilled nursing facilities are unfortunately seeing a higher number of cases across the board. And there's a lot of data showing that, and they have a disproportionate number of COVID-related deaths in our county, and I'm sure in other counties as well. I know that I'm not going to ask you to speak again to this, Chief Boyles, but I do know that you had spoken to this a couple meetings ago. I do know how much our fire department, I know how much Hogue is involved with our skilled nursing facilities. But I just caution people to, that's an area where we've all got to be hypersensitive. I mean, hypersensitive. When I talk to other mayors in other cities, they're saying the same thing. You saw the same thing happen in Huntington and Anaheim, in a whole bunch of areas. We've just got to be really hypersensitive to our skilled nursing facilities. And so I appreciate all the work that our fire department does to make sure that they are going in and talking, and also to Hogue Hospital for the partnership on that. All right, Ms. Dixon.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Leung, for the summary. A couple questions I have. Well, let me just first make a statement of thanks. Thanks to staff. I mean, I'll say this every 2 weeks, if not more frequently. Thanks to staff, thanks to our life safety, public safety personnel dealing with extraordinary circumstances of the normal core mission, as the mayor said, and placing these undefined, ambiguous, unenforceable requirements on beach communities to, I hesitate to use the word enforce, because we cannot enforce active recreation. So I know it's a real challenge for our public safety officers, our frontline personnel out on the beaches. It's also confusing to residents. And so let me just spend a minute talking about this, because this has been a work in progress, and we're continually trying to calibrate how parking lots open, restrooms open, parking lots closed, restrooms closed, boardwalk, West Jetty Park, Seashore parking lot. It's just a giant puzzle that we're constantly trying to determine what works best. And as the police chief said to me about a week ago when we were I was listening to his plans, that neither option is an ideal option. If we open the parking lots, then the word gets out on social media, Newport Beach is open, and everybody comes. If we close the parking lots, then the residents are impacted because people are looking for places to park in and out of the streets. So it is not ideal. I want to just make a comment or a question. In terms of the city's own management of or just existing with this disease, I understand that not a single city employee out of how many, 727 employees have not contracted this disease. Is that correct?
At this point, we don't have any cases in the city.
And that is fabulous. That most employees are here or working at home, but they're still performing their job at either location.
The majority of employees, yeah. We do have part-time employees who have, some are at no work hours, because some of the services can't be provided, namely in the recreational area. But yes.
I think that's just outstanding. And just to Newport Beach as a whole, I just want to remind everyone, when you look at these numbers for number of cases, the case numbers are going up in Newport Beach. I think it was 130 something today. That's because we have people in Newport Beach are getting tests, and that is a good thing. The important number that people need to focus on is hospitalizations, and hospitalizations in our local hospital have been stable. And now, and we've talked about this, the mayor and I have talked about the other medical services that are provided by the hospital that are non-COVID related had been empty. The beds had been empty. Now, because we've been talking about it, they've been talking about it, people who really need medical attention for cardiovascular or other types of diseases, and they were hesitant to go to the hospital. People are now going to the hospital and getting medical treatment where they need it, and the beds are filling up. So from a financial standpoint and for a community health standpoint, that's really good for the hospital. So I continue to be confident that we are a healthy community. Being on the beach, fresh air is not the breeding ground, according to studies, and I'm receiving studies, as the mayor is, from the Hoag infectious disease doctors confirming this. It's nursing homes or confined living environments that are breeding grounds for the spread of the virus. So our challenge as a community going forward, the beach and the residential areas. So last weekend, I feel it was pretty much under control on the streets and on the beach. I was on the beach myself, going in and out. Just some anecdotal personal experience at 11th Street and Boardwalk. I'm looking at the dismantled barricade that had been done by whoever, not staff, and a young couple on their bikes were walking their bikes onto the boardwalk and working their way over the literally riding over the barricade, wheeling over the barricade, and we have the signs that said no pedestrians and no bicycles, and they didn't know who I was, and I just said, you know that you're not supposed to do that. And they both looked at me, hopped on their bikes, and said, catch us if you can. So it's a challenge, and I just am so cognizant and appreciative of what our lifeguards and our police are trying to deal with, encouragement and education, because people are just ignoring that, and we're seeing the barricades come down. People write to me every morning and tell me the barricades are down on the boardwalk, and then Public Works goes out 3 or 4 times a day to reinstall them. So I, too, believe that barricades should come down. I believe that the parking lots should be open, and I think the restrooms should be open. My only concern is, as you mentioned, Grace, the existing code requirements we have in the city on the beach closes at 10 p.m., no alcohol on the beach at any time, and no speeding in our residential streets. And these are ongoing issues, and I know because of the increased crowds that we cannot predict or prevent are creating burdens on our public safety, and I understand that. What I would like you to do, and maybe the police chief could address this, help all of us, help yourselves, communicate to our community their set of expectations, because I know you're out there working. I know you've got full employment of our available public safety officers, but with the crowds that are coming in, sometimes you can't be everywhere at all times between 10 p.m. and midnight. Could you just help me understand how we could level set the expectations of our residents? Because I know you're there and I know you're doing exemplary work. Sometimes they'll say, I haven't seen them, so tell me how it's working.
So a couple things. The issues that we had this weekend were unique. So we're responsive to some concerns that we have, particularly in Peninsula Point in that area, about crowds and traffic, and we had staffed up to address that, and we doubled down on our efforts in those areas to impact that. And what we found during the day is that we were struggling with some of the barricades in some of these areas, and a lot of that is just there's more people out, and there's more of an inclination to try to access the beach. And I think there's also some lack of understanding about, what's open and what's not, what does active use mean. And so that was a struggle, particularly for Public Works to be able to deal with that over the weekend. But what we saw during the days were people that were generally behaving. We're citing and arresting people and doing the things we normally do for people that step out of line. But the evenings were significantly busier. And so I looked at our calls for service on Saturday night in particular. So while we have been busy, our calls for service initially at the beginning of the pandemic compressed. All right, we've seen them gradually come back up, and we've seen our service level demands increase significantly. Saturday night was the busiest night, substantially busiest night that we have had since the pandemic. So we are taxed right now dealing with police work, in addition to all the other restrictions that have come along with COVID that frankly are changing every day. So those things, we're nimble in our staffing, we're changing to address them, and what ended up happening this weekend, we're talking about a natural phenomenon that happens every 10 years. So there were more people that were out on the beach that were there that normally would not have been there. We were staffed to deal with it, but there was a significant influx, and I think that was created some concerns within for our community. I heard them loud and clear, and we're going to continue to impact this. People, I think, are not understanding some of the rules out on the beach, and so we're going to continue with our education efforts. But there's also a hard beach closure, and that has always been at 10 o'clock. The beach closes in Newport Beach, and it's closed from 10 to 6. So we're going to double up our efforts out there this weekend, particularly on our Friday and Saturday nights to make sure that people are getting the message. The issue we had on Saturday wasn't it wasn't a crime issue per se. Yes, it's a crime to be out after 10 o'clock as per municipal code, so I'm not saying that, but I'm termed the compliance that we were getting, or you had people that frankly, there's not a lot of options for people on a Saturday night anymore, and this became one. And the compliance we got were families, groups of people. The beach is closed. Oh, I didn't know. I believe that that's not always accurate, okay, frankly. But there were, the compliance we got was right away. So we had our teams working from Summit to the Wedge all night long where we're moving people off the beach, and we're getting compliance. But there was, this, again, significant volume of people in town related to that phenomenon. But also, I think that there's been more people in town that because the beach is an option when other options are not available. So in addition to this issue that we had on the beach, citywide, again, we had our biggest night on Saturday that we've had since the start of the pandemic. So again, we're continuing to staff, we're continuing to deal with the traffic concerns that we're having, particularly in West Newport, but then we're also doubling down our efforts at night to impact these municipal codes, particularly as it relates to beach closure. So there will be a significant presence out there.
And the drag racing or something, what's that going on?
We've had complaints about speed. And I'll tell you, over this weekend, we were working speed on the highway, issuing citations on the highway, both East and West City. Balboa, we know that that's an issue. You'll probably hear from some of your constituents because we handed out a number of citations just today on Balboa, specifically related to speed and some of the issues that we're having out there. So we have very industrious motor police officers that are highly focused on accountability in terms of traffic safety, and they're out there in high volume right now. We've also worked in some partnerships with our allied agencies to impact speed and the loud pipes and things like that on the highway as well. And there's also a number of citations that were issued for that last weekend and the weekend prior.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. The community appreciates it. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Chief. Mr. Muldoon.
Thank you, Chief. This is a rhetorical question. Would you ever think your pictures would be shown around the world? Those pictures you took from the helicopter are famous. So obviously, people have been paying attention. The beaches are now open for recreational use only. It's no secret, I think that's grossly unfair to those who have disabilities or children with disabilities. They are not allowed to sit on the sand and watch their children play. You must continue moving. It's not based in science at all. We know from the local professionals and experts in the subject that there's no place better for you to be outside. Fortunately, we're learning from New York, as the governor of New York is learning, that recycled air, mass transit, being indoors is where transmission rates are higher. Being outside, as long as you're socially distancing, is much healthier. They're also researching and find a correlation between lower levels of vitamin D and susceptibility to COVID. Vitamin D, as you know, is often given to the body from being outside. So I, of course, support taking down any barriers and opening parking and people respectfully being outdoors in our parks and in our beaches. And I also support our law enforcement in their attempt to educate individuals and continue to distance, but also to be respectful of the rules that are in place. We're not out of the clear. Is that the right saying? We're not out of the clear yet? We're not out of the woods yet. Thank you, Duffy. And we have to continue to be cautious. Unfortunately, as testing increases, testing is good, but unfortunately, as testing increases and is mandatory in nursing homes, we're going to see continued situations that are very unfortunate in nursing homes. But thankfully, the doctors know have such a better idea of how to treat COVID and to keep fatality rates low. And of course, we're thankful not only to our first responders, but to our medical professionals here in Newport Beach. And I want to also thank sort of, the unsung hero, which is again our staff. The countless hours, you all deserve vacation, where you social distance somewhere far, far away. And I hope that comes soon for you. You put in countless hours, and you're dealing with a wide spectrum of issues, from the loss of comrades to national, international controversies. So I'm sorry for all this you're going through, but we thank you very much for your leadership. Looking at you both, chiefs and city manager and the city attorney. Thank you for all that you do for us. And if I have anything that I would like to leave off on, it's simply that I think we made it through what has been the most difficult part. That has been the part that we don't know or we don't understand. We're learning more and more, and now I think is a time to increase kindness and to look past the fear as we step into what I think is going to be a promising summer, as we're more prepared for a tumultuous fall should it come. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Brenner.
I had a couple questions for Grace. Did I miss, is the Corona Del Mar parking lot open or closed?
At this time, it's closed, but we are evaluating that as we're evaluating all of our beach-related parking lots.
Sometimes people ask me, and then they'll tell me it's open, and I don't know, so.
It is closed. We had, not this last weekend, the weekend before, we tried opening it once we saw a lot of, heavy usage in the, congestion, to try some different alternatives there.
Okay. And I wanted to mention, I drove down all the way to San Clemente, just checking things out yesterday, and San Clemente has barricades up on the street parking for like 3 blocks up from the beach, and you can't access that public street there down by the pier. And I know, and we have struggled with that so much, and I know you have struggled with that all along the way, but I was just surprised to see that they had blocked it off completely down there. I wanted to mention, I think that it's really hard for parts of our community that don't live right down on the water to understand the real hellish conditions that those people have been going through down there. It's just, it seems like they're complaining a lot, but it really has been awful. And especially, it's like, what more is God going to throw at us after the pandemic and the bioluminescence? And it's like, we don't need any more. We're good. So, but I think it's hard for us to not, to take them seriously and still be compassionate, because it feels like they're complaining all the time. But it really has been awful for those people. And, and we hear a lot of the really sad stories, but it's been even just inconvenient for the people that are not complaining to us. And I'm wondering if I had a long conversation with John today, and I have such empathy for all of our staff and all of our emergency personnel, and I even have empathy for our council. Everyone in the city has been trying their best to figure out the best way of dealing with this. But I'm wondering now if maybe it's the time for us to either put out a press release or do some sort of public education about that we are enforcing our 10 p.m. and that we are enforcing no drinking on the beach, and that we are enforcing against loud vehicles, because the loud vehicles on the highway have just been unbelievable. And I can hear the motorcycle packs when they start at MacArthur and they go all the way through Corona Del Mar, and I'm 2 blocks off the highway. So it's really the people that we've been dealing with are not just our normal citizens. We've even had complaints from people, well, maybe making us aware. A complaint is an overstatement from people telling us how far and wide the license plates are coming from that are parked in our neighborhoods, that are going to our beaches, and so a lot of the people, some of the people that are on our beaches that are defying our orders are people that would like nothing more than to start something, a bigger confrontation, and would like to stir things up. And so our police officers are walking a really fine line, and our lifeguards, about educating and trying to be respectful and not giving some of these people who would like an excuse to make trouble the avenue for doing that. So it really is such a far-reaching, complex issue, and anyone that tells you there are easy solutions to these problems is lying, because we all have been struggling with trying to find solutions that really work, and protecting our citizens is really our top motivation. We want everyone to enjoy the beach, but right now during this health crisis, really protecting the health of the people that live near these venues is really top priority for us. So I'm just wondering if maybe we could do a little bit more in the public information area about saying, no, we are enforcing these laws. It's not open season to just come to Newport Beach and do whatever you'd like to do.
Yep, we can do that. All right, it's 7 o'clock, so I still need to take public comment on this item. And I would just beg that if you're wanting to do public comment, it'll be quick. Anyway, if anyone wants to do public comment on this item in the community room. All right, seeing none, we have one phone call, so go ahead. Oh, they hung up. Well, they listened to me. All right, so we're gonna need to move closed session to the back end of our calendar. Given that we need a little bit of a break, I'm gonna start the regular session at 7:10. Does that give us enough time? 7 o'clock right now, 10 minutes, or do we need 15? All right, so we'll restart at 7:15. Thank you. Okay. All right, welcome back, and thank you very much for everyone's patience. We started today at 4 o'clock, so we wanted to make sure we were fresh for the discussions tonight. In light of the fact that we need to move the closed session to the back end, I'm going to be moving Roman numerals X and XI back to the back end to be in that order. We are reconvening at our 7 p.m. for public hearings. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
The record will reflect that all members of council are present.
All right, we have no closed session report yet, but we did, but our pastor did come in. So what we're going to do real quick also, there was one caller who was trying to call in on the COVID that had hung up. It turns out it was our mistake. He had not actually hung up. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the invocation, we're going to take that one call, and then we're going to move into our public hearings. So Pastor Hagel, if you wouldn't mind, thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I was asked to give this some months ago in the darkness of winter. It still is apropos. In the early 1750s, John Clifton of Philadelphia decided to brighten his dark corner of the world. He had a large two-story brick house in central Philadelphia, but it was dark on the streets around it. To help people who walked in darkness on his street, Clifton took a lantern and placed it on a pole in front of his house. Each night he climbed a small ladder and lit his light. John Clifton would be forgotten today, except his neighbor was Benjamin Franklin. Franklin was inspired and did the same in front of his house, making his lantern burn cleanly. And he added small mirrors as on a lighthouse to reflect the light more broadly. In 1756, Franklin passed legislation to have such lights with mirrors throughout the city of Philadelphia. The result, the world's first citywide system of streetlights. The result was also less crime, more people out in public at night, greater cheer and confidence. I serve a Lord who said he was the light of the world, and he also told us to be each the light of the world. We can't light every dark corner, but we can light our community. And we do it the way Franklin did. We serve as a mirror, passing on whatever or whoever enlightens our lives. Let us pray. Almighty God, brighten this evening as the messenger angels brightened the shepherd's field in Bethlehem long ago. In this dark world, Lord, use us as mirrors to reflect your light with talent and integrity, with winsome wisdom and contagious joy. Amen.
Amen. We had the flag salute at the beginning of our 4 o'clock session, so we'll move in and take one quick phone call. Hi, go ahead.
Okay, this is Chuck Remley, live in Balboa. Thank you, Councilwoman Brenner, for your response to the Remley family emails. You were the only one. But let me give you a mid-peninsula report on last weekend's activities. There were parties on the beach beyond the curfew on Saturday night. Multiple thousands of walkers, bike riders, and skateboarders on the boardwalk were on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Bicyclists were riding on the sidewalks. Less than 1% were wearing face coverings. All Bell Week type traffic was the norm on Saturday night. Most beachgoers are not engaging in activities. No discernible police presence was being interacted with scofflaws. In fact, the bicycle patrolled the alleyways, and there were not very many offenders in the alleys. There was an alarming amount of trash on the peninsula. It seems like if we're not going to enforce the rules, that we might as well just open it up to whatever people want to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Remley. All right, we'll go into public hearings now. Item number 20, approval of the fee study update. The staff recommendation is to continue this item to the June 9th, 2020 meeting, which I will move. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Muldoon. We'll go to public comment on the continuance. All right. I'm sorry. Cut off from public comments before? We didn't have public comments before we went into closed session. Okay, we'll have public comments later. All right. So we'll go into public comments on this item. No calls. There are 2 calls on this continuance. I suspect they're probably calling on something else, but let's try. All right, go ahead. You're calling in on the motion to continue the fee study update. Go ahead.
No, I'm not. I'm calling in to complete my 3-minute statement from the prior agenda item. Are you going to allow me to do that or not?
What prior agenda item?
The agenda item 19. I wanted to make a comment on the COVID update.
Had we received the call before we had closed?
You had, and I identified myself, and then it was cut off, and it said adjourn.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, this is Denise Oberman, Mayor and City Council meeting, so I'm commenting on the agenda 19. I would ask that the city take some clear action to convey a position that protects the residents. I understand the city managers and appreciate her comments regarding the city's status on the beach closures. Ask for clear signage as to the city's position and messaging and social media and otherwise. The city is going to maintain a hard closure of beaches at 10 o'clock p.m. I would appreciate the officers roaming the beach right before that proactively, and after that, I don't know what's going on. I don't know whether I'm speaking or not.
You are.
Oh, I apologize. I can't tell. So I've already conveyed a position in writing, but I am confident that the city police force, if they're directed to do so, can do what is necessary to eliminate the excessive nuisance, crowding, and safety hazard of the nighttime crowds. So I ask for a hard 10 o'clock closure. The police can go back and forth and prevent it. Blue phosphorescence is done. What we've got here is a lot more than live force. We have a lot of people that are largely not from our community that have an exceptional amount of defiance and anger because of the COVID situation and what it has done to them. They've lost their jobs, lives have been disrupted. But we should not have the objects of that anger. And we are hoping that the city will move assertively and clearly to state the rules and keep its residents safe. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do we have another call? No, okay. All right, we'll bring it back. Seeing no discussion, let's go ahead and vote on the continuance.
The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
All right, thank you. So we'll move into item number 21, the appeal of the Planning Commission approval for the garden office and parking structure proposed at 215 Riverside Avenue. So one of the things I neglected to do at the last meeting was to declare ex parte communications. I'll give an example, so I will go first. Months ago, I met with Leslie Daigle and who represented the applicant and also their architect at the location site itself. I believe it was 3 weeks ago. I spent time talking with the appellants, their attorney, and a couple of interested parties that with the request that I try to find a resolution. At the time that I did that, I then was interacting with both sides, the applicant and the appellants, and unfortunately we didn't find the resolution that we were trying for, so we are here tonight. So those are my ex parte communications with both sides. I'm just going to go down the line. If you have any, go ahead and disclose them. We'll start with Mr. Herdman.
Yes, I did meet with Mrs. Daigle and the architect a couple of months ago at the site.
Okay. Ms. Dixon?
Yes, I met with both sides. I met with Ms. Daigle and the applicant on site of the property adjacent to the proposed project. I also did a site visit last Saturday at the homes of the residents who live above the project. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Muldoon?
Thank you. Yes, I've spoken with Ms. Daigle, and I've spoken with a member of the community who lives in the neighborhood who's against the project.
Okay. Mr. Duffield?
I spoke with Leslie Daigle and the architect and one of the appellant homeowners.
Okay. Ms. Brenner?
I also met on site with Leslie Daigle, and Scott Laidlaw is the architect. And in addition, I have spoken with Charles Klobe and Nancy Scarborough, who are community members, about the project.
Oh, well, they were my interested parties, so that works. I met with them, and I also talked to Dave Tanner.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Avery.
Yeah, I attended an open house. I think it was in last fall, and the architect was there, the developer was there, Ms. Daigle was there, and then subsequently I've met with one of the residents, one of the appellants, and I gave myself a self-guided tour of the property, the parking lot, and I've had a couple of phone calls with Ms. Daigle. Thank you.
Okay, so here's how we'll run the meeting tonight. First, we'll have the applicants speak, or the applicant's representative speak. They'll have 15 minutes. During that time, council members are able to ask questions if you'd like. Then we'll give 20 minutes to the appellants. Same, you can ask questions if you'd like. We'll go out to public comment. Then we'll bring it back for 5 minutes of rebuttal for the applicant, at which point we will have discussion and a vote. So that's how we'll run it. We've had enough staff discussion on this one, so I'm not going to be asking for a staff report on this. So what we'll do is we'll go out first to the applicant for a total of 15 minutes. Do we have the applicant's representative queued up to speak?
Project architect and applicant, and I'm going to try and just walk you through some of what I believe are kind of unique circumstances associated with this project and some of the efforts that we've made to mitigate some of the issues associated with surrounding neighbors. So thank you, Mayor O'Neill and members of the council, for letting us come back. And I think the most difficult thing to really understand and embrace about this is that we have this existing condition, and the existing condition, to be honest with you, is the best example. It is actually the best, excuse me a minute here. It's the best precedent for actually what we're proposing. The existing condition is an 8,000 square foot building, and it has elevated parking. The parking's between 9 and 17 feet above the street, and the parking is set into the hillside and surrounds the building. So that's the existing condition. We're proposing replacing that with a significantly smaller building, but more parking. Our building will be 2,750 square feet, and we'll have a total of 40 parking spaces where the current building has 16 parking spaces. So I think clearly the project is a positive improvement over what currently exists for the community at large. I mean, it's a dilapidated building. It's ready to be torn down. It was built in 1960. And obviously, Planning Commission agreed because Planning Commission approved this project. And so our plan is to replace that building, but we're doing it in a way where we're being no more invasive to the surroundings. In fact, we're going to be less invasive to the surroundings than the current situation. We're not going to be any higher. And Greg, if you'll go to the next slide. And you can see here in the existing and proposed images that our project is, again, significantly less massive. I think that lots of people have portrayed the parking component of this project as a two-story structure, and that's just not the case. In no place is it more than 1 story above grade. And you can see, compared to the 2-story office building that's being proposed at the corner. And I don't think you should compare this project to a commercial project that's built on a flat site. Everybody's nervous about comparing this to other locations in the city, but this is not like any other location in the city. This is, like I said, it's a hillside site, and we've done everything we can to actually take advantage of that constraint. Next slide. So this is just an image taken from the appellate's attorney from 2 weeks ago, and just giving you some reference. And again, if you look down on this, what do you see? You see a building that is located at the corner and actually extends down Avon and up Riverside, surrounded by parking to the rear. Next slide, please. So we just wanted to make sure that everyone was clear about what we're proposing. We think Mr. Ehrlich's yellow line was slightly misleading. What we're proposing is something that is set well within the existing condition. In no place do we go beyond the existing parking that's there, and in fact, we're reducing the footprint significantly. And again, I think if you look at this overlay of our building on top of the existing, you can see that even the proposed added parking at our upper level, 8 of the 10 spaces are within the footprint of the existing building that's being removed. And that's how we get to reduce the footprint of the parking overall. Next slide. So I think the other thing that's important to understand about the site, and you can see these areas that I've labeled as existing slope to remain, that wraps the uphill perimeter of the project. That again is not being touched other than with some new shrub landscaping. And then we have additional areas where the parking exists now that you can see the triangular area behind the one trellis structure, which is labeled parking removed and replaced with landscape. And there's another section on the far left where parking is being removed and replaced with landscape. And in addition, parking is being removed from the public park and the landscape rehabilitated. So in no way does anything that we're proposing actually getting closer to any of the existing structures, to the parkland, or even to the roadway, as we also have increased setbacks. Next slide, please. So I think what's been hard for people to understand is, like, how are we doing this? How are we adding parking and not making a bigger structure? Well, we're doing it by excavating underneath the existing parking that's there, and we're adding a whole basement level that 20 cars park at. And in this diagram, what you see are the 2 red cars. Those are the existing parking spaces there. That's where the cars park now. And you can see the proximity to the upper red car, to the uphill residence shown in the diagram. And the black cars, that's where we're proposing to park. So our cars are moving away from the residence toward Avon and down. So we're reducing the back line of parking by between 6 and 8 feet. So we're taking it down the slope. And what are we doing with the space left over? The space left over is being landscaped. It's being terraced and landscaped. So again, the best description is that we have and the only area where we're actually increasing the mass of the current site to be used as parking is the small blue shaded triangle you see there, which again is within the footprint of the existing building. So I want to repeat, we're moving away from the residences, we're lowering the height of a significant portion of the existing parking, and most of the added parking, except for 4 spaces, is being created by going completely underneath what's currently there. We slope down from Avon, and in fact, our lower level meets the building code definition of a basement, completely meets the definition of a basement. Next slide, please. So again, I just want to reiterate, proposed building, and we're doing the same thing with the building. So the proposed building is no higher than the existing. So the heavy red dashed line that you see in this diagram, that's the profile of the existing parking grades and the existing building. And you see our building overlaid on the dashed red line, and that we are no higher. You see again the 2 red cars representing the current parking situation. You see the 2 black cars representing the proposed parking situation, which are also now covered, completely covered in a trellis, vine-covered trellis structure. So previous situation of red cars, no covering of any of the parking. New situation, black cars, all the parking spaces completely covered. And the other components of this diagram help you see how we're using where the previous upper level parking was located. We're using that as a terraced landscape area to actually provide some beautiful small trees to help provide additional screening for the neighbors behind and visual screening. But in no way does anything we're proposing have anything to do with ocean views, any impairment to ocean views, in fact, you'll see later in slides, you can barely see the proposed structure from the residents behind as you're looking out towards the ocean. Next slide, please. So this is just helping you understand the worst case scenario. So you see the very last parking stall underneath the trellis to the left, and that parking stall is currently within the existing parking that's there now, although it's 8 feet lower in elevation, but it's within the existing parking. We never get any closer than 11 feet to the closest property line. And as our cars move away from that property line, they get 5 feet further away for every car. So by the second car, I'm 16 feet, and by the third car, I'm 21 feet, and so on. And you can also see that there's significant distance from the property line to the closest resident, which happens to be the Woods residence. So we've got significant separation to the residents as well. Next slide. But it's more than horizontal separation. You know, we tend to make these site plans and we look at everything looking down like an aerial view. But we have huge vertical separation. So you see again in this diagram, the red car, that's the current closest parking space and the elevation of it. And you see our black car, which is being dropped about 8 feet. And you see the elevation change from where our black car is behind the retaining wall to the residence above. It's 37 feet of elevation change. It's over 3 stories difference in height. And you look at, as the crow flies distance from the woods on their terrace to the property line is 33 feet. And from the property line to the closest parked car is 32 feet. So again, we are providing significant separation, and all of that too is being enhanced by the trellis structures which cover these parking spaces that are proposed. Next slide, please. This shows you a view from one of the residents' houses. This is just taken from the MLS. The house was sold over the last couple of years. And you see the gray building, which is the existing building with the horizontal white windows. And that's one of the buildings over at the Garden Shopping Center that was under construction at the time. Next slide, please. And you see, this is a rendering where we've superimposed our building into that same view, and you can't see the building at all. Again, this is a horizon view. We're not at the edge of the property looking straight down, but no impact to horizon view and very little, if any, impact to foreground view. Next slide, please. So when we then go back to the other benefits of this project, there are great community benefits. So we've taken something, yes, we're creating more parking, but we're also creating significantly more landscape, significantly more street enhancement. So this is an overall landscape plan. You see the building at the corner, the two trellis structures that cover the parking, and you see the new trees proposed behind the trellis structure, also at the ends of the trellis structures. And again, those trees, those are being planted over what is currently existing parking. Next slide, please. So we have a smaller footprint, which now allows us to have increased landscaping. So 33% smaller footprint. Building plus parking, we're 33% smaller than building plus parking, our proposal. We have a 150% increase in landscaping, again, because of the shrinking of the building footprint. We have 300 square feet of new streetscaping along Avon and Riverside, where none currently exists. And if you add in the trellis structure and the vines on that, there's another 3,350 square feet of green that you'll see from above. Next slide, please. So you can see in this rendering from the rooftop of the building across Avon that trees, shrubs, and vine-color trellises provide screening of the parking from above. And the increased setbacks that we're providing along Avon and Riverside allow us to do significant street landscaping where none currently exists. I also think this is a good slide to help you understand the scale, that really you drive down into a basement and you park on the roof of that basement. And so we have a single-story structure as seen from Avon. You can't see the structure at all, as seen from Riverside, and you can see what a two-story structure looks like. That's the office building on the corner, two-story structure. And that structure is between 4 and 6 feet below the allowable city height limit. So we're not even pushing the envelope there. Next slide, please. This is just a blow-up to give you a sense of what that trellis structure is. The substantial character of it. Next slide, please. One of the other items that came up recently.
Sorry, hang on one second. How many more slides do you have?
Just, I don't know, 3 or 4 more.
All right.
How much time do I have?
None.
Okay.
So you have 5 minutes of rebuttal if you'd like to hold until then.
Okay, thank you.
All right, great. Thank you. Okay, so is the appellant going to be appearing online? Okay, so we'll get him up on.
All right, can you see my screen?
Wait just a moment, Mr. Ehrlich. Is this his screen? Oh, it is. Oh, okay. Can we just try moving the, is this the only item he'd like to show, or?
No, there's a presentation.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we have, this is the first slide of the presentation is the project site. And then I just saw, and is that you moving it?
It is.
Okay,
yeah, I
great.
can see it very faintly in the video, so it appears to be working.
It is working. I just wanted to double check. Thank you. So you'll have 20 minutes, Mr. Ehrlich, if you'd like to take the opportunity. And before you begin, do you mind if I ask a quick question about the email that you sent over to us on May 7th?
Please.
Well, yeah, one of the conditions you had mentioned was 63, and it says vehicles shall not be allowed to enter or exit the parking structure from 11 p.m. through 6 a.m. Given the conversations that have been going on between both parties, my understanding was it was 10 p.m., not 11 p.m., and I just wanted to double check that before I...
Yeah, I will clarify that as part of my presentation. That's if a roof is added. If a full trellis beyond what they are proposing, which we view as a compromise, is imposed, then it would be 10 o'clock, which was what they already agreed to.
I see. Okay, I appreciate that. I needed to...
I will run through that as part of the presentation. It's at the end.
Okay.
In rough terms, I'll have about 15 minutes of presentation and then about 5 minutes for the applicants to speak, similar to what we tried to accomplish last time.
Understood. I appreciate that. Okay, so we'll begin your time now then. Thank you.
Very good. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members, for your time and consideration on this matter. This, as you previously saw, this image depicts the project site, not the proposed building. I never represented that this represents the proposed building. It's simply the project site, and those are the boundaries of the project site relative to the four appellants. So I fail to see what's misleading about this image. It is very critical for you to understand how these homeowners will be affected by this proposed project. As we shared with you last time, it is wholly unprecedented what the applicant is asking for you to approve here. And when we look at other developments in the Mariners Mile area, in all instances, projects that were either next to or very close to residential uses have always been required to have a roof or to have parking inside of the envelope of the building itself. Examples of that would be what we now know as Sterling BMW on Avon. It was conditioned to have a covered multi-level parking lot for car storage. We talked about at the last council meeting the project at Dover and PCH, which was conditioned to have all the parking required inside of the building or with the roof so that it's fully covered. The same thing was true for the 330 Old Newport Boulevard commercial building. This has been the council's way of proceeding for a long time. And when applicants in the past have not adhered to those expectations, projects have not been approved. Examples of that would be the St. Andrew's Church parking structure, which was denied because of the community opposition, primarily because of the design. The same thing was true for the proposed AutoNation Porsche service facility close to this subject site, due to, again, community opposition, primarily because the structure was proposed to not have a roof. Quite simply, we know of no instances, and the applicant has cited to no examples of where a conditional use permit was required because a parking structure is next to residential use where it did not have a roof required as part of it. Under the zoning code, there are various findings that you have to make for a conditional use permit. Those are identified here and highlighted. Among those that are important, I would say most significantly would be 3 and 5, which generally say that this has to be fair and it has to be consistent with the surroundings, and that it cannot cause a hazard to the neighborhood or to others in this community. Beyond that, there is an additional finding that's required when you have a parking structure that is next to a residential zoning district. In that instance, the approval of the conditional use permit is required to. It is mandatory to address potential impacts to adjacent residential uses. And as I told you last time, and I need to stress again, potential impacts is critically important language, because the applicant here says, we've looked at everything, it's all going to be okay, but that does not address potential impacts. Then we get to the question of what exactly are you being asked to approve tonight? Well, what I find absolutely incredulous is that the applicant in their presentation failed to make any disclosure that they changed their project plans as of last Friday. You're looking at an email from the applicant to the city submitting revised plans. Those revised plans appear to have been given to the city council last Friday. However, we, the appellants, were not given a copy of the revised plans until yesterday at 4:42 p.m., roughly 24 hours before this hearing. So we've had 24 hours to review the new revised project plans from the applicant, which is consistent with a series of actions on their part to undermine public participation in this matter. While I don't desire to attack staff in any respect, I do have to note that it's extremely troubling that as of at least an hour ago, the agenda which links to the materials for this hearing does not include anywhere a copy of the revised public project plans that were submitted on Friday. If you click on the attachment H, project plans, that's the old plans. The staff report that was circulated doesn't identify, doesn't discuss, doesn't disclose that there were new project plans that were submitted on Friday. And under correspondence, the communication of Friday and a slew of other communications that I know have been submitted to the city is not linked there either. So I think it's fundamentally unfair that the applicant is asking you to approve a project that we, the appellants, have seen for 24 hours and that the community still has not seen at all, period. It is not available to the community. They have not seen what is being proposed to be approved tonight. That creates really profound legal procedure issues. Now, I take issue with the representation by the applicant that I somehow misled the city council about the proximity of this project to my client's properties. You're looking at here the prior version of the plans that were submitted. And you can see where I've highlighted, it indicates between the structure and the property line that there's 5 feet 7 inches of distance. On the right-hand side, it has 5 feet of distance. Well, they changed the building envelope as part of the revisions submitted on Friday, which the community hasn't seen. So what they did was to marginally increase from 5.7 feet to 9 feet 10 inches. So they've increased it a couple of feet by changing the configuration of the wall. On the right-hand side, though, they've done nothing to change the fact that it is within 5 feet of Mr. Staub's residence. When you travel to these homes off of Cliff Drive, it looks like any other homes in Newport Beach for the most part. When you look behind in the backyard of those homes, you see something radically different. And these are pictures from Mr. Wood's home, which is the house on the far right here. You can see that it is directly on top of this parking lot. Now, what is being proposed to do here is to eliminate the roughly 8 cars that currently are right below his residence and add a structure in this area with over 20 parking spots. So they are more than doubling the number of parking spaces that will be impacting these residents. I ask you, council members, if this was your backyard, if this was what you were looking at, would you want a partially covered parking lot? I don't think so. I think you would want a roof over that structure, or at very minimum, full covering. Now, we've raised some CEQA issues, which I have been thoroughly briefed already. We think that there's some very compelling issues in there. Part of those are the qualification for a Class 32 exemption. We don't think that this qualifies. But also another important issue is the connection between the proposed restaurant project in the Garden Center and this project. The applicant has steadfastly maintained that they're unrelated. Well, their representations say otherwise. These are the apparently the leasing brokers for space in the Garden Center. And if you look at their materials, you'll note under property highlights, it indicates adjacent parking deck proposed. When you look at their materials, you'll see the restaurant that is proposed under their plan being referenced along with this proposed project here in the parking deck. So we find it highly uncredible for them to continue arguing that the two projects are unrelated. Under CEQA, when projects are related, they need to be reviewed together, and we believe that that's appropriate for this project. We've made a lot of effort to try and resolve this issue, and unlike the applicant that has twice now submitted last-minute project changes, that has withdrawn written commitments to the city, we've been steadfast in our position. Before the last city council hearing, we provided this written settlement offer to try and resolve this, which would include a full trellis over all of the covered surface areas. We've also in here, which the applicant previously agreed to, provided that vehicles would stop entering and exiting at 10 p.m. each day. What they've not agreed to in here, and ultimately they rejected this offer, was that they do not want to extend the trellis over the rest of the surface area. They only want to keep it to the parking spaces, and they were unsure whether they could ban motorcycles from using the parking structure. This has been our offer for weeks now. It still stands. It's been rejected. We find it really important for the council to understand the tactics and games that the applicant has played with not only the applicants, but also the city, with the appellants and the city. In writing, on April 27th, legal counsel for the applicant agreed in writing to you that one of the conditions they would agree to was that vehicles would stop entering and exiting the parking structure at 10 p.m. every day of the week. Well, for some reason that they've not explained, they had a change of heart. And on Friday, they provided a letter, not copying the appellants, rescinding that offer, that agreement, that commitment to you in writing to have a 10 p.m. closure of the parking structure. Instead, now they want to go back to having vehicles not be allowed to enter, but to be able to exit the parking lot after 10 p.m. That basically makes these conditions meaningless. If vehicles are able to leave at any time they want to, all the fears, all the progress that we have made towards a responsible project become wholly vitiated. I also must note, regrettably, that the staff report is misleading in this regard. It represents that as of the last city council hearing, that the applicant had agreed to various concessions, and it lists those as being the prohibition against entry, but here it does not address anywhere the prohibition against exiting. So this staff report is misleading. Again, as of the 27th, you have in writing a commitment, 10 p.m. stopping of all use of this structure. As of Friday, they've rescinded that. The representation that as of the last meeting that that the concession was that they would only prohibit entry is simply incorrect. Now, we as the appellants believe that a roof is required for this structure. There have been two justifications by the applicant of why they don't believe that that should be done. First, they say that they're not going to generate any noise beyond what the city requires. First, we've identified in our appeal some fundamental problems with the noise study using the wrong basis that we've identified and we summarized in our email to you last night. Also, beyond that, if we were looking at the bare minimum requirements for a project, we'd be looking at a different project. This is before you tonight because a conditional use permit is required, and you must mitigate all potential impacts. Using just the lowest level default that applies to your typical project is not appropriate here. This is not your typical project, and that's why a conditional use permit is required. The second argument is that what they're proposing is going to be better than what exists now. Well, that is irrelevant, quite simply. It's legally nonsensical. What you have to do is analyze this project in and of itself and the impacts that it will have upon the community and upon the neighboring residential uses. What exists today doesn't go into that decision calculus whatsoever. And more than that, we fundamentally disagree that what they're doing is going to be better than the current conditions. First, they're substantially increasing the number of parking spaces that will be visible to our homes. They are congregating those in a very close quarters, and they're changing the nature of this parking structure. Whereas now it's used only for office purposes. So weekdays during normal business hours, it's used. After 5 p.m., it's not used on weekdays. It's not used on weekends for the most part. They're fundamentally changing this by saying that they're going to use this either for the garden center for retail or restaurant purposes, or renting it out to others like Hornblower. So the intended use of this structure is going to change, and it's going to very significantly increase the impacts. I also have to note that so many of the representations in the images that were shown to you by the applicant tonight show and rely upon the buffering through the trees and vegetation between my client's homes and this proposed project. Well, what the applicant has not dealt with, though we've told them time and time again, is that they are restricted to having any improvements, including trees and vegetation at the height of the existing building. So when they're relying upon these trees and this vegetation above the existing roof line of the current building, all of those are legally unpermitted to be installed in this project. So the multitude of examples that they're trying to show you and representations and simulations are of a condition that can never be built because of this private easement. So ultimately, I'm sure you want to know, what do we want? And it's trying to make this as simple as we can for you. So we believe most fundamentally that a roof is required, and we've provided some minimum specifications of that. There isn't a roof that's currently proposed, and we would want to be able to comment on that design. So we ask that the council require revised plans to be submitted that for the roof design that we can comment on before they're potentially approved. If it's potentially approved, then there are various other conditions that we believe would be appropriate. And we've listed those here. And that's where you get the 11 p.m. stoppage time, Mr. Mayor. Again, that's just for the roof. If, in the alternative, the council does not support a roof, we believe that the only fair compromise would be an extension of the trellis over the entirety of the surface area of this parking structure. Now, that in of itself isn't enough, and this is a very critical point. There are other limitations that would have to go hand in hand with the extension of that trellis to make it tenable. And we've identified all those in this slide here, which we shared with you last night. And that includes very significantly the prohibition of any vehicles entering or exiting the upper level of the parking structure after 10 p.m. There are various other requirements as well, but for brevity, you can review this. Well, you may have reviewed it in the email that I sent last night, and I'm happy to share this this slide with the city clerk for distribution. So with that, I would like to use whatever remaining time there is for the applicants to speak. They are on telephonic standby.
So we have about 2.5 minutes left, but I'll give you an extra couple minutes for the appellants to be able to speak.
We appreciate that.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Hal Spitz, and I have resided at 2919 Cliff Drive for the last 30 years, located directly above and adjacent to the 215 Riverside proposed project. As I've stated many times in the past few weeks, I strongly believe in property rights. I'm educated and trained as an architect, and I'm also a licensed general contractor. And I am the developer. I was the developer for the project of the 4 homes originally with Mr. Castro at on Cliff Drive above the 215 Riverside project. I believe that property rights are a privilege, and with that right comes responsibility to be a good neighbor and care about your surrounding property owners who have the same rights. In this case, the property owner, Mr. Jabara, is seeking permission from the City Council for special privileges through their CUP that reach way beyond the code that protects us and helps ensure our quality of life. We must all coexist and acknowledge change is hard, but inevitable. The building has been in a state of disrepair and need for renovation for many years. Mr. Jabara's attention to detail and quality construction will no doubt be continued with this project if it is approved. CUPs are supposed to add additional layers of protection to the zoning code. The residents and the Heights community are before you this evening seeking protection to ensure compatibility between the two sides and these two uses. That protection needs to recognize the need and the right to exist in a safe, quiet, and peaceful coexistence. While we recognize there will be a cost to the applicant to ensure these protections with respect to noise, light intrusion, aesthetics, and safety, the privilege of seeking to place a parking structure at the rear doorstep of single-family homes comes with a price. The structure should it be approved, needs to have hours of operation closing at 10 p.m. 7 days a week, and should be covered with the covering should be designed to mitigate noise and exhaust fumes. Thank you for your hours and dedication and service to our great city. Please protect us with the conditions of approval that are not watered down by the applicant or city staff. Respectfully, Hal Woods and family. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Castro, if you can speak next. Mr. Castro, are you there? Why don't we temporarily skip over him and we can go to...
Okay, I'm here.
Oh,
I'm here now.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Hello, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Ernest Castro. I own and live at 2915 Cliff Drive, Newport Beach, California, 92663, with my wife for the last 30 years. The rear property line of my home abuts the property at 215 Riverside Drive, and we are within 5 feet
of the proposed two-story parking structure to be built. To begin with, I am very disappointed that this hearing wasn't postponed due to the coronavirus issues. My business partner and neighbor, Hal Woods, and I built the 4 homes in 1989. We own a very successful development company by the name of Centerstone Communities and have developed many projects in Southern California. I am also a framing subcontractor for many major developers in Southern California. The project appears to be a 2-story parking structure with 40-plus parking spaces or less than 3,000 square feet of office space, which would only require 12 to 15 spaces. It is obvious that the parking is intended for the restaurant project and strip mall across the street. I was misled to believe that they were going to build an office building similar to the existing building and footprint with the ground level parking as required. With the 2-story structure, it moves the parking closer to our homes and will serve restaurant goers late into the evening. Instead of an office building which generally closes early, there will be parking and people activity well into the evening with light pollution, noise emerging from cars, and noise also from revelers attending the restaurants on PCH. As it is now, we hear a lot of commotion from the 4 restaurants and party boats along the harbor directly across from us. This will dramatically impact our quality of life. This is not a normal project within the normal city guidelines for city review. The proposed parking structure is almost within touching distance from our homes, something that's been denied before at other locations. I believe the height of the structure is figured to be parking deck level and not the top of the trellis or roof needed. An approval of this project will potentially impact all homes that have similar situations forever changing Newport Beach. I don't think there has been any other parking structures approved so close to a residential property. As you may know, there has been discussions with the developer as to how to mitigate
Mr.
the
Castro,
impact
I need
of
you
the
to finish
parking
up, please.
structure if it is approved. If it is approved, there needs to be limits of hours of operation, and the structure should have a solid roof and sidewalls to limit noise and light pollution.
Can you hear me?
Okay,
sorry,
the
Mr. Castro. Mr. Castro.
Yes?
Yeah,
Yes.
we've far exceeded the time that was provided to the appellants. So if you could wrap up very quickly, I'd appreciate that.
Okay, I'm just about done. The developer has suggested a trellis covered with vines on half the roof. Sound consultants will tell you that sound goes through vegetation. Why only half the roof? Common sense would dictate that it should be covered with a solid roof and solid rear and side walls, only open to the front facing Avon Street. Vegetation and vines can be placed on a solid roof for visual effects. Preferably, the structure should be
Mr.
denied,
Castro.
and they can build an office building with ground level parking as required.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members, for your time, and I hope you will require changes to be made to limit the negative impact to our homes if this parking structure is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Castro. I appreciate that. I have a couple questions coming out of that presentation. So one of the allegations that Mr. Ehrlich has made is that there were revised plans provided to the council that was not provided to them until 24 hours ago. So I'm gonna need Simone. I'm gonna need you to come forward and explain anyway, I'd like you to respond to that because I'd like to hear what the answer to that is.
So, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the applicant did send a revised plans. I think it was 2 or 3 sheets. I haven't really spent time to look at it. It was sent to the city council yesterday, so about 24 hours ago, and at the same time, we had sent it to the appellant, Mr. Ehrlich. So those plans have been sent out to the council and Mr. Ehrlich at the appellants at the same time.
Okay. Do we have, it looks like we've got the applicant's architect. Okay, I'd like you to, walk us through the changes. What are they?
If Greg, can you take me to the slide that's labeled location of parking to closest residence? Slide, I think 8 it is?
No,
In,
just
in my presentation.
Can you tell us again which slide you want?
I think it's going to be slide 8 or 9, so you need to back up. Keep going back. Oh, you've been, oops. Well, let's stop for a minute. Let's stop right there. So do you see the very upper left corner of the parking that's shown in that image? You see sort of the row. This is actually the lower floor, which is not a very good slide. So let's go back to the very beginning of the presentation and let's get to slide 8, slide 9. You're, okay, let's start there. So you see the cars all lined up with the trellis structure proposed over them. So that's the existing parking. That parking has not changed for months. That parking is exactly where it has always been. It's never changed. And you can see the very last parking stall, it abuts the existing retaining wall that's out there. That's the retaining wall that more or less parallels Mr. Wood's rear property line, about 10 feet away. And previously, we let the back wall of our parking just continue straight out and form a right angle with the wall that is adjacent to the parkland. You can sort of see that white area that doesn't have any topography shown in it. That's the section there where I went back, basically, and I try to solve problems. So I went back when we heard Mr. Ehrlich's comments and thought, hey, is there any way that I can keep this thing further away? And so the shaded area that's labeled no parking, that's the city-required dead-end turnaround requirement. And I was able to shift that into the drive aisle a little bit just because of the geometry of the parking on the opposite side. There's an offset, so I was able to shift that and be able to maintain the wall in its current location. So that's the change. And then the other benefit that I thought is it allows us to maintain an existing mature palm tree that's on that slope. And so that was the change that was made. It roughly, right there where the arrow is, and it probably, no change in parking whatsoever. No relocation of parking, no adjustment to parking. Just the ability to have more slope remain, more potential landscaping and protect the existing tree. And not go any closer to his home than the existing service parking does now.
So the thought process behind even the change itself was to try to make it better for the appellants?
Yes.
And so if we came to the conclusion that we shouldn't consider this particular set of plans, we would actually go back and consider the prior set of plans that had been submitted to us because we have concerns of notice. You wouldn't have any issue with that?
No.
Okay. All right. I'd like a discussion then from our city attorney on this, given the allegation of notice and due process issues.
So given that this change is relatively minor, is moving the project farther away from the private residences, it's not creating any new view issues or other impacts, and the public has had the opportunity to view this information now before making any comments, I think the City Council can proceed looking at these new plans.
Okay. All right, well, we're going to go to public comment then on this item for now. So what we'll do is we'll start in the community room and trying to gauge sense from council in terms of length of public comment. Do we stay at 3? Do we need to go to 2? All right, we'll go to 2. So we only have 3 calls? Really? How many? Hey, Carol, could you get a sense of how many people are going to come in to speak? Six? Yeah, we're going to stay at 3 minutes then. All right.
Mayor O'Neill, I'm sorry, this is Susan Horry in the community room,
Okay.
Representing the applicant. I think Scott Laidlaw addressed the question that you had about the change plans, and I was hoping that we still had at least 4 or 5 minutes for
You do,
rebuttal.
yeah, you do. That was a
Okay.
due process concern. It
All
was
right.
not a rebuttal concern. I appreciate that. All right, we're going to go to public comment then. Susan, if you wouldn't mind moving away. Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you. So we're going to start in the community room and then we'll go to the calls. So we'll go to the first comment.
Hello, Mayor. My name is Jalil Shabazz Blue. I just wanted to comment on the whole property line, if it's even a good idea to continue something when it's not bettering the fact of the citizen and his property, either expansion or maybe a better view or something. But that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll go next speaker, please.
Mayor O'Neill, members of the council, this is Jim Mosier. The format tonight seems to be working a little better than it did 2 weeks ago. I think you would agree this is not the ideal format, though, for holding a public hearing. People looking at the agenda or the hearing notice would believe that their only option is to listen from home and phone in. There's no disclosure that there is this opportunity to speak from the community room to you more or less in person. I think that's an oversight, and of course, even if they wanted to avail themselves of that, it's somewhat of a risk to their health. So I'm concerned that the concerns of the other community members other than the applicant and the appellant are not being heard as fully as they should. Many of those neighbors are not concerned about the impacts you're hearing now, but as you've heard, about the restaurant and the fact that this application will be made, making that restaurant approval easier to make in their mind. Final comment I would want to make is, despite what we've heard, there is at least one other example of an open parking structure that I know of in Newport Beach adjacent to a residential use, and that's the Westcliff Drive Medical Offices, which was approved by the Planning Commission in June of 2014. It's across Sherrington Drive from what used to be called the Oakwood Apartments. And for reasons unclear to me, despite the clear requirement in the municipal code that it be subject to a conditional use permit, there was no conditional use permit for that as far as I can tell. Just had a site review. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Brian Jeanette. I live up above the Cliff Drive Park at 400 Santa Ana Avenue. And after so many years seeing this dilapidated structure that's been there try to get working, it wasn't. It's not an appropriate landmark building for our community. I think what Scott is doing here is a vast improvement to what has been there. We welcome the elimination of the existing dilapidated building, and I think the parking system that they have created actually is very, very beneficial. The landscaping is going to create something that's much more desirable than what we have, and I would suggest and recommend that the council approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Stephanie Sitzer-Palalis. My husband and I I'm one of the appellants, and I didn't have an opportunity to speak, so I'm going to submit my public comment here. Just wanted to second everything that our attorney, Aaron Elric, had voiced on our behalf. Just wanted to address a few points, perhaps, that I think the applicant is missing and kind of misses the point in general in his presentation. I think there's been too much emphasis on what the project is going to look like and how beautiful it is, and I agree, it is beautiful. They've done a good job, perhaps distracting the rest of the community from the bigger point, which is what is this going to be used for? Who and what and when, hours of operation. There's been a lot of talk about off-site parking. That is the main reason why I feel it's only justified we get a complete roof over this thing, because it's an unknown, and without having that in place and having the projects viewed together, the restaurant project I'm talking about, I think that there's really no other way to kind of get around and everyone comfortable with this. Also, as to the trellis system, if that's something, if a complete trellis is something that's, available and can be engineered, I would expect the applicant to present that, or if it's not able, if it's not possible, we'd like to have some explanation why, or why is there no roof? Why is this being so resisted on their behalf? Secondly, my husband and I, we bought this home, really want to raise our family there. We intend to be there for the rest of our lives, and I'm not in the business. I do not want to spend our time policing and enforcing these various conditions for the next 30, 50 years of our lives. I just feel like for the betterment of the community, and this is not a selfish request, because we are that home that sits back further. We don't see the building as much. It's really the noise and the light and the sound and the transient activity that's going to be affecting us. And it's not just us, it's everyone else on Cliff Drive and in the community of Newport Heights. So I voice everyone else's concerns. I've talked to a lot of people, and I really thank you for your time, and just hope that a good resolution can be reached and that this project can be further modified, because it's almost there. I think it's beautiful, but further modified to really make it livable. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. All right, next speaker, please.
Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you so much for your time. Troy Palalis, homeowner at 2907 Cliff Drive. I think a lot of things I'm going to say are pretty much repeats, so I'll be extremely brief. I don't think there's any question that this can be a very elegant project and an improvement to the neighborhood. I think our biggest concern is noise, light intrusion, pollution, and it just seems like the most simple solution. We could put this whole thing to bed would be to simply cover the structure, hopefully with a solid roof, if not with a complete and heavy trellis. I don't think any of the neighbors argue that it isn't going to be elegant. We would just want it to be functional and built in a responsible and courteous way to the neighbors that border up to the project. And that's all we ask. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Okay, we'll go to the calls then. Okay, go ahead.
Hello.
Hi, go ahead.
Hello. My name is Jeannie Phobes, and I'm calling about the parking structure that you were discussing.
Yes, thank you very much. You can go ahead.
Okay. I wanted to find out if you have, I couldn't hear the meeting. I could just watch you on my computer. And did you decide about a roof? Because I definitely want to insist. We live in Newport Heights, and we've lived here many, many, many years. And we have a lovely, quiet neighborhood here at Newport Heights. And we're just a block from Cliff Drive, and we will have an impact of traffic and noise from this new project at 215 Riverside, and I wanted to make sure that the parking structure would have a roof on it, so we don't have rooftop parking. And has that been decided yet?
No, it hasn't. We always wait until after public comment to make decisions, but we appreciate. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So that's very important to me, that you have a roof, have a roof on that parking structure and don't have cars on the top level. And also, has it been decided to have a bar in that complex? Because I want to stress that I hope there will not be a bar. We're going to have enough traffic, increased traffic, without having drinking involved.
Understood. I appreciate that, ma'am. Thank you.
You're very welcome. And those are my main concerns right now.
Thank you very much. Have a great night. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Good night.
Next speaker, or next call, I mean. Hi, good evening. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Brittany Sitzer, and I would like to lodge my strong support of a roof over the parking structure. I agree with all the reasons stated by the appellant, but further, I am really concerned about the misleading tactics used by the applicant and the withholding of the details as stated by another support of the roof, that we are unsure what exactly this project will be used for, the use, et cetera. And I sincerely hope that the council will further inquire about the details of this project so that they can make an informed and responsible decision that will be both benefit the community and everybody involved in this project. Thank you for your time this evening.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please. Hi, go ahead.
This is Steve Hufford. I'm a long-time resident of the Heights, and I'm very familiar with the property there. And it just, everybody seems to forget it used to be a bar and restaurant with a stuffed noodle and then the Nisse afterward that did have longer hours. So the building is actually very dilapidated, and it being torn down and being converted to just what Jabara has proposed, I think would be an improvement to our neighborhood. And thank you for hearing my comments.
Thank you. We'll go to the next call, please. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Sandra Ayers, and I am addressing this issue not so much about how beautiful it is. We all agree that what the developers have done down in that area and what they propose to do for that site is very beneficial looking. There are extenuating circumstances that make it negative that would be easy to resolve. First of all, I want to say this is a high interest issue in our neighborhood that I don't feel is fairly reflected in this presentation. There are over 40 letters that have been sent in, and I know there would be many more people with butts in seats, like have been said, need to be represented for you to see the interest. I didn't know that I could be in that public room either. So I'm doing this very uncomfortable phone calling. But I still care enough, just like the 40 people who sent the letters care and anyone else who's still trying to call in. So I would like to say first that there are two quick issues that I want to address. One being that the ingress and egress on Riverside Avenue, I think is very dangerous. I think that it's been said to the developers, it's been said to the city. There was someone sent in a letter that on Sunday it was nonstop with police along Cliff Drive, which we're thankful for, but it was nonstop for him, stopping people running the stop sign and bicyclists racing down the road, that when people are coming out on Riverside Avenue and not being able to see, that is going to be a threat and a liability in the future for the city and the developer because the risks have been stated. Second, the city and the developer are putting themselves at a litigation risk by avoiding CEQA on the review of this project. Most importantly, I'm talking about the roof and the noise that comes up to our quiet neighborhood. We hear things all the way, like it's been stated, from the harbor noise all the time. I hear even, used to hear Dave Grant yelling at the growers there. So we hear everything off the harbor. We hear things from the restaurants. We are going to hear things from this parking structure. We're going to hear alarms. We're going to hear cars starting. We're going to hear horns honking. And there is no reason for there not to be required a roof on this project. I don't know why council members would not understand they're setting a new standard. Let me finish.
Quickly,
If
Sandra.
they don't,
Quickly.
okay, yes, they're setting a new standard if they do not require a roof on a parking structure next to a residential neighborhood. They wouldn't want it next to their neighborhood. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Not to make light of this, but I think people hear Dave Grant all the way in Newport Coast. Anyway, go ahead. All right, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Nancy Scarborough. I'm a resident of Newport Beach, Newport Heights. I strongly oppose this parking project unless it's conditioned with a solid cover over the parking. Previous City Council members have have had the wisdom to refuse to allow open parking structures next to residential neighborhoods in the past. If this project is approved, it will be the first and only parking structure in Newport Beach that is immediately adjacent to single-family homes. And in this case, the property lines of some of those adjacent homes are about 5 feet from the parking structure. The developer's attorney has submitted a written statement indicating that there are open parking lots throughout the city. This statement is very misleading. While there are open parking structures within Newport Beach, there's not a single one that is adjacent to a neighborhood, a residential neighborhood. In the previous instances, City Council has required a cover over the open parking structures adjacent to neighborhoods, and in several cases, they've even outright denied the approval of them. Secondly, the existing building has about 16 parking spaces. The new project has 40 parking spaces. The planned new office space is about 2,700 square feet. By code, that would require 11 spaces. What are the additional 30 spaces for? We don't know. The architect talking about the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario would be that someone builds a nearby rooftop rooftop restaurant with an occupant load of 200 people, that might be 50 cars, who are drinking until 10 or 11 at night and returning to their cars to leave this quiet residential neighborhood. This is definitely more impactful than any current conditions. I only have one other comment. The attorney for the homeowners received drawings yesterday. Those drawings are not on the city's website as of this morning. I'm in the design business. I know that you don't submit a new set of drawings because you moved one wall 5 feet east. None of us have had an opportunity to review these drawings. The devil's in the detail, and I'd like to know if any of you on the council have seen these drawings, and if not, how can you vote to approve this project without knowing what changes have been made and what the current scope of the project really is? Thank you for your time.
Okay. Next caller, please. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, council members. My name is Christopher Budnick, and I reside in Newport Heights. I speak this evening in support of the appellant and ask the council to require a solid roof on the proposed parking structure. I am an advocate for all property owner rights. In this specific case, the proposed commercial development is immediately adjacent to residential property. And so I believe the residential owner's right to the quiet enjoyment of their homes must be the higher priority. I do appreciate the developer's willingness to invest in the area, but we really do have to consider the owners for residential properties as the higher priority. And I think this is really the reason why councils of the past have required parking decks next to houses include solid covered roofs. This is especially important considering all the potential uses of this proposed development remain uncertain based on the comments people have made thus far. And I ask the council to continue this practice and require a solid covered roof. I don't think a full heavy trellis would really work in this case. I think you need a solid roof. Thanks for the opportunity to speak and for the work that you do. Have a great evening.
Thank you. We'll go to the next caller, please. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Mayor O'Neill. This is Peggy Palmer speaking. And I would just like to say, in regards to the 215 Riverside project, that we already have a guideline in place. It's called the 2006 General Update Plan. And we also have the 2000 Mariners Mile Strategic Plan, in which it also relates to no community should have harm and have a parking but a commercial realtor or a commercial center. And I do have to say that Mr. Jabara has sent me numerous demand letters and cease and desist letters. He's bullied our neighborhood. He has not been going into good faith. And if you look at the 2006 General Update Plan, as well as the Strategic Mariners Mile Plan, it specifically outlines that this type of parking structure should not abut a neighborhood. So with that being said, I hope you guys make the right decision. Will Mr. O'Neill, it sounds like you have done a great job trying to mediate the parties. This guy is just going gung-ho, trying to take our neighborhood away from us. He's done a great job with the other projects, but taking a parking structure, putting it there, is just not reasonable. So thank you very much, and I appreciate your time. Bye-bye.
Thank you. We'll go to the next caller. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Myra Ramirez, and I would like to show my support for the 215 Riverside project. That location currently has restaurants, and it's a commercially zoned project, and the project that the applicant is proposing, I think, would improve the area overall and really be an upgrade from the previous restaurant, as it will be office space.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go to the next caller. All right, go ahead.
Yes, David Tanner, Newport Beach resident. What you have before you tonight is a mess. What I'd like to see never happen again. On the one side, I'm sorry, I'm trying to mute things here. On the one side, you have staff saying this project is shovel-ready with no environmental concerns. One ready to be fast-tracked through the permitting process, a project which the applicant has divided into pieces to attempt to avoid a longer, more arduous permit process. Staff is agreeing with everything the applicant is proposing and recommending approval. On the other side, you have the community up in arms, threatening litigation, saying this project will have potential impacts to the Avon wetland, a heritage oak tree, the coastal bluff, and will create noise, light, and glare impacts to adjacent residential units a feet away. I and others to general plan policy after policy violations. Staff has intentionally withheld from the public, this council, and the Planning Commission build their case to justify the recommendation for project approval. Tonight, you are considering making changes to the project to reduce its environmental effects. The same project staff says has no environmental effects. How ironic.
Are you there, Mr. Tanner? Okay. All right, we'll go to the next caller then. Okay, go ahead.
Hi there, my name is Charles Klobe. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity, although it is continually awkward to communicate with you in this method. As others have pointed out, as of tonight, the link on the city website for the agenda, you can't open the last staff report. It goes to a 404. The project plans are not the current ones, according to what the applicant is saying, and they're 140 megabytes to open. And the correspondence page of letters hasn't been updated for a day, and I know, because I've seen copies of them, that you've received much more correspondence that the public doesn't have access to. That, coupled with the CEQA exemption that's being requested, just seems unconscionable to me, and I'm sure you saw the letter that I wrote referencing the various areas that I think you're in error here if you approve this. I urge you to deny this project, send it back until it is brought complete in concert with the restaurant that we all know is the real plan, and let us hear it that way. Thank you.
All right. Next caller, please. All right, go ahead.
Hello.
Hi, go ahead.
Good evening. This is Portia Weiss, and I'm a resident of Newport Heights. I'd like to comment on the 215 parking structure. I'm opposed to having a parking structure, period, because I know that so many people in Newport would rather park on a street than in a parking structure. It takes more time to get in and out, and your car gets dinged up in the narrower parking spots, and a lot of people really don't want to pay a valet fee. As far as, aside from that, I am concerned about the project not having a roof. Where is the exhaust going to go from those idling cars straight up into the neighbors and into our neighborhood? The noise from the doors slamming, music blaring, car alarms, tires screeching. We've all heard it. We've all smelled it in parking structures. And I think if you are going to go ahead with this project, the roof on it. I am also extremely concerned about the impact that this project will have to our environment, our precious Avon wetlands, yes, the heritage coastal oak, our beautiful Cliff Drive Park, which is a real gem of all parts of Newport Beach for both the residents and visitors. and I feel that this project needs to be reworked, and there needs to be a more realistic view of what the parking places are going to be used for, if it is going to be, if they are going to be used eventually for an open-top restaurant and bar that could hold 200 people. And I think we need to take a closer look at this project. At the very least, a full roof needs to be mandatory, and but it wouldn't hurt to back up a little bit and reevaluate this project. Thank you so much for your time and for caring about what us residents feel. And I really wish I was there and not chatting with you from the phone, but thank you very much. I trust that you will come up with the decision that will represent us residents as well as the needs of the entire community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Last public comment next. Hi, go ahead.
Yeah, this is David Tanner. I'd like to finish my statement. The line went dead. Was that all right?
Yeah, you got 1 minute.
Tonight you're considering making changes to the project to reduce the environmental effects. The same project staff says no environmental effects. How ironic. The project, like all other projects, must follow the rules. That means compliance with CEQA. A vote to require the project to comply with CEQA is a vote to enhance the public trust. A vote to allow the circumvent CEQA is a vote to erode the public trust. We want the city to follow the rule, to bend over backwards to ensure the city protects public trust. That's why we sacrifice to create the general plan and make Newport the great city it is today. We are a city of rules. It is up to you to make sure they are properly enforced. And I'd just like to say, the applicant's team has tried to do a really good job, but as the applicant's representative said in his opening statement, he was here to address unusual circumstances. I think those unusual circumstances make this a very difficult site to develop. I think there's a fair project that can be done that shows the applicant what the applicant wants, the residents what they want, and goes in for the city. That if the applicant wants to talk about, I'll be glad to talk about it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll bring it back up. All right, I want to get rid of the echo. Okay. All right, we'll bring it back. So we'll give 5 minutes to the applicant for rebuttal, and then we'll bring it to council. So 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm just going to address as quickly as possible the reason why we are not proposing a solid roof. And I would say first and foremost, the trellised approach is a greener approach, literally and environmentally. The solid roof, you know, as I mentioned before, we're moving everything further away and down from the residents. So we're making the current condition better, and the screening is better. And the original premise for this project is that we have an upper level office space that functions off of the upper level parking and a lower level office space that functions off the lower level parking, and they're not connected. And so a solid roof structure would have to be high enough to accommodate emergency vehicles, you know, deliveries, all kinds of things that need to happen to service that. And I don't want to drill down into the technical details why the building is that way, but that's a building department requirement at this point, the way the roof, the trellises have been incorporated and not a solid roof. And I would argue that solid roof, especially with the increased height, is going to be an eyesore. It's going to be an eyesore from the parklands. It's going to be an eyesore from the street looking up at it. It's going to be much more massive. There's going to be more mechanical equipment. It's just not a good idea if it's not warranted. And we wholeheartedly believe that in this case, it really isn't warranted. And I will note one other project in Newport that has an open rooftop parking, and that's the Bay Island parking structure on the peninsula. directly adjacent to residential.
In the remaining time, I'd like to address a couple of issues. First of all, I want to thank the council for taking time tonight to listen to all the public comment and to listen to our presentation of the project. I think one of the things that you heard is that this is going to be precedent setting. As Scott mentioned, there are other examples, such as the Bay Island parking lot, but also the reason why we're doing a conditional use permit is that it permits the council to consider the unique situation of each setting. And in this particular situation, as we did in our main presentation, explain to you, this is not like any of the other sites where the parking structure was built from existing grade and went up. Instead, we're taking the parking structure, lowering the existing grade, and building under it. And so this is not a precedent. Secondly, I want to address our request for condition 63, which is to limit the entry, only the entry, to the upper level of parking after 10 o'clock. We feel that from an enforcement standpoint, it would be very difficult to implement being able to stop people exiting after 10 o'clock. And we don't believe that there would be a lot of cars there, but from an enforcement standpoint, I think it would just, from practicality, be very difficult to do. Also, since we cannot put up a gate because of queuing issues, working with the city, we feel that using the language of the Planning Commission, which prohibited entry to the upper level after 11 o'clock, we agreed to scale it back to prohibiting entry after 10 o'clock would be the appropriate revision to condition 63. Lastly, I would like to conclude our remarks by saying that we would like the council to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission to approve this project. Excuse me, not the recommendation, it was the action of the Planning Commission to approve the project. We have worked with the city staff to identify other conditions which will address any impacts of the project in terms of its impacts to the adjacent residences, including agreeing to hire an arborist, extending the trellis as we've described, and would request your approval of this project. I think that, as the Planning Commission remarked when we were before them, it's never a bad thing to provide additional parking in the Mariners Mile area. And this is exactly what is being done here, together with the redevelopment of a 1960s era building, and with a project that would fit in and would be compatible with the surrounding. So thank you very much, Council, and we look forward to your decision and deliberation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we'll bring it back to council at this time, and so if you'd like to speak, make sure you queue up. Nothing. Okay. All right. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Duffield.
Well, I'll take a crack at it. First off, it's confusing to me. There's already a parking lot there. It's been there for decades. So we keep talking about this unknown parking. Well, it's been very well known that cars park there. But where I live, I wanted to point out there's another parking lot that is overlooking a houses overlooking a parking lot where I live in Bayshores. It's the Bayshore Marina, and the parking lot is 35 feet from the homes there. So the next thing is, the other issue with these trellises, I think they're beautiful, I think they're fabulous, and you won't see the cars. So I don't know how, we keep talking about seeing these cars, you can't see the car. And I really enjoyed the fact that the building that's existing will be 1/3 the size, and that it will be set back off of Riverside enough to make the safe egress and egress to ingress on and off the property there, whereas the condition now is very dangerous. So they're going to improve that. And so I am in favor of the project. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Brenner.
I had a couple questions that arose. There was some mention of, even though the vegetation in the rendering on the hillside between the houses and the parking structure was shown and was beautiful, that someone said that it could be no higher than the current vegetation. Simone, do you know if that's true?
Yes, Councilwoman Brenner. There is a private agreement between the property owners and an easement, and that has certain limitations with regard to height, so they lowered the height of the building to comply with that easement. Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with the specifics of the vegetation and the height vegetation, and maybe the appellant or the applicant can expand on that.
Okay, and one other question. On the CEQA issues, this CEQA thing always gets me because we always get a little statement at the beginning that says it's not a CEQA issue, and yet they bring up these things, and I'm confused about that.
Thank you, Councilmember Brenner. From a CEQA standpoint, there are exceptions that would exempt a full EIR. So with regards to the city's general plan and with regards to the city's zoning, so the zoning implements your general plan. Going back to the CEQA issue, to make a determination from the Class 32, you have to hit specific thresholds. One of them is we do have a lot of studies, and so the applicant has done noise studies, traffic studies, biological studies. And so those came back to determine that there's really no impact. With regards to the Class 32 exemption, we have to make a statement that it complies with the general plan, which your zoning code implements your general plan. So if you comply with the zoning, you've implemented everything in your general plan, and that's the kind of whole point of general plan and zoning. From a staff standpoint, we've done the analysis with the technical studies. We have implemented the zoning code as has been adopted by the City Council. We feel that we're in compliance with the CEQA class exemption. This project it's a parking structure. It requires a use permit. It's discretionary. That means there's subjectivity. I don't have the final say on this. It goes to the Planning Commission. And the Planning Commission had that final say. And I have the resolution. I went and reviewed it today. They've agreed with staff's recommendation. It meets the class exemption of Class 32. It is consistent with the general plan, and they've approved the coastal development permit. And they voted 6-1, and they've agreed what staff's review of this is. So that's the best answer I have.
Okay, all right, that answers that. And then I did have another question about ingress and egress off of when they had suggested from Avon instead of Riverside. Is the upper level exiting onto Riverside and the lower level onto Avon, or I'm not sure how.
I'll have Greg answer that.
Okay.
Yes, so to access the upper level, it's from Riverside, and the lower level is from Avon. So the upper and the lower aren't connected, so you can't get there. You can't pull your vehicle from the upper level down to the lower level without exiting onto Riverside and then down around the corner to Avon.
That makes sense then. I'm just concerned about sports cars on the roof. It's hard to imagine that if we're having complaints about sports cars test driving on Cliff Drive and it's bothering the residents now, and we've got sports cars and motorcycles on PCH that are bothering our residents now, how that noise is going to be mitigated enough to keep it from really bothering those residents. That's my only real concern about this. So that's it. Thank you.
Ms. Dixon.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. A couple questions. The restaurant that was there and operated for many years, does anyone know the hours of operation?
I'm not aware of it. I believe they were late, what we would call late hours, 11 p.m.
Oh, really?
But I'm not sure if they implemented that. It's been a while since it's been open.
Okay. All right. So just to clarify, you responded to Councilwoman Brenner's questions about CEQA. So there was no addition. Obviously, there's no additional CEQA requirement. We've had a number of letters saying that needed to go through CEQA. Number of comments, Mr. Tanner, Mr. Klob.
We feel that we've complied with CEQA. There is an exemption, Class 32. Staff made the recommendation, and the Planning Commission ratified that.
Okay. And also, there were questions in letters about combining, why, if you could explain why the potential future restaurant was not part of this application.
So the applicant didn't submit the two projects. They submitted two separate projects, a parking structure with an office building and a separate restaurant on a separate parcel. That restaurant is still going through the review process, and we all assume the restaurant will park in the parking structure. I don't have any knowledge that that will be done or not be done, and I think right now in this climate, I don't know if a future restaurant is the best use right now. The applicant can actually change their mind of what the space is going to use for. Is it going to be used for a restaurant? Are they going to convert it back to a retail? We don't know. These are two independent projects. From a staff standpoint, there's no reason to look at them concurrently. If it is a proposed restaurant, that restaurant will have to find parking. The parking can be maybe in that parking structure. Maybe that restaurant will go to another location. Clearly, that parking structure has surplus parking. That is the applicant's decision to build more parking than is needed for that office building. Mr. Jabbar owns the adjacent center, so maybe there's some synergy that they're looking to do. But from a legal CEQA standpoint, there are exceptions for the staff not to review projects together. In this particular case, we could look at them independently. We have still not concluded the review of the restaurant. It is still an incomplete application, and it's kind of stalled, really.
Oh, so there is an application pending?
There is a pending application, correct. And we have a lot of pending applications that stall out, so I don't know what the plan is for Mr. Jabbar on that restaurant.
And just my observation of this entire complex, I mean, it has been done in pieces. And so, for example, the existing Stacy Bone and the jeweler and the post office behind, so that was a separate project also, I understand. Is that correct?
Correct. And those
application, rather.
Correct. It was a separate project. There was remodels of that existing building, correct.
And so now it's this building under review today, and then in the future or to come is the restaurant building.
And I do know that everybody's trained for the terms project splitting. You can't split projects, but there are exceptions, and this one meets those exceptions where it's independent parcels looked at independently. And so we feel comfortable from a legal standpoint that you don't have to combine these two projects together.
Okay. General plan, and so I guess you just addressed that with Ms. Brenner, that it conforms, there's no variations to the general plan or no general plan amendment to the zoning? That's
correct. There's no general plan amendment to this. The zoning implements the general plan. It's not a perfect process, absolutely. So there is subjectivity in this. So again, that's why it's a conditional use permit. That's why we go to a higher board, our planning commission. And we make that recommendations. We've done all the studies. We provide them all the data, all the facts to support it. And we make the recommendation. They don't have to go with staff's recommendation, but they did in this particular case. They have agreed with staff's recommendation that it meets the general plan requirements.
Hours of operation, I was kind of confused on the back and forth. So the applicant has agreed to 10 p.m. in and out?
They want to limit it to entry.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry. They want to limit the hours to entry.
But not a limit on the hours of exit?
That's right.
Well, I have a question, I guess, of the applicant. Maybe there'll be some others. We can give a list, but would they consider limiting to 10 p.m., the same hours? Because I think there are some issues that residents could be satisfied with, and that may be one of them. If to prevent late hours of exit, that would start cars up after 10 p.m. So that's one question. Also, on the design of the trellis, I'm not a designer by any stretch of the imagination, but it occurs to me looking at the plans that the trellis, I mean, the residents would like a roof. One of the residents actually told me that the roof that's over the BMW is not something that they would like to look at, a solid cement structure. So that's where the trellis has an attractive component as well as an environmental green component. And the trellis, I understand, a full covered trellis, as I understand it, would require different engineering. There'd be some support pillars that needed to be installed on the roof to support the trellis. So then it becomes awkward in terms of driving in and driving out. So I would like to propose a consideration by the applicant to enhance the overall roof attractiveness, aesthetics, that over the 2 rows of cars, that the trellis be extended a few more feet without requiring, again, I'm not a designer, I don't know if this is possible, but it could avoid additional engineering and structural reinforcement, that the trellis just extend a few feet beyond the car, a few feet beyond the car on this opposing side. And yes, there would be some empty strip there, and maybe the surface of the rooftop could be something other than concrete gray, something that would complement the brick, the terracotta, or of the tree, just to make it more aesthetically pleasing. And maybe if I could, is that possible to ask the applicant? Or we might have some other questions to ask, but just to add that to the list of.
Okay, we can ask.
Okay. And those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Avery.
Well, this is in my district, so I've been aware of it and involved for a while now. And I take a kind of a broader look at this. And part of it's just Newport Heights is a very established, wonderful neighborhood where most of the neighbors fight not to have sidewalks, and they want to keep their telephone poles and telephone wires, and it's kind of rural. And but everybody loves it up there, and it's fantastic. And what's been happening from my perspective, not only on council but as a resident, is just what's been happening, in any town that's successful like this, where property values are going up and it's well managed. People want to move here, they want to live here, and they want to invest here. And so we see the old Ardell property was underdeveloped. The Haskells bought it. Arnold Haskell bought it in 1958. They built a very modest structure, except for the Kano's building, which was originally the stuffed shirt. But otherwise, there were huge view corridors. It was wonderful. And the park, and across the street, the Haskells also owned that, and that was just a great big flat lot with no lights whatsoever for decades upon decades. And all the people up on the ridge had the enjoyment of not having any light pollution and having clear views to the bay, because Mr. Haskell, in fact, owned a home up there, and he didn't want any of that. And so it was wonderful. And it's still underdeveloped today, of course, and that development hasn't started yet, as is the block between Tustin and Riverside. There's a parking lot and then a group of buildings that have been there since 1975, when the previous group of buildings burned to the ground. That is also underdeveloped. So this whole area is underdeveloped, and it's just getting to, we all know how economics work, and it's all going to get developed. And this is just part of it. But I will have to say that this development is really, and everyone agrees, is a great development. And Mr. Jabara has invested more in design and more in sort of trying to really come up with a great product, a very nice community-driven product. And I think we're very fortunate to have that. Every time I go down there, I just think, wow, he didn't have to spend all this money. He could have been generating the same ROI with spending less money. But that doesn't take away, obviously, the impacts to the residents and their concerns. And that's why we're here, and that's what makes this sort of difficult. It'd be easier if we had an irresponsible developer, but we don't. We have someone who's really doing a good job. And we have residents have every right to be concerned with all the noise and the air and all of it. And I think any of us have those, if our homes are nearby, are going to have those questions. But we can't stop really the intensity of development that's going to be occurring in this area primarily. This is the northern side of it, but or western side of it, and then going way east to almost to the Balboa Bay Club. And what we see here, of course, is this struggle to contain it and to try and keep the quality that people love about Newport Heights and the area. And I think I basically feel where they're at now, and it's too bad there's so much bad blood and I think there's been a lot of effort on both sides, and I was really hoping, of course, for my own selfish sake, that they would reach an agreement before we have to make some decision, because I think ideally, councils don't make this decision, but sometimes we have to. So I will not accept this without a hard 10 o'clock end to cars being up there. I just think, and there can't be any excuses about it. There has to be some sort of way, guard gates, valet, whatever, that just nobody's driving up there past 10, because most people are in bed by 10 o'clock. And it's just, given the proximity of the unfortunate situation there, that's just the reality. So that's, for me, that's kind of a limit. And it's important to me that would be really adhered to over the years. That's a deal point that I think, for particularly the residents, the 4 residents that are right above it, I think they have to have that. I've spoken to a few of them. And the lid, I think they've done I think it could have been, I won't say worse, but it could have been have more impact. But I think there's been a lot of work to reduce the impact on this project. So I think the trellis design is really nice. I think the cars are covered. So it's primarily, to me, it's primarily a noise issue at this point for people. And there's been some other things, of course, but noise is the big one, and we need to contain it by the hours and probably by some sort of valet parking or something to, if you're going to serve the restaurant. I don't think it matters really whether they're connected or not, or however you're going to, obviously they're connected. The architecture is the same, the whole thing, and whatever parking becomes available, it's going to get used regardless. So, and obviously the area needs it. So, I'm in favor of, as Ms. Dixon said, extending the trellis as much as possible, given the engineering that allow that to happen. And for sure, cars are covered, and controlling the hours, and then ideally controlling, having that driven up there, have cars drive up there at least at night by valets who have instructions to be kind to the neighbors and drive carefully and not make a lot of noise. So that's where I am on this. It's too bad, because I think there's good intentions all the way around, and there's isn't really pretty good development happening right there. So thank you.
Yeah, so the issue of the conditions, so the condition 63 is the one. So, I mean, you look back at the letter we received from Ms. Horry dated May 8th, where she says, as a compromise to appellant's concerns, the applicant agreed to limit use of the upper level of the parking structure to 10 p.m. and that the time limit would apply to both entry and exit from the upper level. And the concern that she had raised on condition 63, that only says vehicles should not be allowed to enter and not use the word exit, was the concern about enforcement. I'm kind of curious staff's thoughts in terms of, I mean, if we put in if the motion that were made were to be essentially an approval of the project, but amendment of 63 to say vehicles shall not be allowed to enter or exit the upper level of the parking structure 10 p.m. through 6 a.m. daily. I mean, what is the enforcement mechanism in a situation like that?
Something like this, what we've done before is, we've brought back the item back to the Planning Commission after more like an annual review to ensure that they are following the conditions. Code enforcement can go out there and we have weekend enforcement, even nighttime enforcement on a monthly basis. When the bars and restaurants were open, we were doing that type of enforcement. So we can definitely add that to our enforcement program, where it's a spot check. And it's just a random spot check where we go out there when it's fully operational, and we'll see what's going on and see what's happening. And the council could impose an additional condition about an annual review if they like also.
And if we found that they were not complying, at least on the, certainly on the exit side of things, to the satisfaction of this condition, would the applicant have the ability to say, okay, no problem, we're gonna, we'll shut it down at a certain hour, only allow valet, or we'll propose a mechanical arm or whatever, but in the interim, basically, if we modified 63 to say exactly what Mr. Avery was just suggesting, which is exit also, then we would be able to do a review at the planning commission level, and then perhaps, and also, you're right, spot checking. And then the other potential for that situation would be to, if they're out of compliance, force a new program, or force them to adopt a new program that brings them into compliance.
That's correct, and we would leave that up to the planning commission to go ahead and approve that new program, whatever it is, maybe limiting the hours even further.
Okay. And in light of what Mr. Avery was just saying, do you want me to ask the applicant about okay. So, Mr. Laidlaw, if you wouldn't mind coming forward, and I'm sure you heard the question that came from Ms. Dixon about the trellis, so could you speak to that, please?
Sure. First thing, I just want to clarify that I have had nothing to do with the development of the garden project. So I am only the architect for 215. And when it comes to the trellis, yes, I think we could extend the trellis members currently cantilever off of a beam that's set back now, so you don't see it on the end. And I think we could extend that cantilever another 2 to 3 feet without any significant structural ramifications. The only condition to that I would appreciate is that we do that consistent with the requirements of the building department and building code. The reason for that is that there will be, for instance, the trellis gets close to one of the exit stairs, and you're not allowed to have an exit path of travel that goes underneath an overhang. That's a building code requirement. So in that location, I wouldn't want to extend the trellis because that would be against the building code. But 4 feet over, I can extend the trellis. So as long as there was a caveat that allowed us to not, and I would argue that what I'm describing is like 90% can be extended, maybe 95% can be extended. But I believe there's going to be a few areas where a 3-foot extension would actually get into some exiting challenges. So other than that, I think we could offer up another 3-foot extension on the trellis structure.
All right. In light of that answer, here's my motion. I move approval of staff recommendation with the following modifications to conditions 61 and 63. Condition 61 will end with a new sentence that says the trellis shall extend an additional 3 feet unless such extension violates the building code. And condition 63, you know what? I'm sorry. Our city attorney has noted for me that the request from the applicant on condition 63 was to not include the words or exit, but as it currently reads, our conditions of approval for item number 63 actually does say or exit. So we can actually leave that in there. Well, I would still add that last sentence of number 60 of of condition 61. The trellis shall extend an additional 3 feet unless such extension violates the building code.
I'll second that motion.
All right, seconded by Mr. Herdman. Do we have any discussion at the dais? Absolutely, Ms. Brenner.
Someplace I read that we could add a condition that only parking be allowed on this upper level, because I guess there was some concern that perhaps they could ask for a permit to do special events up there, that sort of thing. So could we add that this is only to be utilized for parking?
I mean, I think it's worth asking the applicant if they have any intention otherwise. Ms. Horry, could you answer that? Is there any intention by the applicant to use the upper level parking for anything other than parking?
No, Mr. Mayor. We will agree to just park cars on the upper level.
Okay, so we can add condition 66. Condition 66 would state that the upper level to be used for parking only. Okay. I would incorporate that into my motion. Okay, and approved as amended in the second. Mr. Muldoon.
Thank you. I think the trellis is considerate, and I think this builder and architect have gone to great lengths to be considerate of the neighbors. What I'm against is the nighttime restriction for cars coming and going. It sounds like we're going to set up a complaint box essentially for this property, and we're going to be seeing this more than I would like to. So, Mr. Mayor, just so I'm clear, you are approving the application with the trellis, and then with the hours of 10 to 6 a.m., no entering or exiting every day of the week.
That is the motion, yeah.
Okay. I will offer a substitute motion, not that I have a second or not, that will approve the item and include the entire trellis, but will not include the restriction that you seek.
Okay. Is there a second? All right, dies for lack of a second. All right, anything else, Mr. Muldoon? Okay, Ms. Dixon.
Yes, well, I just wanted to say, if we're headed in this direction, I think this is a definite asset to our community and to specifically the retail area that serves primarily Newport Heights plus other parts of the community. There's been, did you say 63 items that were conceded to by the applicant? Is that what that represents?
I'm not sure I would quite put it that way, but there are now going to be 66 conditions.
Maybe 66 conditions that have been agreed to by the applicant, and in the development process, it's probably pretty routine. But I think, in my opinion, the applicant has tried to listen and has listened and responded to the requests by the neighbors, and I think it's eminently fair, and I think it will be an asset to the community. It's beautifully done, and I want it to be, we all want these kinds of developments to add value to our community and to the surrounding neighborhood. And I can only think of positives for this, and I appreciate the applicant's patience to work this through. And I hope when this is finally built in a year and a half, or whatever it takes, that the neighbors will really see it's really been a fine addition to that community. As Mr. Avery said, that area is going to be developed. That's just the way the world works eventually, and I think it will be a very strong asset and complement to the neighborhood quality. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I just want to say thank you to the applicant and mostly the appellants for reaching out and trying to reach a decent resolution. Clearly, this is a much better project for our residents than even what was approved by the Planning Commission, leaps and bounds better, in fact. And so I think that we are going to be in a position where I tend to agree. I think this is going to be a good asset. I do appreciate all of the hard work that the appellants have put into the discussions, because you've seen a marked change versus what had been approved 6-1 at the Planning Commission level. So with that, let's go ahead and vote.
The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
All right. Thank you. So given the technology of it all, are we good? We don't need to take a break? You sure? Okay. No. I would only do it for technology reasons. Okay. So we're going to go right into the next item then. So the next item is item number 22, the terminating non-exclusive commercial solid waste franchises. I imagine that this can be a fairly brief presentation in terms of basically saying that we have rules. Some of the rules have not been followed. Some of the people have gotten their act together and followed the rules, and we have an amended ordinance to show a revised list. I think we've lost your mic. Anything you want to add beyond what I just said? Hang on one second.
Technology.
Okay.
That is correct. We relatively quickly, this is a hearing to look at terminating up to 9 franchises. There's 12 listed. We've had a settlement of 3 of them, so we're looking to terminate them based on compliance with our insurance and/or collision avoidance systems that have been duly noted to them in multiple letters. So Micah Martin is here tonight to do a staff report if you like. If not, we can answer any questions.
Does anyone require a staff report? All right, seeing none. Any discussion before we go out to, all right, so we do have hauler representatives here, if I understand that correctly? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so what is the best way to handle this, Mr. Harp? Hang on.
Is this Art?
No.
Okay.
Thank you. Just give me a moment, please. Mr. Harp, go ahead.
So I think it would probably be best to hear from any of the hauler representatives first, and then we'll take public comment.
All right, sounds good. Let's, yeah, so I understand that we have two. Could you give your name and your company affiliation?
This is Art Vasquez with A to Z Construction Services.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. Do we have someone else on the phone as well?
Yes, this is Alan from JB Rubber Service. Hello?
Yes, thank you. Alan, what's your last name so I can call you by your last name too, please?
Alan Babishaw from JB Services.
Sorry, I missed that. What was it?
Babishaw.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much. All right, so we'll go with Mr. Vasquez first. Mr. Vasquez, go ahead.
So I have A to Z Construction and I have A to Z Recycling. The reason why I have those two companies is to be able to I separate them so I can be able to become a Newport hauler. All we use that company for, A to Z Recycling, is we specialize in demolition and job site cleanups. So all we're hauling from our job sites that we get is just construction debris. So I don't get why is it that we have to have a $9 million. Does that correspond to us being a small business owner? Because all we're hauling is just construction debris, which is concrete, dirt, wood. We recycle all of it. So that's basically my dispute.
So, Mr.
We're paying right now $5,000 a year. If I was to go up to meet what you guys need me to meet, which is $9 million liability, that will put me at $20,000 over what I am already paying. So I don't know if it applies to us, or does it apply to like the waste management, to the haulers that are hauling the asbestos, or all the other house food waste and just other waste that we don't haul off.
So, Mr. Vasquez, this is the mayor. Let me ask you a quick question. So, if I understand what you're saying correctly, you're saying that you currently don't meet the standard in our franchise agreement, but you believe that on the insurance requirements, but you believe that the insurance requirements are excessive in our franchise agreement.
Yes, that's what I'm agreeing. What I'm saying is because all we're hauling off is, like I said, from demolition, and it's all construction debris. We don't haul off any hazard waste, anything like that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. All right, then let's hear from Mr. Babishoff.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez.
Okay, yeah, I agree with the guy there too. I've looked into your agreements. I mean, your insurance requirement. It's going to cost us about $14,000 more for insurance, plus another $4,000 or $5,000 for your deterrent. And I think your insurance is really excessive. We haven't done any work in the city in over 5, maybe even longer years. And with all the stuff that's going on now, this doesn't really should apply to small businesses. This actually, your insurance policy applies to big business. We only haul construction. And that's about basically it, I guess. We haven't even had any work in that. We've also shut down one truck now, and maybe even laid off some few people because of all that's going on. So it's just too excessive at this point.
I appreciate that. So Mr. Babashoff, you're in the same situation where your company hasn't met the standards in our franchise agreement, but you believe that our franchise agreement's insurance requirements are too excessive.
Yeah, we're already up to $5-6 million as it is right now, and there's no other city that we go in that requires all this insurance. I've looked into it, and it's very excessive. I've never come across in the 50 years I've been doing this that the insurance is really, really very high. I don't know where Newport City gets this. We want to be legal if we get jobs in there, but you got to look at it from the point of view of being business. We have no work. It's just there's no work there to meet that requirement. If there was work in there, we'd probably go ahead and get the excess insurance if we had to, but it doesn't. It's just not there.
Yeah. No.
At this moment.
I appreciate that. Any questions from council? Okay. We appreciate that very much. We're going to go into public comment now. Do we have any public comment on this item? Any calls on this item? No. All right, we'll bring it back. We've had this discussion. This is what that we had the insurance discussion. We had people telling us that they were not going to be hauling in our city if we did this. We've gone through the process of making sure that people were put on notice. Clearly, we had a few actually follow through and decide to make the decision. I will say I don't have much sympathy for the construction hauling. That's kind of the whole point of why we had this conversation in the first place. If you are coming into our city and hauling away very heavy, really heavy materials, construction materials, you ought to be able to make sure that you're covering the insurance. We obviously have had issues in the past where that has become an incredibly difficult situation. So this is a decision this council has made. It made it a while ago. I'm going to make a motion to support staff recommendation with the amended ordinance in place.
I'll second.
Seconded by Ms. Dixon. Any discussion up here? No. All right, let's vote.
Prior to reading the vote, I'll read the ordinance title for ordinance number 2020-14, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach terminating those certain 2017 non-exclusive franchise agreements for commercial solid waste and divertible materials handling services within the City of Newport Beach. The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
All right. Let's go into item number 23, our CDBG consolidated plan. We'll go into we'll open our public hearing on this to receive comments on the consolidated plan and draft citizen participation plan amendment. I think we've all had a really good opportunity to read through this. I will say I would like to hear just a little bit of discussion. Sorry, let me pull it up. A little bit of discussion on the economic development portion of the presentation. So unless people would like to hear in depth the other discussions, I think that that is something that I think I'm kind of interested in, especially the it's TBD.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With regards to the economic development portion of it, the plan that we have before you, our action plan, does not have an economic development component because a couple items. One, we've developed this plan pre-pandemic, and we have to do a lot of legwork before we get to this point here. Second, we've never qualified for economic development programs. This is federal money, so it's restricted money. So it's only eligible, typically it's only eligible for low income or medium income. Newport Beach is much more of a higher income. So in the past, we've never had an economic development program through our community development block grant. There are other cities that already have some type of economic development program. I think Garden Grove just launched their Jobs First program using these CDBG funds. We've never done it. We've never been eligible for it. Under the CARES Act, the CARES Act has provided, the Federal CARES Act has provided an additional $219,000 that can go towards CDBG programs. So what we are waiting for from a staff standpoint is we're waiting to get the guidelines from HUD to figure out what is it going to be allowed to do. Some cities have already moved forward because they've used the economic development programs before in the past and they're eligible for it. They're using older guidelines. We've never done it before. We're in the kind of that holding pattern. We're waiting to see what the guidelines are going to be. And then when we figure out what the plan is, we're going to put a plan together. We're going to come back before the city council and share that economic development program with you. We're going to ask that the council amend the action plan and it be able to utilize, I just want to confirm with Lauren, about $443,000 total? $469,000 for a future economic development program. And that is, that is our plan right now. Hence, right now, we don't have an economic development program, but we want to put one together and come back, maybe hopefully by next month, end of next month.
Okay, that's good timing. Okay, Ms. Dixon.
Well, I just want to understand this. So the new funds, only 48,000? I thought it was more than that from the CARES. You just said it was 219.
No, I'm sorry, wrong 219,000. So we have 219,000 plus some funds that we have currently.
Right.
So combine it all, about $469,000 that we can put together for an economic development program.
So just to clarify, so are these funds, and once the guidelines come out, then we can use this to consider our business reopening plans and some other economic development, Mr. Mayor? Is that something that we would be able to use and apply?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I know a lot of businesses are asking for help, and these funds, you know, they're from the government and they're here to help, and we pay into the federal government. It's nice to get them back, and so it will really be great once we get the guidelines and to establish our own guidelines how we might help support our local businesses.
That's correct. And it could be a grant, it could be a loan. Again, the devil's in the details, and hence that's what we're kind of waiting for.
How long will it take till we hear from the federal government on this?
You know, they said last week. Lauren, would you know anything? Nothing.
Because, I mean, businesses are in need of help soon.
Right, and everybody's gotten these CARES Act funds, and so everybody's kind of in that holding pattern, waiting for HUD to put out their guidelines.
Is there any work we can get started doing just to help design our program for business reopening?
So we already have started that. We've looked at other
Okay.
cities and start to work on what is their program and what can we utilize. Again, it's all been based on lower income.
Mhm.
And so that we won't qualify, hence that's why we need to wait for the guidelines.
Now everybody's going to be lower income now anyway.
That's true.
Well, anyway, that's very good, so thank you.
All right, Mr. Muldoon.
Thank you. So I'm looking at the staff report, Simone. There's no fiscal impact from our general fund on this item.
That's correct.
So there's some staff time involved, but it's all federal funds coming back to the taxpayers.
That is correct.
We could spend this money hypothetically, give it to local businesses that then would benefit people who are homeless or people who are retired, having difficulty paying for meals. It's however we want to spend it, as long as it goes towards stimulating the economy and something that we all agree on.
And those programs you just mentioned, homelessness and meals, those are restricted. That only 15% can be utilized for those services.
How much? 15?
15%.
15?
Correct.
Okay, and then the other.
The other part of the money is utilized for the administration. So we have an administrator that takes about 20%. And then the remaining is capital projects, and typically like ADA handicap improvements on the curbsides. Okay. But on the capital side, we could do economic development also. And that's what we're hoping for. So that's why we have about $469,000 combined with everything. Instead of doing curbside improvements, we want to propose some type of economic development program.
Very good, thank you.
Okay.
All right, so what we'll do is we'll go out to public comment on this item. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Mayor O'Neill, this is Jim Moser. I have several comments. First, two trivial ones. If you look at the agenda packet, page 23-13, you'll see the main plan is labeled as attachment 1. If you look at the resolution, it is supposed to be attachment A rather than 1. And if you skip ahead to page 23-203, you'll see the table of contents to the citizen participation plan, and the page numbers seem to be off by about 3, and that's because it seems to have 2 different sets of page numbers on it, so somebody may want to resolve that. More substantive comments. The plan itself, I think, has a lot of interesting information in it about the surprisingly large number of cost-burdened homes or households that we have in our city. We have quite a few now. I suspect with the economic troubles, we'll have even more. Some of the plan seems to me just kind of boilerplate gobbledygook. I looked at page 23-164, where we're required to evaluate our barriers to affordable housing. And we identify our barrier as being that our housing is not affordable. And some of it is a little disappointing. If you look at page 23-185, our affordability goals for the first year are 0. I did want to comment on the citizen participation plan. The current plan seems to be based largely on a community survey that we did. It's commendable that we did that. However, the survey was just to the general public. My impression was it lacked context as to what it was for. It was just kind of asking the general public what they would like to see in the city in the future, rather than specifically asking the people who would benefit from the CD, from this program, what those potential beneficiaries most wanted to see the program do. So I thought the lack of context was a problem. And then finally, in addition to the CARES Act, there seems to be an opportunity to delay without penalty the repayment of the Section 108 loan that we've been paying off for many years. And I'm wondering if there's any advantage to the city of deferring that without penalty if we have the opportunity to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public speakers on this one? No. All right, we'll bring it back. So I'll move the staff recommendation, and I'll just gotta kindly recommend that we fix that attachment 1 versus attachment A issue. But anyway, I'll move staff recommendation.
I'll second the motion.
Seconded by Mr. Herdman. Any discussion? All right, let's vote.
The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Okay. Move to item number 24, resolution number 2020-52, denying a request to waive city council policy L2 at 106 and 110 Sonora Street. I'm not going to ask for a staff recommendation on this either, but I will say, do we have the applicant here? Great. Okay. So I do want to ask a question of the applicant. And let me just kind of preface this before the applicant comes up. I recognize the reason why we would have a council policy that calls for having the cars go in through the alleyway instead of the front. But when we've got 13 entrances onto Seashore Drive, and they're asking to put one more where it's already red curbed and we're not going to lose anything, the exception in our code and then also the policy itself, I understand a waiver on this one. That being said, I know that our staff had recommended strongly to the applicant that they follow the recommendations from L2, and so I'd like to understand the thought process of pushing forward with the with a garage that goes out onto Seashore instead of going through the alleyway. That would have been consistent with the council policy and not required a discussion on waiver. I just like to understand your thought process in terms of why this is so much better to go through on Seashore instead of going through the alleyway. So that's why I wanted to bring up the applicant. Maybe you could explain that your thought process.
Mr. Mayor, you're asking me to explain it?
Oh, yeah, I assume you're the applicant?
Yes.
Yes, I would love to hear your explanation.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry, I got a little confused. My name is Brian Jeanette. I am the architect on the project. And as you mentioned, on exhibit page 23, this is an exhibit that staff asked me to put together that shows that there are 16 different homes that back up onto Seashore already. This is a situation where I worked with staff from many months ago to help come up with reasoning that this made sense. Having the garages facing Coast Highway is a great sound attenuator for the residents that live on those units. Having sunlight coming in from the oceanward side, the westerly side, is also a very good reason to have windows and doors opening to the ocean from the westerly side, which is the alley side. The alley's 15 feet wide. Seashore is 30 feet wide. So to say that it creates a traffic problem, I'm not sure that that is really the case, because on the alley side you have trash cans, there's basketball hoops, there's all kinds of things going on that side in a very narrow situation. And so when I met with staff early on, and I'm talking many, many months ago when we were developing the plans, they said these were reasons that made sense. Council Policy L2 typically does not deal with a piece of property that has streets on 3 sides, and 2 of those streets are red curb. We are not displacing any parking whatsoever because no parking is allowed. We're at least freeing up the visual exiting from the alley onto Sonora, which presently is obstructed by a fence and landscaping and a light pole. So as I met with David Lee, our planner, all the way through the process, he felt that this was a very good solution to the problem, and that asking for a waiver to L2 was not inconceivable at all. So we proceeded in that direction. It wasn't until just about a month ago that all of a sudden staff took a different approach. Extremely frustrating to me and my client. And we're here now asking for the kind of thing that the planning staff felt was a very reasonable, smart solution. So that was the thinking behind the design that began almost a year ago.
All right, yeah, I appreciate that, Brian. So I've got Mr. Avery, did you want to ask the architect anything? If not, I might, okay, go ahead.
There's a basement, right?
Yes, there is a basement.
And what's the downflooding situation? Potential downflooding situation?
Mr. Avery, there's a house right across the street on the Oceanwood side of the alley that just went through a full basement also. And it was done and handled just the way we typically do these in a wet water situation. It was dewatered properly, and the house is there. People are living in it now, so
Right.
it was not an issue.
Right, but I'm talking about water coming from the ocean.
Water coming from the ocean, we're at a level that is above the flood zone, above the FEMA flood zone, and even above the current revised flood zone. So we look at this from a liquefaction standpoint in the same manner that we would on any other parcel in the area that's above the FEMA flood
Right.
zone.
Are there piles with this?
Generally speaking, we use a pile system on the exterior, or what's called a secant wall system, which is a series of 24-inch diameter caissons that are drilled in an interlocking pattern. And then we pump the water out and then bring the concrete in and fill it from the bottom up. As it displaces the water, it's pumped away, and then we waterproof the whole system.
Right. And that's the same process that was done on the other house you just mentioned?
Yes, that's exactly the same process.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Dixon?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Mayor, staff, could you, is this Public Works or both Community Development and Public Works? So could you, Mr. Webb, explain the intent behind policy L2, please?
Excuse me, Dave Webb, Public Works Director. Council Policy L2 is really about getting developments that have alleys behind them, to utilize the alley. When alleys were put into our community, I guess at the design of the time, you have them by Balboa Island, Corona Del Mar. It puts what they would call the unsightly part of the house in the back in an alley, so when you drive down the street, you see the better part of the house. In this particular case, it also has to do with maximizing street parking. But as the applicant says, we have red curb on two sides here, so street parking isn't as much as following policy L2 for all the other reasons of it. And I think that's what staff's intent was, just to make sure that they follow the council's direction on this.
Now, why are there however many cutaway driveways in this same segment? Why do they exist?
So from talking to staff and looking at the picture, this is an unusual area. There are some housing tracks that actually back up to the alley, and then on either side, the housing is turned perpendicular. So the houses that front seashore and have driveways don't have alley access. And there are some houses further down that actually, when they were developed, were allowed to come off seashore, and they have alley access, and they have not redeveloped yet. I did check with staff earlier, and none of those houses, we haven't processed any waivers before on these houses. So anything at this point would have been required to follow policy L2 and take alley access on redevelopment.
Has there been any application? There just hasn't been a waiver, but has there been an application?
As I understand it, there has not been any applications or waivers since the policy was in. So as they're redeveloping now, as we've done in other parts of the city, we're asking them to follow the policy and put the garages in the back.
So in other parts of the city, has this policy been applied?
Yes, it has, and for the most part, staff upholds it. There are occasions, you just did one on Newport Island just recently, where you allowed the applicant for the conditions on the site, because every site varies differently, to have a waiver on this. So,
But Public Works' recommendation is to deny the waiver.
Our recommendation is to deny the waiver based on your direction that this is the policy you want in place. And when we look at it as staff, we didn't see any upside from the city. Now, the applicant makes client upsides, but from the city, we look at it, well, there's probably got a bigger traffic impact backing out onto a busier street. Again, marginally, it could be a little, but the upsides to the city weren't obvious. So from an aesthetics and a traffic standpoint, I think that's why staff just decided, let the council decide. Our job is to deny this because that's what the policy says.
Now, where do bicycles usually, the bike path ends down at Orange, I guess, and so what are bikes doing when they're...
So most bikes come down Seashore, and in Orange Street, they turn out to Coast Highway and go out on the sidewalk and then go over there. So that's the majority of but there is a lot of bike traffic and other folks that walk it. It's not a sleepy street. Seashore is a pretty busy little street there.
Are there plans to expand Seashore at some point, or were there?
I don't know of expansion, and that's one of the things we look at these policies, because parking is allowed on one side. Seashore is only 31 feet wide. A current residential street with parking both sides has to be 36. So should the council or some council in the future want to add more parking to the area, one of the ideas you could do is technically add 5 feet to Seashore. You'd have to do it on the Coast Highway side, and then you could park both sides. Anywhere there's driveway access, you couldn't park, obviously. So that could be something in the future. But at this point, you can only park on one side, on the north side.
Okay, thank you. May I ask Mr.
Yeah.
The architect standing there? Hi, Brian, this is Diane.
Hi, Diane.
Talk to me about the architectural design. So you said that you want the sun to come in, and so the front of the house is going to face the alley?
The alley and, the alley, and we're actually at the street end of Sedona, so we have a view of the ocean as well. So we do get also the western sunlight into the livable spaces on the first floor and all the other floors.
How many floors are there?
There are 3 above grade and then the 1 basement below grade.
Okay. And did you consider different configurations and felt this?
We, with staff's help, we considered quite a few different opportunities, and David and my team basically felt this was a good answer to those problems and develop the plan that we have before you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Muldoon.
Thank you. Mr. Jeanette, I'm trying to find a way to help you because I believe in property rights and the little guy more than the city policy. Explain to me what the public benefit is to allowing this policy to be waived. Is there a public benefit or is it purely private benefit in your opinion?
Yes, I believe there is a public benefit, and part of it relies on the fact that the alley itself, presently the building goes to almost to the street on Sonora with fences and landscaping. Part of what we're doing is creating a visual continuity to see the traffic coming from Sonora into the alley. So we're actually making a situation that is very constricted substantially better by moving my lower floor back and opening it up to respect those visual distances that are critical. I think the other aspect is, and it's a really quid pro quo, we're not removing any parking on the street. You could park in the alley for some people to do, and many people do park in the alley. Well, here's the location where there's going to be a little bit more room to be able to put bikes or whatever on the alley without affecting the flow of traffic. So I do think that there are some benefits that are better, things that we're doing that are better than what's existing today.
Thank you. And a question for staff. Are there any complaints from neighbors lodged about this plan?
Hi, David Lee from Planning. There have been no complaints that have been given to staff.
Okay. So, great answer, by the way, on the public benefit. I didn't think you'd have one, but you did. So I've got to give it to you. I would be supportive of waiving the policy for this plan.
Yeah. Mr. Herdman.
Quick question about the red curb. Why does it exist in its current location? Why are the curbs painted red there?
Thank you. The red curb exists because the streets are too narrow for parking on both sides. So currently there's red curb on the south side of Seashore and on the east side of Sonora.
Yeah. So I'll point out, I think this is a really good, this is probably a really good candidate for waiver of a council policy. And it's why this is a council policy instead of in our code. Because if you look at our packet on 24-5, there's a discussion about the specific compliance issue with our code section, that it can block or impede public access, but one of the exceptions there is where the provision of access by abutting streets would not result in the loss of existing on-street parking spaces or prevent the creation of new on-street parking spaces by the closure of existing curb cuts. That's exactly what we've got here. It's red curbed. For us to be able to extend out Seashore and then turn that into a parking area throughout, you would have to extend it 5 feet and also get rid of all 16 or 15 of the current driveways that come out, and I think that's unrealistic. So I fully understand staff's perspective on this. We did give you direction on this through a council policy, and it is up to us to waive the council policy. So I do appreciate that very much. I had asked when I went through this, and I went back and looked at the what we were sitting on, what we were looking at. I did ask our city attorney to draft a resolution that would be an alternate resolution to approve the waiver. That's what he just handed us. It would be an alternate if that's where the council ended up going. But I just wanted to point that out. I'll tell you what. Why don't we go out to public comment, and then we can bring it back up here. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Emmanuel Shulian. I'm the owner of this property. And first I want to thank you for such a hard work that all of you do. It works this late. I didn't know this late you work. But I would like to express my desire to see a consistency in the decisions of the city and in the support to what Brian said in terms of what we have been told before about this idea, is that up to today I didn't know that the city is planning to deny it. So we had a very good reception about this idea up to recently, and there was a change of mind, which I don't understand. I think this project and the solutions that we are offering are beneficial to the city, as well as to what we are planning to build, which is very impressive project. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this? All right, we have no phone calls. We'll bring it back, Ms. Dixon.
Yes, I move to pass the waiver.
Second.
Sorry, I missed who the second. We'll give it to, yeah, Mr. Muldoon. Okay, Mr. Muldoon got the second. Any discussion? Yes, it's the modified resolution on the waiver. All right, so let's vote on the motion.
The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
All right, we're not done. We're not done. I'm sorry. Oh, we're done with that item. Sorry. Thank you, Brian. So no, on this, because we needed to move the closed session to the back of the agenda. For now, I've also moved the public comment on non-agenda items and closed session before this. So we'll now take public comment on non-agenda items and closed session.
Mayor O'Neill, members of the council, this is Jim Mosier. I have a non-agenda comment. There was no mention of it, but earlier today, with item 6 on the consent calendar, the council called an election for November 3rd with a resolution that states that the purpose of the election is to select council members to represent, that is important, selecting council members to represent districts 2, 5, and 7. As item 7 on the consent calendar, you also, as was mentioned, put before the voters of Newport Beach a charter amendment. The non-agenda comment I wanted to make is I do not live in districts 2, 5, or 7, but under our charter, I will be invited to vote to select who represents those districts, which is a rather odd concept because nobody is inviting me to choose who represents the people of Colorado or Rhode Island or any other place that I do not live, and that the representatives would not be representing. The point I'm trying to make is if the council members, those of you who truly see your role as being one of representing a district rather than representing the whole city, if that's how you see your role, you should have the courage, as you did with the other charter amendment, to put before the voters the choice, is that what they want you to do, which you could accomplish by putting on the ballot a question of whether they want district elections. I'm really troubled by the statement that the election is being held to select representatives for the districts, people representing the districts, without that being what our current charter says. So if that's what you want, because you implicitly agreed with that by approving, calling the election for that purpose, please have the courage to put it on the ballot so the voters can tell you whether you want that to be the way it works or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, seeing none, Mr. Harp.
Thank you, Mayor O'Neill. The City Council will adjourn to closed session to discuss one matter of existing litigation with legal counsel. The name of the matter is Susan Riddle versus City of Newport Beach.
All right, so we will stand recessed until we come back, at which point we'll have a closed session report and then adjourn the meeting in memory of Detective John Jarima. Thank you. I can also pick up heavy things. All right, Mr. Harp. Oh, not live yet. Okay. Mr. Harp, do we have a closed session report?
Thank you, Mayor O'Neill. There's no closed session report this evening.
All right, Madam Clerk.
A motion to reconsider the vote on any action taken by the city council, either this meeting or the previous meeting, may be made only by one of the council members who voted with the prevailing side.
Any motions? All right, seeing none, tonight we're going to adjourn in memory of Newport Beach Police Detective John Jarima. In the words of our police chief, John Lewis, Detective Jarima exemplified courage throughout his journey. He was unfailingly selfless and incredibly strong in the face of so much hardship. Now he will be at peace. For over 12 years, John served the Newport Beach community as a dedicated patrol officer, SWAT team member, and detective. John loved being a police officer. Even while receiving his treatments, John would come to work whenever he could because of how much he valued his partners and because nothing was going to keep him from serving alongside them. Above all else, John's devotion to his colleagues, dedication to duty, and charismatic smile will always be remembered. Chief Lewis says that he has no doubt that the memory of John will always be present in our hearts and the halls of our station. Detective Jarima is survived by his wife Lauren and his children Quinn and Jet. We stand adjourned.